Live from Des Moines, Iowa, Real America's Voice brings you front and center for a moment that marks a new era of American greatness. This is America 250's kickoff celebration.
After 250 years, we still proudly declare that we are free because you are strong. You are so strong.
From coast to coast, patriots gather with renewed hope and unwavering spirit. And at the heart of it all, the President of the United States.
Give me liberty or give me death.
Join us as we take you live inside this powerful celebration of faith, freedom, and the American dream. A new era of American greatness starts right now.
You will fight, 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 and you will win, win, win.
Hello and welcome to Real America's Voice coverage of the Salute to America celebration, where we are celebrating a new era of American greatness. We've got great coverage for you all day today. I'm Steve Brewer. Thank you for being here. I'm accompanied by Terrence Bates, Jake Novak, Mike Christie, along with Brian Glenn, Ben Berquam, and Michelle Backus, reporting live from Des Moines, Iowa, where this celebration is taking place. We're going to get to all that. But first, of course, you know, the big, beautiful bill. It has passed. It was close, 218, 214. And Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, is giving some comments right now. We're going to go out live to the Speaker. Here he is.
Great station. I'm going to say this very simply, and everybody here would articulate it in their own way. We had a tough 4 years before this last election cycle. America we were in deep trouble. And we knew that if we won, and we believed we would, we knew that if we got unified government, we'd have to quite literally fix every area of public policy. Everything was an absolute disaster under the Biden-Harris radical, woke, progressive Democrat regime. And we took the best effort that we could in one big, beautiful bill to fix as much of it as we could. And I am so grateful to God that we got that done as we did. Because of the dedication, yeah. Lastly, it's no secret, I do believe in God. I believe in that motto that's up that I referenced in the floor speech a little while ago. I believe that is what has made our nation the greatest in the history of the world. And some people shake their heads and they think that's old-fashioned or something. That is a fact. When the framers put this together, they stepped out in faith. They did something that no nation had ever done before. The great statesman, philosopher G.K. Chesterton of Great Britain said, America is the only nation in the world that was founded upon a creed. And he said it's listed with almost theological lucidity or clarity in the nation's birth certificate, the Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that we recognize, we boldly proclaim the self-evident truth that our rights do not come from the government, they come from God himself. He's the one that gave us our rights. That's right. Abraham Lincoln said in the Gettysburg Address, we are dedicated to this proposition, to one nation, under God. A government of the people, by the people, for the people shall not perish from the earth. This is an experiment. It's only 249 years. Y'all, that's not a long span of time in human history. It's just a blip on the whole scale of human history. It is up to us to save it. It's up to the duly elected representatives of the people to come here and represent. And it's up to every single one of us. Of the people, by the people, for the people, all of us. So you got to be engaged, and we got to pass this along to the next generation. Reagan reminded us, freedom's not inherited in the bloodstream. It's got to be protected. It's got to be fought for. It's got to be taught to the next generation so that they will have the same liberty, opportunity, and security that we have all known and too often take it for granted. So I just want to say, we're going to get to the main event here. We're about to sign this bill and get it over to the White House, okay? Some of these men and women have got to go catch flights and stuff. So we're going to sign this real quick, and I'll take a few questions. But I just want to say this: do not take for granted what we have been given. This grand experiment in self-governance. We can preserve it, but we got to do it all together. God bless you. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it.
the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. And it's incredibly important to focus on this point. They delivered this bill, even though it's been altered some in the Senate, and they lost some things that they wanted. They got a lot of the key provisions: permanent tax cuts, a border that is secure going forward, a nation that's more secure, cutting waste, fraud, and abuse from some of the permanent programs like Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security. It is important. Mike Johnson, they're touching on the creed that this nation was founded on, and so important as we kick off this 250-year celebration, as we are on the road now to the 4th of July, 2026. You know, and I'd like to point out one more line from Abraham Lincoln's Gettysburg Address, that this nation under God shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from this earth. And here we are, this many years later, celebrating this nation with a great team. Like I mentioned, we've got some great people here with us today. We'd like to get started with our coverage here and maybe go around the horn. I'd like to get everybody to weigh in about their reflections on these last few days. I mean, it's been a winning streak for Donald Trump. Since June 22nd, when he made that decisive airstrike on Iran, it has been one win after another after another. I'm going to start in the top center. It's like the Hollywood squares here. Terrence, you're up first, my friend. You're right there in the top center. Terrence Bates, what are your thoughts?
A huge legislative win for President Trump and for the Republican Party in general. That's the first thing that comes to mind. I had an opportunity to speak with a number of lawmakers earlier this morning, a number of Republican lawmakers in the House, and they were all very confident that this one big, beautiful bill was going to pass, despite Democrats' efforts to delay the vote in general. But the one common theme seemed to be that, yes, this is a bill that's going to pass and we need the legislative victory, but there's still work to be done, that the bill is not perfect. And the one thing that really struck me from each of the lawmakers I talked to is that they plan to continue working to make this bill a little bit more perfect, to make sure that some of the things that may have been missing or that they still wanted from the bill ultimately could still be realized for the American people. That's my take there, Steve.
Absolutely true. And here's something else that I don't think many people have touched on. They get two more shots at this. Two more reconciliation bills, one this fall and one early next year. So they get two more shots at this before we get to the midterms. So this could just be one trophy on the shelf for the Trump administration. There could be more to come. All right, let's go to Mike Crispy now. Mike, your thoughts so far on everything that's happened?
Well, obviously, President Trump has been pushing this and pushing the July 4th deadline. He set the deadline, which is a unique thing for a president to do, and he's going to get the win after win. I think this has been the best week for President Trump in all his last term and this term combined. Stock market's at a record high. Iran the other day acknowledging that their nuclear facilities had been decimated and them wanting to come to the table. Now President Trump getting one big, beautiful bill through right after he visits Alligator Alcatraz. The optics are perfect and the actions are perfect. And I'll tell you one thing about this bill. Democrats, every time that they complained and cried on the House floor or on Twitter or whatever, they were making the case for the bill more than anybody. They're like, oh my goodness, there's going to be more ICE agents and more people doing deportations than we have in the FBI. I say that's good. Our country can't survive if we have unchecked illegal immigration staying in this country and mooching off of our entitlement system. President Trump getting that cleaned up is the most important thing. I think he knows that. That was the number one mission of this bill. Mission accomplished. Let the deportations begin. That's going to get our country back on track in so many great ways. Hats off to President Trump and House Republicans for this.
Or let them continue, perhaps. We hear now there's a deal with Vietnam on trade, which is important. The numbers for jobs came out today, outperforming for the fourth month in a row. I think the unemployment rate is down to 4.1%. Historic lows. Jake Novak, I want to bring you in because you're actually in a front seat for what is the opposite of the Trump vision, which is what's happening in New York City with Zoran. So that's a completely different view of the world. We hope that we can save New York City because as New York City goes, obviously America goes. And New York City's been pivotal for 250 years, longer actually in American history. Jake, what are your takes lately?
Well, you know, I think it's so great that this is happening as we are starting our coverage of this
250th anniversary celebration, starting it now, leading up to that official 250th anniversary next year on July 4th. Because, you know, Steve, what was the granular issue that really, really got American independence going? Sure, it was freedom and liberty. That was the 30,000 foot view. But it was taxes. And, you know, Steve, if this bill hadn't passed today, we would have seen the biggest tax increase on the middle class and lower middle class working people in America than ever before. And to me, that was the biggest thing. I was really angry at any Republican who opposed the bill and didn't have an immediate comment to say how they would save those taxes and keep them from going up on the middle class and lower middle class. Almost none of them did, who said they opposed the bill. And as you see, only 2 of them ended up actually voting against it. So that's a good thing. So I can't forget that. And you're right. What we're seeing in the New York area is the opposite of what our founding fathers fought for in this country, which is economic liberty. When the government, like Zohran Mamdani wants, takes control of the objects of production, the wheels of production, tries to own grocery stores, tries to take over real estate, there can be no freedom, Steve, without economic freedom. And sometimes people think, oh, well, that's money grubbing and that's worshiping gold. No. The founding fathers understood that the first thing that a tyrannical government would want to do is to take our property. Then they'll take our rights to speech and our rights to religion and all the other rights. So if we protect property rights, then all of our freedoms will be protected. So how fortuitous is it that the bill that protected the greatest tax cuts ever for the middle and lower middle class in this country comes as we're kicking off this 250th celebration in Iowa and everything else? It's really nice.
Absolutely true. Yeah, you know, the economic machine envisioned by Adam Smith created more freedom in this world than any other system, period. That's just the way it is. We'll still get to Brian Glenn, Michelle Backus, and Ben Berquam, but I want to thank the people that make this possible today. XTI Aerospace, redefining regional air travel with the Trifan 600. It's a revolutionary VTOL airplane that combines vertical takeoff and landing. Sounds fun, doesn't it? Capabilities of a helicopter with the speed, range, and comfort of a business jet. Hello, the future just arrived. Designed for point-to-point travel, the Trifan 600 cruises at over 300 miles per hour, has a range of up to 1,000 miles, limiting the need for traditional runways because it comes down like a helicopter. Using 100% sustainable aviation fuel, it reduces CO2 emissions by up to 80%, paving the way for a greener future. Check that box, too. Aligned with the recent executive order on unleashing American drone dominance, which accelerates the integration of advanced air mobility technologies into the national airspace, XTI is actively working toward FAA certification, positioning us at the forefront of this transformative movement. XTI Aerospace, a public company trading on the NASDAQ under the ticker symbol XTIA. You can learn more, xtiaerospace.com. And don't forget to check out their numbers on the NASDAQ under the symbol XTIA. We'll take a quick break and be back with our great RAV team right after this. America 250 and the big event tonight, the crown jewel tonight, the president speaking there in Iowa. A lot of red hats, a lot of happy faces, and look, a lot of accomplishments. You look at the border. He has reduced border crossings to almost zero. The economy, we just heard the jobs numbers exceeding expectations for the fourth month in a row. Unemployment dropping to 4.1%. A deal with Vietnam announced today. The big, beautiful bill gets signed, and then they play YMCA. Why wouldn't you? Celebrate a little bit. I mean, there's just so much going on. In fact, let's go out to Iowa. Brian Glenn, Michelle Backus. They're right there. They got great seats. They're enjoying the festivities, and it looks like the weather's pretty good, too, guys. How is it?
This. It's hot, Steve. And not because, well, Michelle Backus is next to me.
He's too kind.
No, it is extremely warm, but we are on the Iowa State Fairgrounds on concrete, so you can expect nothing more than that in the summertime. But this was a campaign promise, Michelle, that he would come back and do this year.
Yeah, in fact, this is the first time he's been back to Iowa since winning for the third time. And I'll tell you what, it's hot, but people are here. In fact, when we were walking in, there's about 20 pallets of free water that the Trump campaign, the administration there had provided in order for people to stay hydrated, because that's a big concern today. The sun is beating down. It's going to be a long day. It's a concern for people to stay hydrated.
Yeah, well, we'll keep an eye on everything out there. Looks like a fun time. I mean, it's Iowa. It's July. Some people call it climate change. We here, where I'm from, we just call it summer. It's a crazy concept, but that's what we go with. All right, so Michelle just said something there. I want to bring Ben Bergquam in now. He's been waiting patiently to share some thoughts. But, Ben, one of the things that has been in the headlines for the last few days is this Chinese attack on our election in 2020 using thousands of fake driver's licenses, using people that are already in the country to knowingly vote illegally. It was never about Russia. And I think Michelle was right. Donald Trump, when he won for the third time in 2024, is doing very, very well because the Chinese interfered with our election. Christopher Wray and the FBI covered it up. Shameful. Thank God for Kash Patel. Another win for the Trump administration. Kash Patel, that we all know pretty well here, Ben. What are your observations?
Well, to me, it's the beginning of the winning. And real quick, before we get to that, I can't help but use the analogy today. It's hot. We need more ice in Iowa, just like we need more ice across America. And thank God the big, beautiful bill just passed, so we're going to get more ice across America. But you're right. Until we get to the bottom, so we're starting to see that. We all knew that. You knew that. I knew that. I think most MAGA Americans knew the 2020 election was stolen. They covered it up. They used January 6th as cover for that. They said it was an insurrection, when in reality, Nancy Pelosi and the Capitol Police allowed that to happen so they could cover up what they knew, the crimes that they had committed. And now we're just beginning to uncover the reality of that truth. The key, though, in all of this, Steve, is what happens to the people that allowed it to happen? What happens to the people that caused it? Will they be prosecuted? Because until that happens, and that's the biggest concern I hear from people all over America, is the prosecutions aren't happening fast enough. And some people, you know, the part of that, I'm sure, is just the process. When you're setting up a case, when the FBI is setting up a case against somebody, they want to make sure they dot all their I's and cross all their T's. But at some point, we got to start seeing those prosecutions. And that goes for the border as well. When is Secretary Mayorkas going to be arrested? When is Secretary Blinken going to be arrested? When are the people in all of these NGOs that profited off the invasion of America going to be arrested? And until that happens, we're not going to see the punishments, I think, are the key to ultimately seeing the change in the trajectory of our country. And that's what I heard for the last 3 days. I was down in McAllen, Texas. I was riding with La Jolla, Texas PD. I was riding with Border Patrol. I was in Brooks County with Sheriff Martinez. And all three of them said the same thing. President Trump has secured the border, and all of it comes down to consequences. Illegal aliens understand there are consequences now. President Trump's not messing around. Tom Homan's not messing around. Kristi Noem's not messing around. If you come across illegally, you're going to be deported. Consequences are the key, and that goes to the elections as well as our southern border, as well as all of the traitors in our own government across this country.
You know, Ben, I think you hit on something that is true to a lot of people. Why has nobody been held to account for any of that laundry list you just put out there? Because everything you said is exactly right. There are a list of people, but this Christopher Wray thing really sticks with me because we're told now that there was a report outlining these illegal driver's licenses coming in. And then the report was pulled August 2020 and shoved in a drawer somewhere because they didn't want to contradict Christopher Wray's testimony to Congress. I mean, talk about a slam dunk case. You lied to Congress. He had to have known about it. So this is August, September 2020. All right, so we'll set that aside for a moment. I do want to focus on a brand new report here because the beginning of the winning, it's got a nice ring to it, Ben. Well done. So, Terrence, I want to bring you back in because here's the headline, all right? Here's the headline. Iran nuclear program set back at least 2 years or more. So says the Pentagon now. There was all this, conversation about, they didn't do much damage. Oh, the Democrats running around. Oh, they didn't do their job. It's only been set back a few months. And I would say this. If we only set Iran back 6 or 8 or 10 months, that's a win. To keep that regime from getting nuclear weapons to target Israel, and they hate America. They'd put one right on our doorstep, too, if they could. Now we're getting more detailed reports, as we knew we would. The Pentagon saying that it's set back 2 years. This was a big win for the Trump administration. We didn't put boots on the ground. We devastated one of our enemies. We hit the biggest state sponsor of terrorism right between the eyes pretty hard. Terrence, your thoughts?
You know what? I'll take it even a step farther, Steve. It sent a message. Even if it was just 2 weeks, even if the strike only set their nuclear program back 2 weeks, it sent a message that President Trump is serious and that he wants to negotiate, that he wants to use diplomacy. But Iran, if you fail to engage in diplomacy, then President Trump will hit you. And that's exactly what he did. And now we're finally getting the better news that it did significantly set back Iran's nuclear capabilities and its nuclear program. And of course, it was going to take time. I mean, intelligence gathering and seeing all that happened, that was going to take time. And now we've got the evidence. But more importantly, Steve, and I think it all comes back to this, it sent a message to Iran that President Trump is willing to use muscle if need be, even though he is willing to engage in diplomacy. And now Iran has got to, there was a term I was going to use about a pot and doing something else, but I won't say that. I'll just say Iran needs to step up to the plate and either engage in diplomacy or face more potential attacks. President Trump has already said that he is willing to attack Iran again if need be. And I think you know where I was going, but fortunately, I think it was better.
I'll get Mike Crispy to weigh in on this. Donald Trump is not exactly Teddy Roosevelt. There's no speak softly here with Donald Trump. I think we get that. But there is also carry the big stick, Mike. And with this new report from the Pentagon, this is significant. The nuclear aspirations of Iran have been crushed by American firepower in one of the most remarkable military strikes, maybe in history, certainly in my lifetime. Your thoughts?
Well, I mean, the work that these individuals did who dropped the bombs, the bunker busters on Fordo, they had been training for this. We had been scoping out their sites for over a decade, gathering intelligence, and they dropped those bombs on a target the size of a refrigerator. The precision, the accuracy, the flawlessness, the fact that we didn't have to send in boots on the ground. And I'll tell you something else. Not only do these other countries, understand that President Trump means business, you either come to the table and negotiate with us or you face the consequences, but this now sends a ripple effect to our other adversaries around the world. It sends a message to countries that we kind of have a frenemy relationship with, okay? Russia, China, any country out there right now that is thinking about doing anything that goes against President Trump's peace through strength doctrine and how he sees the world, they know that they might be met with force or consequences. There's no more fake red lines like under President Barack Hussein Obama. This is real stuff. And I think President Trump sent a message to the world. And there were so many people who, they call them the panicans, right, who were panicking that this would get us into World War III or this would result in a nuclear Armageddon or boots on the ground. None of that happened. Iran admitted it. As you said, Steve, their nuclear program is now delayed or set back by months, if not years. It's a huge win. Israel is secure. America is secure. Our allies and our adversary knows who's at the helm, and that's great for the world, and it's going to be great for the economy and for everything back home domestically as well. It has a massive ripple effect, and like we said earlier, President Trump right now is on a really, really historic run over the last couple of weeks.
Mike, I appreciate that. You know, there are some that believe that we're already in World War III, and we could be because of things that are happening on the planet, incursions by China everywhere, of course, the war in Ukraine. But this is a big win for Donald Trump, no matter how you measure, no matter what your metric is, it's a big win. All right, we'll get back to Jake and Brian, Michelle and Ben. But first, America celebrating 250 years of freedom, and now you can own a historic tribute to the man defending it, President Donald J. Trump. Introducing the Trump Knife Collection, available only at TrumpKnifeSet.com, not sold in stores. This exclusive set features 8 stunning knives, each one honoring a moment in Trump's legacy. Never surrender, America first, save America again, and so much more. Each knife is finely crafted with a packwood handle, razor-sharp stainless steel blade, and full-color Trump artwork, making it as functional as it is collectible. And when your set is complete, you unlock the crown jewel, a free $129 custom LED-lit presidential display case, cherry wood, gold medallion, glass front, 8 interior lights. It's a showpiece worthy of Trump's legacy and yours, frankly. This offer is extremely limited, and it's moving fast during the America's 250 rally. It's not on Amazon. It's not in stores. You'll only find it at TrumpKnifeSet.com. That's TrumpKnifeSet.com. Quick break, and then back with our RAV team, the amazing people covering this rally from Iowa and all over America. It's America 250 celebrated on Real America's Voice. Back after this.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. At midnight tonight, Daddy Trump drops, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes. The second the clock strikes 12, let's run it up to #1 on the charts for President Trump.
I just want to thank everybody very much.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the truth bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they played pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time. So why do so many dog foods contain awful things a human would never eat? To save his pets, world-famous veterinarian Dr. Marty knew he had to change what was in their bowl.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, my breakthrough formula that's changed everything about dog food.
Nature's Blend contains nothing but all-natural ingredients, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching and paw licking, even moving around better. And that's because Nature's Blend is freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, we gently preserve them, and you'll see the difference in your dog.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
Such a huge difference in her health. More energy, more playful, no more pooping issues. He's healthier, he looks better.
Dr. Marty has thousands of 5-star reviews, and for a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV. That's drmartypets.com/TV.
The crowd is gathered. The anticipation is growing. The feelings of patriotism, of jubilation, of joy in a leader for this country that people respect and are rooting for every single day. By the way, I just want to say thank you to Real America's Voice. I came on board this team in 2019, and since that time, Rob Sig and his team, Parker Sig, they've taken big leaps forward with this network. In fact, this entire event that you're seeing, every camera angle, everything you're seeing, that guy in that shirt that I wouldn't be caught dead wearing anywhere. Maybe I would. It's all coming from Real America's Voice cameras. It's all being done by the folks at Real America's Voice, and Rob Sig had a vision. that he could do this and impact the world. And by God, I think they've done it. So I tip my hat to Rob and Parker and all the people at Real America's Voice that make it possible every day. And the fact that we can do this, it's a long way from 2019, I can assure you. Hard work, dedication, and faith in God can get you a lot of places. And this is one of them. And thank you for being here and spending part of your day with us. All right, I'm going to get back into the conversation here. Jake Novak, when you look at the body of work since the 20th of January, I mean, we talk about the border. The change at the borders is remarkable. I talk about these jobs numbers in the economy, solid. The stock market now back at record levels. You look at, I don't know, confidence. I feel like America's got a swagger back, maybe. What are your thoughts when you look at the list of accomplishments? And we're only, 150, 180 days in? And what a start.
Yeah, it's so important, Steve. You know, I'm looking at this panel, and I think, Steve, you and I are about the same age. I think we are the elder statesman of this panel. Let's just put it that way, diplomatically. So I'm sure you remember as well as I do the incredible amount of work and effort that went into the bicentennial celebration in this country, also starting around this time in 1975 and going through 1976. And boy, what a difference we are in America right now from where we were in 1975. This country was very downtrodden in 1975. The pain of Watergate, the pain of Vietnam, and the way that we got out of that conflict was really hurting us. We had terrible, terrible economy in the country at that time. We had a president of the United States in Gerald Ford who was a good enough guy, but nobody voted for him. Not once. Right? He was never elected president of the United States, and yet they still pulled it off. Now, contrast this to what Ben Berquam and Mike Crispy just told, and that litany that you also added to, all these victories for patriotic Americans that we have been experiencing for ever since January 20th. It's really unprecedented. We are in such a better place. So if they could pull off a good bicentennial celebration in this country in 75, 76 with all of those losing streaks, imagine how great this can be if this 250th. And by the way, you know, if you're really into the number 250 and you're thinking, well, this is only 249 and we're getting to 250 next year, be excited now, because remember that at this point in 1775, we had already had the battles of Lexington and Concord, people. We already are really very much into this 250th year. So we have a lot to celebrate now, and boy, we're doing it on a winning streak. When I was a kid, even as a 5- and 6-year-old, I knew it wasn't so great in America at that time.
Yeah, it's funny, Jake, you mentioned that. I talked about that earlier today here on the network, about being a kid and going to those bicentennial parades and the license plates that were bicentennial and all that themed bicentennial stuff. We may be the elder statesman here, but we need a little maturity on this panel, so that's all right. Nobody is insulted by that, I will tell you that. The problem in 1976 was that we elected Jimmy Carter. Thank God we don't have to worry about that coming up again. We've got Donald Trump for the next 3.5 years. It's a good day to be an American. It's a good day to say, look, we got the bill passed. We took Iran out. We have secured our border. The economy's looking stronger. So let's go back out to Brian and Michelle. They're there at this event in Iowa. And these feelings have got to be permeating through that crowd there. These people... Look, you see it on. You see this, Brian and Michelle, and I'll let you both weigh in on this. You'll see the naysayers on social media. Well, they just did this and this and this. Did you vote for that? Yes, I did. Yeah, that's me right here. I voted for what I'm saying. I voted for the deportations. I voted for all of that. Michelle, let's start with you. We voted for this, right? And I feel pretty good about it.
Well, I'll tell you what, Hakeem Jeffries being on the floor there for over 8 hours, you can use some of that in a campaign ad, because he asked, is this what you voted for? That's exactly what I voted for. And that's exactly what a lot of middle-class Americans voted for as well. You know what's interesting that Brian and I noticed right when we walked in? You know, it's a holiday weekend. Theoretically, it is a weekday, but you look around and you see families, Brian. You're not seeing a specific group of people. You're seeing kids here in their MAGA hats. And this really is the backbone of America. Look at this one big, beautiful bill. I mean, we are looking at massive tax cuts, no taxes on overtime, no taxes on Social Security. I mean, this is huge, and this is what the people voted for. We're seeing it come to fruition.
It is, guys, and I'll say this. I remember 1975. I was alive. I'm 56 years old. I remember that celebration, by the way, so you can add me to the old man mix here. I'm aging myself here. But, you know, I'm seeing a lot of familiar faces from the Trump campaign, all of the supporters coming in behind us, and it's It's the same familiar faces. They are so excited about an event like this. This is perhaps could be the first time they've seen President Trump in person since the November 5th election of last year. And I found it really amazing this morning. I was watching CNN, and I was watching So You Don't Have To. And Debbie Watchman-Schultz was being interviewed by one of the anchors on CNN. And the buildup was, well, President Trump has had an amazing, so far, he's done this, he's done that, he's done this, done that. He named all these accomplishments. She goes, how can Democrats message against what's happening right now? And she really was almost speechless. All she said was that the big, beautiful bill was going to kill people and all this other misinformation. So right now, if President Trump is watching, we are winning. The American people are winning. Michelle, you're winning. Steve, we're all winning here because America is back and we're flexing the muscle right here on the 250 celebration.
You know, Brian, I'm a little jealous. I'm going to be honest for those of you out there, because Donald Trump is going to walk in with a swagger, and how could he not? He gets to walk in today, and look, if he spikes the football, good for him. Look at it, because he gets to rattle off this list of accomplishments, too. And it's we're just to the 4th of July. We're just halfway through the year. He's just getting warmed up, isn't he?
I say spike it as hard as you can, because, you know, if they would have won the election, Kamala Harris would be absolutely destroying this country right now. I heard a stat today that fireworks are going to cost you more this year than last year. And I said, well, why are Democrats so concerned about that? They don't celebrate love of the country. They just want to use those firecrackers in the next protest ICE raid that they go out there and fire them towards law enforcement agency. It may cost them a little bit more to do that. But this is a good celebration. And, Michelle, we were talking offline to some of the great things that President Trump has done, and you can see it on the faces of these people. They're excited.
Well, to that point, Brian, as well, let's get back to loving our country. Yeah. We are in the best country in the world. We're celebrating their birthday. We have the best leadership. And yet, over this past campaign cycle, how many people did we see, especially younger generations, say how oppressed they were, how much they hated America, how they're going to move out? I want to know, where are they? Yeah. Did they move out yet?
Yeah. I'm still looking.
You know, I'll tell you this. One of the people that loves this country, maybe as much as anybody I've ever met, is Ben Bergquam. And I was mentioning earlier all the great things that Rob Sig did to put this network on the map. And one of the things he did, he gave Ben a green light during the Biden years. Go to Panama, go to the border, go figure out what's happening, and tell the people the truth. And Ben, I've got to tell you, that is so important that we told people the truth on this network. Here's what's really happening. You might be getting told this story over in Chicken Noodle News or MSLSD or whatever, but the truth is, here's what's happening in the Darien Gap. Here's what's happening in Mexico. Here's the train, Ben, and you were right there on the front line because Rob and company gave you the green light. And looking back, how important was that? How important is that going forward to tell the truth?
Man, you can't overstate it, Steve. And I think I got you beat a little bit, not on the no ageism here, but on the time I've been with the network. I think it was 2017. I actually met Rob Sig walking out of a bathroom at CPAC, bumped into him. We ended up praying together. Fast forward a couple months, I'm working with the network. I was independent. I was just a guy out there that was sick of the direction our country was going. I was sick of the fake news. I was living in California. I was watching these Democrats destroy our state, and I was watching these weak Republicans who didn't have the balls to stand up and go confront these traitors to our country, these demons that are trying to transgender our children now. And I said, well, if nobody's going to do it, I'm going to do it. So I went out with my phone and started doing it. Fast forward a couple years, I'm working with Real America's Voice News. They give me the opportunity. They say, let's launch Law and Border. We go out and we start doing what the mainstream media should have done. All we did was fill the void that they left for us, that CNN and MSNBC and even Fox. I had ladies come up to me today and say, we left Fox to come watch you guys. And, you know, no harping on Fox. I got some friends over there. But there was some truth that needed to be told that wasn't being told. And we stepped in and did that. And the amount of people in this crowd that come up to me and say, Real America's Voice News changed my life. It woke me up. It's the only channel I watch now. You cannot overstate the impact that an opportunity for real news has on our populace. And as an analogy, all you have to do is compare what the attacks that they made to President Trump in his first 4 years and the success successfulness of those attacks against President Trump, whether that was Russiagate, the first impeachment, the second impeachment, everything, all the way up through COVID and BLM and stealing the election, there was a void that needed to be filled. And the fake news media, MSNBC, CNN, New York Times, by the way, who was in the Darien Gap, New York Times, 3 weeks before we were there. They never went through like Oscar and I did, but they were down there at the same beach that I was on, where there was more trash and feces than sand. And you know what they talked about? Not the devastation that illegal immigration was causing, that Joe Biden and the Democrats were creating. They talked about climate change and how climate change was the driver. That's what the American people are sick of.
Yeah.
They're sick of seeing something, and they see it with their own eyes. They see the truth with their own eyes, and then they're lied to as if they're stupid. They come to Real America's Voice News, and we tell them the world the way we see it. We give them the facts. We give them some of our opinion based on how we read those facts, and then we say, go make up your own mind. And the American people are smart people. They watch it, they see it, and they understand what's authentic and what's not. That's what Real America's Voice News is, and I could not be prouder to work for a network like this. And going forward, to answer the second part of your question, this is the key for our survival as a nation, is do the people of this nation know the truth? Because if they don't, know the truth, and the truth will set you free. If you don't know the truth, you are in bondage, and you will vote for things, and you look at the inner city and you see that. You see people saying that ICE is this alligator Alcatraz is now Auschwitz, and all of this, that they're going to put people in ovens and all this nonsense.
Sure.
Where's that coming from? It's coming from lies. It's coming from the enemy. We have to get the truth to those people, and the reality is that's why we exist, is to get that truth to those people. And if we do that, one caveat I want to say with this big, beautiful bill, it's not the end. I know a lot of people look at it and say, look, our nation is bankrupt. For all intents and purposes, we are a bankrupt nation, $34 trillion in debt. We're heading towards $40 trillion in debt. We cannot sustain that. And I agree with people that say we've got to cut more spending, but you have to take the wins where you can get them. You have to get the ship going in that direction. And ultimately, the key to all of this is networks like ours and 2026. We have to take back more seats in the House. We have to take back more seats in the Senate to be able to give President Trump the backup to be able to pass more legislation that will actually do more to cut those things. But this is a win. We need to celebrate it, and we need to take this year, 2025, into 2026 as that celebration. All gas, no brakes through the rest of the year.
All right, Ben Bergquam, there you have it. I told you nobody likes and loves this country more than Ben. And I cede your seniority. I cede my seniority to you, Ben. You win. All right, folks, let me ask you this. What better way to celebrate America's birthday than by actually doing something to protect her? We can light fireworks, grill burgers. I love all that. I do. You probably do too. But this country needs more than a party. It needs patriots willing to stand up. And that's why I'm proud to stand with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. AMAC fights every day, every single day, to defend the values that built this nation: faith, family, freedom, and common sense. And right now, in honor of Independence Day, AMAC is offering something incredible: 5 full years of membership for just $35. That's 5 years of standing shoulder to shoulder with millions of freedom-loving Americans. You'll get their top-notch magazine, exclusive discounts, free resources, but most importantly, you'll be part of a movement to keep America strong. So do more than wave the flag. Stand up for it. Go to amac.us/rally. I'm going to give that to you again. Go to amac, A-M-A-C, amac.us/rally. Do that right now and join. God bless America. I'll take a break and be right back to America 250 after this. special coverage of America 250, kicking off a year of celebration. Big rally in Iowa tonight. The president expected to speak about 8:30, and what a day he has to celebrate with all the other big wins over the past few weeks. I look at Mark Mitchell and Rasmussen. Donald Trump is doing remarkably well popularity-wise. He's more popular than Barack Obama was at this point, or Joe Biden, or a host of others. So when they come out, they being the purveyors of garbage polls, and say, oh, he's underwater by 10 points. No, he's not. Well, these Trump voters, they've got buyer's remorse. No, they don't. I can tell you they don't, and for good reason. But when I want to go and gauge what the anti-Trump crowd is up to, I usually go over to Drudge. You know, it's like Brian watching CNN, so you don't have to. It's kind of the same sort of thing. Nothing in the top headlines about the big, beautiful bill getting passed. No, it's ICE agents caught urinating in public. It's a Utah man arrested wrongfully. The dollar on track for the worst year, blah, blah, blah. Those are the headlines on Drudge, which means he can't admit that Donald Trump just won big. Again, Matt Drudge has become, a laughingstock in many places. Big, beautiful blur. Republicans don't want to talk about what they voted for. Gee, I just heard him talking all about it. Right? AOC in a fiery speech denounces a deal with the devil. And who cares? Terrence Bates, let's bring you into the conversation right at this point and say, look, the naysayers, haters are going to hate. Never-Trumpers are going to never Trump. It doesn't matter. If he walked on water to get to this event in Iowa, they would criticize him for whatever he does, wouldn't they?
No, absolutely. And you mentioned something earlier in talking to Jake about a feeling. I think that's the word you guys use, feeling. And the reality is perception for many Americans is reality. And the perception is that life is better under Donald Trump, that their incomes are better under Donald Trump, that they're not dealing with the sort of inflation they were dealing with under the Biden administration. And so there is a perception that life is better. And President Trump continues to double down and reassert that perception in the many legislative victories that he's had. And so I think that's definitely a win for him. And the reality is Democrats are going to hate no matter what. They're going to try to false flag and come up with all sorts of excuses and try to change the narrative, if you will. That's a lot. That's obviously what the minority leader's speech today was about. It was really to create a different narrative apart from showing that President Trump is continuing to win. And I'm going to wrap things up, but I'll just say this. We're probably in the same age group, Steve, but I just don't look my age. You do.
Ouch. Man, you're gonna do me like that right here on live TV. I don't know what to do with that. Terrence, I love you. You know that. Anyhow, Terrence Bates is one of the good people in this industry. I can guarantee you that. Look, I just had another headline here on Drudge catch my attention, so I have Mike Crispy weigh in on this one. Another win for Donald Trump, and that is the $30 million payout by 60 Minutes for their dishonest editing of the Kamala Harris interview that was in the lead up to the election. And this is another way to put the spotlight on dishonest media and why people come to networks just like this one, because we sit here and do our level best to tell you the truth every day. But they're paying $30 million. CBS News staffers fear what comes next. I would too. If I've been lying to my viewers for all these years, I'd be a little scared too. Mike, what are your thoughts about that win for the president?
Well, the fake news propaganda becomes more laughable with every single win that President Trump gets under his belt. I looked at the way they were talking about this bill, and they had a conversation about no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and they couldn't even say that was a good thing. Like, they couldn't agree with anything, like not just one thing. So obviously we've seen the way that these reporters, Leslie Stahl comes to mind, Tapper, these Joy Reid, Rachel Maddow, these are cartoons, propagandist cartoons who get paid a lot of money. They're not stupid, but they get paid a lot of money to hysterically read a narrative that we all sit and go, come on, this is laughable. So this payout here seems to me like they're trying to sweep it under the rug because they have done so much damage to our country. They have pulled us apart at record levels, and President Trump, because he's such a transformational figure in this country, has been really uniquely uncanny in keeping the country together at a time where the fake news is trying to pull us apart. They were totally in the tank for Kamala. They were 100% in the tank for Biden. The way they covered President Trump's sham trials and arrests were unbelievable, and it's all kind of coming home to roost. So as the legacy media dies, as you turn it on and you get this very sterile 6th grade reading level performance broadcast broadcasted to you every night. That's why people turn on Real America's Voice, because they're saying, hey, this is the real stuff. And they get people like Ben Berquam and Brian Glenn literally in the room giving it to you unfiltered. And that's the opposite of what they do, very filtered. They try to pay that money, Steve, because they're trying to make it go away. But these problems, as they say, are only getting worse. Good. Let the legacy media die.
And here's the thing. I'll move on to Jake Novak, and I'll wrap that up. Jake, CNN is going to be sold here. All these high-dollar contracts to people like Anderson, Cooper, and so forth, $20, $25 million a year. You can't support that on the dismal numbers they have. But I'm going to park that for a second, because the media will play a role in the midterm elections. And I look at the scorecard here. 53 Republican senators, but you could add Georgia. Ossoff's a weak candidate. New Hampshire's open. Michigan's open. Minnesota, probably not as likely, but it's an open race now because all these Democrats are retiring. Illinois is open. I'm not going to worry about Illinois. But it would be very easy to conceive of the Republicans picking up 3 seats in the United States Senate, pushing their number to 56. It's not something that, they can control the body outright, but it sure would put them in a position of power. As you look to the midterms and you look at all the success of the president, what do you see in your crystal ball?
Well, Steve, the most important factor in the midterms is going to be the economy. And had this bill not passed today, it would have been an economic death sentence for millions of Americans. It would have been a $4 trillion tax increase. It would have hurt small businesses. One of my pet peeves, Steve, is how even Trump supporters, let alone his detractors, don't talk enough about the most important part of the Trump tax bill in 2017, which was doubling the standard deduction for blue-collar America, for lower-middle-class America, the people who don't itemize their taxes because they don't have a bunch of property on the coast and all these other deductions that people can use. And so this was the first time that we had a successful trickle-up tax break in America. And now that COVID's over, and now that we have more sanity in the federal government on our economic policy, I think we're going to see the same thing we started to see begin happen in 2018, which is individual small businesses growing. Steve, job growth in this country doesn't come from the big companies. They just move jobs around from one place to the other. So when they say they're adding jobs, they're killing it elsewhere. Net job creation in this country comes from the small business owners, comes from people who drive Ford F-150s to their job and carry everything they own in those things to do their job. And now that tax break has been protected. They've been getting some environmental regulation relief as well. So I think that when we come around to this time next year, more importantly, October and November of next year, I think we're going to see an economy that's stronger overall. We may not see, for example, inflation down as much as we want. We may not see mortgage rates down as much as we want, but I think they will also both be lower. And that's going to be a really hard thing for the Democrats to overcome if you have a situation where the economy is better. And that's what I think we're going to see in November of 2026.
And something else I'd like to point out about those numbers, Jake, as I wrap this portion of it up. During the Biden years, we now know that they pulled 800,000 to 1 million jobs out of thin air that never existed, right? They put them out there. And at that time, they were making massive hires in government. This administration is letting people go from government, and the jobs numbers are still strong. That's the remarkable thing we're looking at right here. All right. Time now to give a shout out to another one of our great sponsors here, Birch Gold. Text America to the number 989898 today to get a free information kit on gold and learn how to diversify your savings with gold today. Again, text the word America to 989898. Claim your free information kit today. The folks at Birch Gold, they're going to keep you in the know, and that information kit is free. We certainly appreciate your patronage here. Again, the president is going to speak about 8:30 tonight. A lot to talk about. The big, beautiful bill, or what's left of it after it visited the Senate, has passed. And again, you get 2 more of these opportunities before you get to the midterms. So reconciliation, that was just part 1. You get another one before the end of the year in November. You can have another one to start the year next year. So I expect a jubilant President Donald Trump on the stage in Iowa. Big smile. He's going to be feeling it. And yes, he's going to be singing YMCA and dancing like you've never seen him dance before. Our continuing coverage will be back after the break. America 250.
And welcome back, America. I am Mike Crispy. This is Real America's Voice, and you guys are seeing live on the scene coverage from Des Moines, Iowa, as President Trump kicks off what is about to be a really unbelievable next 48 hours. Obviously, this morning, the big, beautiful bill coming to fruition with the House of Representatives getting it through, and President Trump will be celebrating it tonight and signing it tomorrow. But I want to tell you guys about a sponsor that is making all of this possible. Then we'll go back out to our coverage, XTI Aerospace. Guys, XTI Aerospace is redefining regional air travel with the TriFan 600, a revolutionary TVOL airplane that combines the vertical takeoff and landing capabilities of a helicopter with the speed, range, and comfort of a business jet. Designed for point-to-point travel, the TriFan 600 cruises at over 300 miles an hour, covers up to 1,000 miles, eliminating the need for traditional runways. Using 100% sustainable aviation fuel, it reduces CO2 emissions by up to 80%, paving the way for a greener future. Aligned with the recent executive order on unleashing American drone dominance, which accelerates the integration of advanced air mobility technologies into the national airspace, XTI is actively working towards FAA certification, positioning us at the forefront of this transformational movement. XTI Aerospace is a publicly traded company on the NASDAQ under the ticker symbol XTIA. You can learn more about XTI Aerospace at xtiaerospace.com. And do not forget to check out their numbers on NASDAQ under ticker symbol XTIA. All right. So we are back with our coverage, and I want to take it out to Ben Berquam, who has been out there this morning, live on the ground. Historic day. Ben, it's shaping up to be a really exciting one. I know you and I, we've been a part of a lot of Trump rallies. This one feels especially historic. Take it away, Ben.
Yeah, no, absolutely. By the way, all the traveling I do around America, I need to try one of those XTIs out and let you know how it goes. But anyways, that's just my little, throwing it out there to you guys. Amazing day. To answer Steve's question, Steve's talking about you got Rasmussen and some of these other polls saying, Rasmussen's not doing it, but some of the other polls out there saying that Trump voters have buyer remorse. I promise you, nobody in this crowd behind me has buyer remorse. We're going to be talking to a bunch of them today. We talked to a lot of them already today. I want to start, though, with this family. You want to talk about the dichotomy of where we're at today, right versus left, good versus evil, light versus darkness, legal immigrant versus illegal immigrant. Look at this family of legal immigrants and their message to America. From Uganda originally, your family. Now, your wife, are you from Uganda as well? Did you guys meet here or in Uganda? You met here?
Yes.
So you came legally to America.
Yes.
You have a family now, living the American dream.
Yes, and during the November elections, I knocked doors for Trump. I knocked doors for Zach Nunn. I knocked doors for Eddie Andrew. So Eddie Andrew is my House rep, and he's now standing for governor.
Yeah, we just interviewed him.
That's why I have this.
Yeah.
And I have a certificate given to me by the great president, and I'm here to support him. I hope he'll interview me.
Now, you got 3 girls. I've got 3 girls. As an American dad, you look at what's happening, especially with illegal immigration and the people that come to our country, they're burning the American flag and waving their own flag. What's your message to that?
First of all, the Americans themselves. I keep telling Americans, you don't know what you have. Some of us, we're very religious. We pray so much. And you come here and but how come it's like all the prayers we do in Africa answered here? You people have never seen sick people. You people have never seen wars. You people have never seen hungry people. So I keep telling people in America, you're taking America for granted. Some of us, you can almost say that you have reached heaven. If you look at where you came from, you're jumping over dead bodies, you're seeing hungry people, no clean water. Then you come to America and you're like, the Americans don't even appreciate America themselves.
Yeah, that's such a great point.
You have a great country, great people, and I'm basically here knocking doors was giving back to America. I'm like, is there anything I can do to make America better? That's why I'm my House rep, I met him during the COVID period. we speak, and then I'm like, you represent me, I will follow you. So ever since 3 years, I'm with him, and I saw him come back to the house, and I'm so glad that I knocked doors for the great president. I like his policies in that he has set the world thinking.
What's your names?
My name is Maria.
Maria.
My name is Vicky.
Vicky. And
I am Proskovia.
Proskovia?
Yes.
And Regina.
And Regina.
This is America right here. God bless you. God bless your household. Do you mind if I give a prayer to your daughters?
Please do.
Lord, bless and keep them. Make your face to shine upon them. Be gracious unto them. Lift up your countenance upon them and give them your peace. Lord, raise them up to be the women that you'd have them to be. Let them be light in the darkness. Let them be light in a dark world. Give them courage in the face of danger. Let them stand even if they stand alone. And I pray that you would bring this nation back to you in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen, amen, amen. God bless you. Great to meet you. I love it. Mike, you listen to that family. Oh my gosh, beautiful kids. A dad and a mom that are raising their children right. It's God, family, country. So appreciative of what they have, the blessings. And you know what? I think about this a lot, and I find myself falling into this trap sometimes. I worry. I find myself complaining more than I'm thanking. I complain about the things that aren't right, little things. You know, some people call them first world problems, but it's the little things in life. And I really felt the Lord put it on my heart last year to wake up every morning and thank Him for the blessings that we have. The blessing that you woke up today. If you have air in your lungs, the blessings that you can breathe. If you can see, the blessings that you can see. If you can't see, if you can hear. Every one of us, your family, this country, your job, even the hard things, because they make you appreciate the good things. If you wake up every day with a spirit of gratitude and say, God, thank you for what you've given me, it is very hard to be ungrateful. It's very hard to be bitter. And you look at half of our country, they're so bitter, they're so miserable, they hate this nation. And you heard that dad there say, they don't know what they have. And they really don't know what they don't have. It's the not knowing what you don't know. My prayer for America is that we realize what we have. And all you have to do is meet some people that have come from those places. My parents were missionaries in Africa for 10 years. We lived in 3 different African countries. My sister was born over there. You don't know poverty. When people say they're poor in America, we don't know what poor is. You heard him say that, where they're hungry. You have people say, I'm hungry in America. You don't know what hungry is until you go to a third world country and you don't eat for 3 or 4 days. There's nothing like that in America. You heard, I'd never thought about this. This is such a crazy thought. He said, my prayers, I've prayed in Uganda, but my prayers were answered in America. That's powerful. That's powerful. Wow. We are an amazing, amazing country. And that's what we're celebrating this year. We're beginning that 249th, going into the 250th year. We are an amazing country. And there's an enemy that wants to destroy that because he understands what this nation, the blessing that this nation is, not just to the people that live in America, but to the nations of the world. We are a beacon. And there are enemies and forces both outside of this nation and within this nation that want to tear it down. And it's our job to highlight it, to lift it up, to shine that light, to uplift those families, to uplift our own families, to get our hearts right with the Lord. A lot of that, but it starts with you. And I would just say that. That's my prayer for America. By the way, I want to pray for Mary. I prayed with her earlier today as well. She's in her 80s. She's out here in a wheelchair on a breather. I just heard from her family. They had to take her out. It's too hot. We're praying that we can get her back in. It's her first Trump rally. So if you'd lift me up and pray for Mary and her family. But that's my prayer for America is wake up every morning and be thankful for what you have. And if we do that as a people, man, and look for ways to bless other people, that's what this nation is. We're a nation of blessing because we've been so blessed. And that's my prayer. We're going to talk to so many more, Mike. That's just the beginning. This is what really makes America great.
I love that, Ben. And it's amazing because we see all these things, Zoran Mandambi's rise and all that, and people get so negative and upset. But at the end of the day, Ben, you hit the perspective perfectly. We are still the United States of America who have endured through so much to get to this point. And people like that, the good people who have come into this country exist. And so many people who still look at America as the greatest opportunity and the greatest nation to ever exist in the history of of our planet. So really beautiful getting that, out there to people as they have a perspective of, these things are going bad in New York, or these things are going bad when you listen to Hakeem Jeffries. But I do want to bring in the panel, and that was very beautiful. Thank you, Ben. I do want to bring the panel back in and get some reaction here to some of the things that we're seeing on the ground and over the last couple of days. Terrence, President Trump obviously has been on a tear. He's got a lot of things done through executive order. And it seems like the one big beautiful bill is going to be really turbocharging everything that he's been doing and accomplishing now, obviously, with these things being signed into law. And something else that I think we should talk about, and I want to get your reaction to this, Terrence, is the rulings that came down from the Supreme Court, which clearly paved the way for President Trump and beat back a lot of the left-wing lawfare that we were seeing. Our founders didn't intend for the judicial branch to overpower the executive branch. So, Terrence, just want to get your reaction on that. Obviously, those historic Supreme Court rulings and what you think that's going to mean going forward for the next 3+ years of this administration.
It's obviously protection for the Trump administration in terms of limiting how some of these district federal judges are able to rule, and the fact that those rulings can't impact nationwide injunctions or can't have a nationwide effect. They can only affect their specific municipalities and jurisdiction. That's obviously a win for the Trump administration, but long term, it's a win for the United States. It's a win for our country long term because it really sets precedent, which of course typically is what a ruling from the Supreme Court does. It sets precedent and puts some of those local judges and those district judges in their place and limits their authority, limits their jurisdiction to just that, to their jurisdiction, Mike.
It is amazing to me how this country, we've never seen, obviously, the judicial overreach at the level we've seen it now. But it is amazing, again, talking about the positivity that Ben Berquam has created for us in this segment. It's a positive thing that we still have that check to not turn into, third world country. So very beautiful. And it is great that the Supreme Court made those rulings to uphold what is our checks and balances in this country. I want to tell you guys about one more sponsor before we head to break, and those are our friends at TrumpKnifeSet.com. Guys, America's celebrating 250 years of freedom, and now you can own a historic tribute to the man defending it. That is our President Donald J. Trump. I want to introduce you guys to the Trump Knife Collection, available only at TrumpKnifeSet.com. It is not sold in stores, folks. This exclusive set features stunning knives, each one honoring a moment in Trump's historic legacy. Never surrender, America first, save America again, and so much more. Each knife is finely crafted with packlewood handle, razor sharp stainless steel blade, and full color Trump artwork, making it functional and collectible. There's nothing like this, guys. And when your set is complete, you will unlock the crown jewel, a free $129 custom LED lit presidential display case. That's cherry wood, gold medallion, glass front, 8 interior lights. It is a showpiece worthy of Trump's legacy and yours. This offer is extremely limited, guys, and it's moving fast during this America 250 rally. Not on Amazon, not in stores. You will only find it here and at TrumpKnifeSet.com. So go there right now to claim it. That is TrumpKnifeSet.com. We're going to take a quick break, and we will be right back. Our coverage of President Trump's historic day and the Salute to America celebration rolls on. Don't go anywhere.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single at midnight tonight. Daddy Trump drops, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes. The second the clock strikes 12, let's run it up to number 1 on the charts for President Trump.
I just want to thank everybody very much.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the truth bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they play pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
Thinking about long-term care? Think AMAC. Rosemark Advisors, the financial division of AMAC, specializes in alternative solutions for long-term care planning. We help AMAC members prepare for future healthcare needs without compromising their retirement goals or financial security. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization. So when it comes to long-term care and so much more, think AMAC.
Is your body ready for summer?
We're going to build a body you can be proud of.
You just give me 30 minutes a day for 21 days, and I promise you the weight will come off.
This is 21 Day Fix, the perfect program to get you summer ready.
I am in perfect shape for my bikini.
I had that sexy little beef.
Get simple fitness, simple nutrition, fast results in just 21 days.
Get ready for summer with 21 Day Fix. This week, try it free at 21dayfix.com. That's 21dayfix.com.
Welcome back to America 250's Kickoff Celebration, right here on Real America's Voice. It's almost Independence Day, and all of America will be celebrating. But here in Real America's Voice, we want to celebrate you. Every day from June 30th through July 4th, we're giving away a handcrafted, hand-painted hardwood flag to one lucky RAV viewer. These beautiful flags come from YourAmericanFlagStore.com, where 10% of every purchase goes to Your American Flag Foundation. Scan the QR code to opt in for your chance to win and receive future RAV promotions from our hearts for your home. Use code RAV for free shipping.
And welcome back, everybody. Those are pretty beautiful, huh? Guys, as you just saw, Real America's Voice is hosting a flag giveaway from now through the 4th of July. All flags in the giveaway are 100% handcrafted, including hand-painted artwork. Each has a different flag, and RAV viewers get free shipping with the promo code RAV. That's R-A-V. RAV viewers also get 10% off of all flag purchases with the promo code RAV. Also, 10% of your purchase will be donated to Your American Flag Foundation.org. That is a nonprofit organization committed to recognizing and honoring our fallen and retiring American military and law enforcement heroes, guys. Custom and personalized art for their homes. Here with me now to discuss this amazing company and product is the CEO of YourAmericanFlagStore.com, James Stockey. James, great to have you on, sir. Thank you so much. And tell the people a little bit more about this beautiful artwork. Looks good in any home of any patriotic American. Talk a little bit more about this amazing deal for folks and what you think and how this all came to be.
Well, I mean, a little bit about the flags is, yes, as you mentioned, they're 100% handmade. The business was actually founded by our 6-year-old son. And for the last 8 years, we've been kind of building the business up from like what he, from that original idea that he had. And today we have over about 100, I think we have about 130 different flags to choose from. So we have a huge selection. All of our flags can be customized or personalized in some way. Our business is very unique in that every single thing that you see on our website, if you call us, we can customize it. Everything is literally just like our slogan says, it's from our hearts for your home. So when we make something for you, we're going to be making something exactly how you want it. And it's going to be something that you're going to probably want to hand down for generations to come. Our flags are beefy. They weigh a lot. They're solid wood. And like I said, you do have the option of doing a 100% hand painted flag with all the artwork. These pieces are amazing. When you see one on TV, it looks good. When you hold it in your hand, it's
That's
something
beautiful.
special.
And I got to tell you, on the conservative side, we got 6-year-olds who have, business visions and starting businesses. Democrat adults don't even start businesses. So that's pretty good. Hats off and shout out to your son for that. Talk a little bit more about the 10% that you guys are donating to the foundation. Talk about how you guys are giving back in the community, if you will, for the people out there who are wondering about that.
Sure. So over the years, we've run into so many families who have lost a service member. whether it be in a first responder or a military person. And whenever we've run into those families, we do our best to try to give them a free flag. Over the years, we've made probably about 100 of those. And recently we got a call from one of those customers, and she told us how much that flag has meant. This is a customer that we one of our first customers that we made one of these flags for about 7 years ago, called us and said that as her boys have grown up, this flag has become kind of a thing where they, say hello to their dad in the morning as they leave for school. It's right in their foyer as you open the front door. So we recognized how important these memorial flags are for those families, and we wanted to get them in as many homes as possible. We felt if we started a foundation, knowing our customers are unbelievably patriotic. They have been through the last administration. They stood up and they really showed us, helped us keep us in business when we were being attacked by big tech.
Yes.
So I thought, because of how patriotic that crowd is and the RAV Army is, I thought if we had a foundation that those people could give a little bit to give a flag to one of these families, I felt they would. And so we started that foundation, and that's how this happened. I called the SIGs and kind of asked them if they'd be interested in doing this. They jumped all over it. And I mean, this happened. We just kind of this all kind of developed a couple weeks ago, but as soon as I mentioned it to Rob and Parker, they jumped all over this and they've made it happen. And here we are today. We've given 4 flags away. Today, the flag that we're going to be giving away is a We the People flag. So if you go to our website, youramericanflagstore.com, go to the Patriotic collection, and you can see the We the People flag there. That's the one we're giving away today.
Beautiful, beautiful. And real quick before we go, James, just tell the people one more time where they can go get it, and then also how many different varieties you guys have. You said, was it over 100? So many different choices, and obviously you guys have been through the ringer. I know the story of you guys getting canceled and the way they tried to do that. So just tell the people right now, we're cutting through it, no more censorship, how many varieties you guys have out there and what's kind of in store, and give the people a little snapshot of what that looks like.
Well, we've got, like I said, about over 130, I believe, different designs. But all of those designs, if you see, say, for instance, if you like the Don't Tread on Me flag, but you wanted to put your name on it or your family name on it, give us a call. We can customize that. So when you take, even though we have 130 designs that are ready to go for you to choose from, when you see one of our flags and something happens in your imagination and you say, you know what, I want that, but this, give us a call. We'll make it happen for you.
That's amazing. That is amazing. James Saki from youramericanflagstore.com. Guys, go check it out. Again, they've withstood the censorship and the cancellation, and they really got a beautiful product, and it is a handcrafted, hand-painted, personal touch with every single order as you hear there. I appreciate you coming on, James. And let's continue on our coverage now. Again, Real America's Voice live on the ground at America 250 in Des Moines, Iowa. I want to bring back in Brian Glenn and Michelle Backus. And, Brian, you were making some news earlier on X because there was a little bit of a deviation. Everyone kind of fell in line at the end of the day. But your congressman, Keith Self, he had been kind of waiting there, waffling, and then you said, hey, if he's not going to go along with Trump's agenda, I might just have to jump in and do this thing myself. He eventually fell in line, Brian. But talk about what you're hearing, what you're seeing, the folks out there, about the members of Congress who are on the fence and now they fell in line. And, Brian Glenn 26 doesn't sound too bad. Sounds pretty good to me. Brian, what's going on the ground over there?
Well, Mike Crispy, I'm glad that perhaps my political future threatened that congressman, and maybe he decided he'd vote the right way. But I was making a point that every single one of the initial no's on this thing weren't Trump supporters from the very beginning. Every single one of them. Andy Harris, DeSantis. I can go down the list. Even Brian Fitzpatrick, I joked about being Zelensky because, in fact, one of his biggest things that he had an issue with was, in fact, there wasn't enough enough money going to Ukraine. So it doesn't surprise me that they were a hard no, because they've never been with President Trump. But I think what happened, Mike and Michelle, we can talk about this. I think they heard from their district. They represent the people in their district, not what they believe and what they feel like they should do, Mike. And you know this. They represent the people. The people said, we want the Trump agenda. We want the big, beautiful bill. We want no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security. We want all these things. And we want to fund our border and our military. But we don't want to go send money to Ukraine. We don't want to fund transgender surgeries. We don't want any of that stuff. And they spoke. So I'm maybe I put some pressure on them, Mike. But let me tell you something. I'm not ruling it out. I was urged back when that seat was open back in Texas, number 3. I didn't do it then, but I didn't say I won't do it in the future. So keep your eyes, keep yourself in check, Congressman Self. I'm coming for you.
Let me tell you, Brian, you hit the nail right on the head, because there's so many of these members. They go to D.C. and they forget why the people sent them there. They sent them there to vote for the issues that matter to the local constituencies, not the Ukraine lobby, okay, not the waste, fraud, and abuse lobby. So, Michelle, you're totally right about that, Brian, and I hope you keep considering that. Michelle, you're talking to a lot of people. You're on the ground there in Des Moines. What are people most excited about at the rally today about Trump's big, beautiful bill? What are the things that they're buzzing about, the key provisions that got people most jazzed up today on that hot day in Des Moines? Michelle, what are you hearing?
Well, you look back at the campaign trail, Kamala Harris was so big on protecting the middle class, and we all know that was a lie. What just happened with this big, beautiful bill is the largest tax cut for the middle class in our nation's history. This is huge. Okay, and if you look even in the crowd, this really is the backbone of America. And, of course, that's extremely important to note. A lot of people excited for the future of our country. Look at the campaign trail this past year, the two big issues, the economy and immigration. Now we have the funding to allow Tom Homan to do exactly what he was made to do, what the American people elected President Trump to do. So this really is a celebration, but more so for the future of our nation, because we very well could be in a bad situation had Kamala Harris been elected. We were talking about that earlier, Brian.
Yeah, Michelle, I have something I call the Uber index. When I get into Uber, the first thing I ask the guy is where you're from, and 9 times out of 10, they're from a foreign country. And then I ask them right off the top, what do you think about President Trump? And I just want to get a pulse. Every single one of them loves President Trump. They love what he stands for. They love for the country. That's why they came here initially, because this country was a great opportunity. They see that the years under Joe Biden, it just simply went away. They love President Trump. The only ones that I find out that have an issue, I always call the white woman from the suburb that watches The View, the disgruntled white woman that's overly educated, affluent, and she's bored. That's the kind of person that hates Donald Trump. And you know what? They can keep hating him, because guess what? They're still not going to get taxed on Social Security. They're still not going to get taxed on overtime. They're still going to keep their money. They can hate on their own dime. But you know what? He's doing what's best for this country. But it's really interesting. The Uber index, I just encourage you, Michelle, when you get into Uber, talk to the drivers.
I like that. Well, it's funny because those same white women are always at the protests all day. I'm not sure how they have so much time on their hands, but they are always ready for the protests.
Yeah.
Well, what are their husbands doing with them? I mean, come on. So, Michelle, by the way, I'm on X here, and people are saying, we want more Michelle Backus. I'm literally reading it live on X. But we're talking about the Uber index. We're talking about immigrants. Brian, living in the New York tri-state area, you're 100% right. Uber drivers all overwhelmingly support President Trump, which is kind of amazing, because CNN propaganda leads you to believe that anybody who is from a foreign country, who has a foreign relative, is against President Trump, and he's a threat to their well-being. Not the case at all. I love the Uber index. Terrence, President Trump was at Alligator Alcatraz, made a ton of news. People are now calling for Alligator Alcatrazes to be open all around the country where there's an opportunity. What was your favorite moment from that yesterday? I thought it was amazing. And now I believe inmates are already moving in there, and they're getting set to go be deported, and they can't escape anymore. Terrence, what was your favorite moment from President Trump stopping over there? Had the press conference, a lot of fireworks. It was awesome. What was your key recap on that, Terrence?
Mike, I'm chuckling here because I had a couple. If I'm honest, my favorite moment was President Trump walking up on Brian there and saying, hey, Brian, yeah. And then he talks to Brian Ron DeSantis says, yeah, you know, this is Marjorie's boyfriend, right?
Yeah.
And then Ron DeSantis says, oh, yeah, well, what network are you with? Oh, this is Trump. Oh, he's from Real America's Voice. And he kind of gives him a look like, you don't know Real America's Voice? Like, come on, guy, get on it. That really was my favorite
moment, too. That was my favorite moment, too.
Good. I'm glad I'm not the only one. That was I literally laughed out loud. I sat here at this very desk and was laughing out loud to that interaction. That was my favorite moment. You're laughing as well, Brian. But no, there were several key moments that I thought were important, even apart from some of the levity of the moment. I thought it was important to show and to highlight, if you will, how the state of Florida is really taking the lead of states working with federal agencies in order to secure our border and to make sure that our communities are safe. I'm hoping that other states will follow in that path and that other states will see how it's done. But I think you can't highlight enough how Florida is really at the cutting edge of things and really leading the way in terms of working with the feds, working with ICE, working with other immigration agencies in order to deputize local and state officials to keep communities safe and to get these illegal aliens not only in detention but ultimately to get them deported. I think that really is the highlight for me, Mike.
You know, they say FAFO, right? That's what Trump says. So Democrat lawmakers in New Jersey, they were trying to bust into the ICE facility and free the illegals. So they said, all right, if you're going to have Democrat members of Congress try to bust into the ICE facility, we'll just build a facility surrounded by alligators. So that is President Trump, FAFO, right there, personified. Right. Love that, Terrence. All right, want to give you a word from our next sponsor here, and those are our friends on over at AMAC. Guys, let me ask you, what better way is there to celebrate America's birthday than by actually doing something about protecting her? We call it light fireworks, grilled burgers. I love all that stuff. But this country needs more than a party. It needs patriots that are willing to stand up. That's why I'm proud to stand with AMAC, guys, the Association of Mature American Citizens. AMAC fights every single day to defend the values that built this nation. That's faith, family, freedom, and Trump says it, common sense. And right now, in honor of Independence Day, AMAC is offering something incredible. 5 full years of membership for just $35. That's 5 years of standing shoulder to shoulder with millions of freedom-loving Americans for just $35. You'll get their top-notch AMAC magazine, exclusive discounts, free resources, but most importantly, you will be part of a movement to keep America strong. So do more than just waving the flags and eating hot dogs. Stand up for the country. Go to amac.us/rally right now and join AMAC. America is counting on us. We're going to take a quick break, and Real America's Voice coverage of Salute to America rolls on. Don't go anywhere. everybody. I am Mike Crispy. This is Real America's Voice, and you are watching the live scene from Des Moines, Iowa, as President Trump is set to take the stage tonight at, I believe, 8:30 p.m. So it's going to be a fun day of American patriotism, and there's a lot to celebrate today. And I just want to, before we get back into it, give you guys a word, a little shout out from one of our great sponsors, Birch Gold. Guys, text America to 989898 today to get a free info kit on gold and learn how to diversify your savings with gold today. Again, our friends over at Birch Gold, they do an amazing job. Text the word America to 989898 and claim your free info kit today. I want to go to Jake Novak, who has been waiting patiently. And Jake, you know, New York, where you're broadcasting from and where I am from originally as well, there was a lot of talk in this one big beautiful bill about the SALT deduction. It's something that was hotly contested. And if you're not from the Northeast area, a lot of people don't even know what that is. People are saying to me, Mike, you're from this area. What is SALT? Like, you know, like on your French fries? They don't even know what it means. So can you just explain to the folks out there what the SALT deduction means for folks out there watching, and what happened in the big beautiful bill as it pertains to that, and some of your more broader thoughts on the bill as you're poring over what's going on and how it's going to help Americans economically?
Oh, thanks, Mike. So for many years, presidents, both Republican and Democrat, basically bailed out states like New York and California and Illinois for their high taxes that they imposed on people who owned homes in particular, and basically said, hey, we know New York and California, they're abusing it with high property taxes. We'll give you some relief in your federal taxes from that. But of course, what that did, Mike, was enable the states to just continue to tax us at these crazy high rates. It actually had a negative effect overall. And so in the 2017 Trump tax bill, they took away a lot of those deductions in the hopes that it would finally get people in those states to stop voting for these people who keep raising our property taxes and still give us some of the worst education results in the country. You know, they spend a lot on education, especially in places like Chicago, and they get terrible, terrible results where most of the kids aren't even proficient in math and things like that. So that was the point, and this bill continues that. However, it does give some relief. It brings back some of the deduction. That was a compromise. And I can understand that because we're a long way away. It doesn't happen overnight. Not everyone in New York and California is going to wake up, and in Illinois is going to wake up right away. But I think it's very important for the rest of the country, for the people who live in the other states, for people who don't, for example, itemize their taxes. Why should they be paying somebody like me, who has high property taxes, basically people who make less money than I do or did, and have them pay for my tax bill? That's what the SALT deduction really was doing for a lot of Americans. It's not fair, really. And honestly, I think this was a good idea for fairness. I'll give you a similar example. People who buy these incredible mansions on the water in America, they have to get flood insurance. And a lot of that flood insurance is subsidized by taxpayers who can't even afford to buy a house at all, let alone a mansion on Martha's Vineyard like Barack Obama, right? So this was about fairness. I think it was very important. And again, people had a hard time understanding that here was a Republican president who was actually raising taxes on the rich, essentially, because of fairness, not because he was adding to their tax burden, but basically saying that the poorer Americans shouldn't have to subsidize richer Americans. And that, of course, was a shock to the Democrats because they talk about that all the time, but they were never able to deliver it. And honestly, it doesn't look like the people living in these areas suffered all that much. The economies are still doing well because the federal government provided a lot of great things for us under the Trump administration. So honestly, this was about fairness, and I'm glad that it's been extended. But I'm also glad there's a little bit of relief here because honestly, we can't change this in a day. But I do hope it happens soon. I'd like to see some more Republican leadership in these states so that we can get our property taxes down.
Right. And the polling reflects that. I mean, you know, right now, even in the state of New York, I mean, Elise Stefanik, who is rumored to be in contention as the Republican gubernatorial candidate next, she's polling pretty well. So, you know, those people are waking up to it. And I do think when you cut out various layers of waste fraud and abuse, you can lower the overall tax basis of what people are saving and don't have to contribute to a bloated system that isn't giving anybody anything. I want to I'm going to bring in Ben Berquam here, but I want to roll this aside here. This is SOT 28 because, again, Ben's out there with the folks. Everyone's having a good time today. And they're talking about what's gone on over the last couple of hours. It's a marathon on Capitol Hill. We showed Mike Johnson at the beginning of our coverage. But before that, we had this unbelievable Hakeem Jeffries marathon. Let's roll SOT 28 to show people the buffoonery that was, behold, for everyone to see this morning. SOT 28.
Effectively, in Medicaid as we know it, gut parts of the Affordable Care Act. What you essentially are doing by stripping health care away from the American people.
Stripping health care away from the American people. I think, Ben, he forgot to say from illegal aliens. So they're saying that. They're also saying, Hakeem Jeffries was saying that this is an all-out assault, provided health care, taking away Planned Parenthood rights. They're saying that there's going to be a ICE force, the likes of which we've never seen before. So, Ben, Hakeem Jeffries set the record today for saying a whole lot of things that I think people in the crowd today are pretty happy about. What did you make of that, Ben, Hakeem Jeffries marathon on the House floor, and how are people reacting to it out there in the crowd today?
Hakeem Jeffries is the quintessential example of why people hate politicians. They are so fake. These are the phoniest people in America. No authenticity at all. It's also why people love our network, because they see authenticity in what we do and what we say. Just an absolute shame, and actually no shame. The fact that he's saying all these things when those are the things that everyone that voted for President Trump voted for. Yeah, Hakeem, we want to take away health care from illegals. Yes, we want to take away health care from illegals. They shouldn't have had it in the first place. Yes, we want more ICE agents because we want to deport more illegals. Yes, Hakeem, that's reality. Yes, we want to defund Planned Parenthood because, Hakeem, we want to stop murdering babies. That's it. All of these things that the Democrats, we want to stop DEI. We want to stop transgender. We want to stop males from competing unfairly in female sports that you claimed you used to care about. Title IX, Democrats used to care about. Now they are destroying women's sports. And President Trump comes in and says, I actually care about women, real women, not the ones with balls, real women. All of those things, Hakeem, that's what we voted for. And when you look at the bill, it doesn't do everything. We need to cut more spending. There's a lot that we need to do, but it's the start of that. And all I can think is, thank God President Trump won. Thank God it's not Kamala Harris in that office right now. Can you imagine what a hellhole they would have turned this country into? I mean, that's the direction we were heading, towards hell. And now we're back towards moving towards God, towards this nation's founding, 250 years. And as I'm speaking about it, we've got an image of George Washington. We turn the camera here real quick, Luke. We've got an image of George Washington crossing the Delaware before the Battle of Trenton, going against the Haitians. And this is, you think about the founding of this nation, all of this, what we stand for, what we celebrate, what is at stake. And I was talking earlier, Mike, about how I wake up every morning and I say thank you to the, oh, by the way, keep it on here real quick, Amazon. What's shocking about this too is Amazon is one of the sponsors. All of these companies that were part of the cancel culture for the last 4 years of President Trump's term are now supporting, they're sponsoring this 250th year. Bring it back over, Luke. You've got Lockheed Martin, you've got Amazon, you've got some AI companies. There is an entire shift happening in America. We are now this is the counterculture to America. It's no longer cancel culture, it is counterculture. MAGA is the counterculture. And all of these things that the left wants to take us towards, we are resetting that foundation, looking back at the history of this nation and what George Washington and our founders did to make this country so great, and looking forward to this next generation, the next golden age of America. There's so much to talk about, but this is just the beginning of that.
I love that. And at a Democrat rally where Kamala Harris had a couple. We have amazing historic images of our founding fathers. They have rappers like Megan Thee Stallion making inappropriate dance moves. So what an amazing contrast between our rallies and their rallies. Want to give you a word from our sponsor before we go to break here. And again, another word from XTI Aerospace. Guys, they are redefining regional air travel with the Trifan 600. It is a revolutionary TVOL airplane that combines the vertical takeoff and landing capabilities of a helicopter with the speed, range, and comfort of a business jet. It is designed for point-to-point travel. The Trifan 600 cruises at over 300 miles per hour and covers up to 1,000 miles, eliminating the need for traditional runways. Using 100% sustainable aviation fuel, it reduces CO2 emissions by up to 80%, paving the way for a greener future. Aligned with the recent executive order unleashing American drone dominance, which accelerates the integration of advanced air mobility technologies into the national aerospace, XTI is actively working towards FAA certification, positioning us at the forefront of this transformative movement. XTI Aerospace is a public company trading on NASDAQ under the ticker symbol XTIA. You can learn more at xtiaerospace.com, and do not forget to check out their numbers on the NASDAQ under the symbol XTIA. And all the stock market numbers are going up. Record highs. That's Trump's America. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break. Our Salute to America celebration coverage rolls on. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back, everybody. I am Mike Crispy, and you are tuned in to Real America's Voice, and you are watching the live scene from Des Moines, Iowa. America 250 celebration, a historic day as President Trump makes a promise, and you know what they say, promises made, promises kept. July 4th, the big, beautiful bill will be signed into law. The news of the day, obviously, the House GOP, which voted today to pass the one big, beautiful bill, meeting President Trump's expectations and timeline, and his vision has actually gotten Congress off their butts doing things on deadlines. What a beautiful concept. Before we get back into that, I want to tell you guys about our friends on over at Trump Knife Set. Guys, America is celebrating 250 years of freedom, and now you can own a historic tribute to the man defending it. That is President Donald J. Trump. I want to introduce you guys to Trump Knife Collection. It is available only at TrumpKnifeSet.com. It is not sold in stores anywhere. This exclusive set features 8 stunning knives, each one honoring a moment in Trump's legacy that is never surrender. America first, save America again, and more. Each knife is finely crafted with packlewood handle, razor-sharp stainless steel blades, and full-color Trump artwork. It makes it really functional and a really great, beautiful collectible. And when your set is complete, you unlock the ultimate crown jewel, a free $129 custom LED-lit presidential display case. It is cherrywood, gold medallion glass, front 8 interior lights. It is a showpiece worthy of Trump's legacy and yours, for your family, for everybody, passed down to generations. Amazing. This offer is extremely limited, and it's moving fast during this America 250 rally. Not at Amazon, not in stores. You will only find it here at TrumpKnifeSet.com. That's TrumpKnifeSet.com. Guys, make sure you take advantage of that today. We're talking a little bit about really, we'll call it a generational run the last couple of weeks for President Trump, stopping World War III, cutting the ribbon at Alligator Alcatraz. And we were talking a little bit ago, Terrence Bates was, about how Real America's Voice was there. Let's roll this SOT here, SOT 16 of Joy Reid, talking about Alligator Alcatraz. And then we're going to get reaction from the man who was up close and personal there. Let's roll SOT 16.
To forget about him, but Ron DeSantis is still governor of Florida. He took the Comfy Couch hosts on a tour of the concentration camp that he's building in Florida in order to round up brown people, and throw them in a camp because he doesn't want them in Florida. Surprise, surprise, the economy of Florida is going to be severely harmed by rounding up brown people.
Yeah, so obviously the Democrats will never learn that the American people do not stand for unchecked illegal immigration, and law and order is not a concentration camp. It's actually very insulting to Jews who perished in the Holocaust. But the Democrats will never acknowledge that point. I'm hearing in my ear that we have live footage of President Trump leaving the White House on his way to Des Moines for this amazing event that is getting ready to take place tonight. We have it moments ago right there. You see it, President Trump leaving the White House on what has to be for him an amazing, historic day. Obviously, President Trump set that July 4th deadline, and the House GOP fell in line, and they knew that Trump meant business, and it was up to them to get the big, beautiful bill done. You heard these stories of people coming into the White House. They were having meetings with President Trump. This guy was working around the clock over the last, we'll call it 72, 96 hours to get this thing done. And he doesn't stop. You see there the live scene the scene from moments ago, rather, of him getting in to depart the White House to head on over to Iowa. Again, that is President Trump, who is probably going on 2-3 hours of sleep there, getting into the motorcade to head off to Iowa. He said, I believe it was yesterday, he was very excited to head back to Iowa. It was a state that he knows and loves. He won it 3 times. I remember those early shots of President Trump at the Iowa fairgrounds eating the pork chop on a stick in 2015. The real ones know about the early days of Trump at the Iowa State Fair and stuff like that. But let's go back to Iowa right now, live on the ground. Let's go to Ben Bergquam, who is there. He's working the crowd. You know, again, Trump's been coming there, Ben, for now 10 years. It's kind of unbelievable. For 10 years, he's been going to the state of Iowa, starting with that original trip when he took his own helicopter down there. I remember it. And now you got the crowd there who's ready for year 10. We'll call it the best year of all. What do you got for us, Ben?
Well, starting with joyless Joy Reid, this witch of a woman. You watch her and you listen to her, and I cannot imagine what audience, who watches her and actually enjoys what they're watching. There is no joy. It's all the opposite of that. I'm going to go down this line of folks here. I'm going to start over with my friend Scott. Now, I'm going to do a little straw poll, but I want to start out with you, Scott. What do you make of this, the big, beautiful bill that just passed? President Trump, the agenda, we're kicking this off today, 250th year. How do you feel as an American? Do you feel like joyless Joy Reid, who feels like Alligator Alcatraz is a concentration camp? Are you hopeful and optimistic for America?
I absolutely am. I am not feeling the joy of joyless there with that.
Joyless joy?
Yes. No, look, I have my problems with the big, beautiful bill the same way as everyone does. But the fact of the matter is what's in there are the provisions that are going to help us grow our way out of this. Everything President Trump campaigned on is in there. There's a lot. I think we overlook the good things that are there. And so, the budget is something that we do have to deal with. It's something that we have to take seriously. I'm not downplaying that. However, this is our only way forward with the growth provisions, I think, of the big, beautiful bill.
And I just want to point something out. We've got some folks over here. These are folks that actually just attended the rally. They didn't do this because I'm on camera. They're going around and cleaning up trash. While the Democrats and the left are throwing trash on America and burning the American flag, you have Trump supporters, MAGA out here, cleaning up trash, making the place nice. So when President Trump gets here, God bless you guys. God bless America. Shaw, legal American citizen, lived in India, came back over here. God bless you.
Thank you, sir. I really appreciate. Second time you are taking my interview today. I just want to say that Biden told us that we are MAGA people are garbage. Look, we are not garbage. You are a garbage piece of shit.
Wait. Bleep that one. Okay, but yes. Hey, by the way, I'm doing the straw poll. More deportations or less deportations of illegals?
More deportation for the illegals because they broke the law of this country, and this country is land of law. Nobody is above the law. If someone break the law, there is a consequence. That person has to get prosecuted. So that person, whoever break the law, whoever illegally enter in United States, that person has to go back to his or her country. We don't want any illegal.
I'm a ditto on that.
Ditto on that. Okay, we're going down the line, Scott. Everybody, more deportations of illegals or less? We got Joy. This is going out to Joy Reid. More deportations or less?
All.
We got all. Okay, we got all. More. Oh, by the way, we got a friend here, and you said your teacher is
watching? My 5th grade teacher is watching. It's Irma. She's 94. She lives in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. So big shout out to Irma. Hi, Irma.
I love it. Watching Real America's Voice. God bless you, Irma. Now you're going to answer for Irma. More deportations or less?
More.
Let me just go down the line. Do we want more deportations of illegals or less? Thumbs up for more. Let me see. More. Okay, down here. More or less? Do we want more MAGA or less?
More.
Definitely more.
Gas, all gas, no brakes.
Oh, yeah, more.
This is the agenda to everybody who says President Trump is losing MAGA, and this is only the Democrats are saying that. If anything, he's increasing. Illegal aliens, sir. Joyless Joy Reid just said, President Trump and Ron DeSantis and all these guys are just picking up brown people. This is the argument of the left. What is your message?
My message is that she's wrong. I could think for myself. Because of my color skin don't mean I have to vote Democrat. I'm a proud patriot. I love Trump. He's the greatest president ever. And everything he's doing, I voted for. It's like Christmas every day so far since he's been elected. So I love it. So more and more and more.
More.
Well, I would say, we don't mind immigrants, but you have to come here and, you have to do it the right way. That's it. Simple as that.
Look, legal immigrants, we love you. Yep. Illegal aliens, you got to go back. Speaking of that, we're about to go to break here in a second, but I want to bring in the wall. We're gonna talk to him a little bit more later. But real quick, before we go, I throw it back to you guys. Just very simple. You're wearing the wall suit, Blake. You got the wall. We're talking about joyless Joy Reid. All of the Democrats freaking out about President Trump and deportations of illegals. What should we do, Blake? Deport more illegals or less? All illegals. There you go. It's very simple. Okay, Joy Reid, there you go. There you have it. MAGA, not just more, all. Thank you, Blake.
Got it.
Back to you, Mike.
Oh, I love that. And Ben, you're going to have to tell Brick Suit he might have to get an alligator suit. Obviously, alligator Alcatraz. Tell him we're gonna have to break that out at some point. Maybe he would do that. I don't know. The Brick Suit has been iconic for many, many years, almost a decade. But thank you, Ben. Really appreciate it. And shout out to Brick Suit. A great supporter of President Trump for a long time. All right, guys, I want to tell you about our friends at AMAC. And here's the deal. What better way to celebrate America's birthday coming up than by actually doing something to protect her? We light fireworks, we grill burgers, we eat hot dogs. I love all that. But this country needs more than a party. It needs patriots willing to stand up. That's why I am proud to stand with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. AMAC fights every single day to defend the values that built this nation. That's faith, family, freedom, and common sense. And right now, in honor of Independence Day, AMAC is offering something incredible. 5 full years of membership for just $35. That's 5 full years of standing shoulder to shoulder with millions of freedom-loving Americans for just $35. You'll get their top-notch magazine, exclusive discounts, free resources, but most importantly, you'll be part of a movement to keep America strong. So do more than just wave a flag. Stand up for it. Go to amac.us/rally right now and join, because America is counting on us. All right, we are going to take a quick break. Our coverage of the Salute to America celebration rolls on. Don't go anywhere.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single at midnight tonight. Daddy Trump drops, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes. The second the clock strikes 12, let's run it up to #1 on the charts for President Trump.
I just want to thank everybody very much.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the truth bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they played pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time. So why do so many dog foods contain awful things a human would never eat? To save his pets, world-famous veterinarian Dr. Marty knew he had to change what was in their bowl.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, my breakthrough formula that's changed everything about dog food.
Nature's Blend contains nothing but all-natural ingredients designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching and paw licking, even moving around better. And that's because Nature's Blend is freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, we gently preserve them, and you'll see the difference in your dog.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
Such a huge difference in her health. More energy, more playful, no more pooping issues.
He's healthier, he looks better.
Dr. Marty has thousands of 5-star reviews, and for a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV. That's drmartypets.com/TV.
Live from Des Moines, Iowa, Real America's Voice brings you front and center for a moment that marks a new era of American greatness. This is America 250's kickoff celebration.
After 250 years, we still proudly declare that we are free because you are strong. You are so strong.
From coast to coast, patriots gather with renewed hope and unwavering spirit. And at the heart of it all, the President of the United States.
Give me liberty or give me death.
Join us as we take you live inside this powerful celebration of faith, freedom, and the American dream. A new era of American greatness starts right now.
You will fight, 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 and you will win, win, win.
And welcome back, everybody. I am Mike Crispy, and you are watching Real America's Voice coverage of the Salute to America celebration. What you're seeing on the screen right there is a live shot of Air Force One awaiting President Trump's motorcade to take him over to Iowa. Is at Joint Base Andrews. And again, we're going to keep monitoring what is going on from D.C. to Iowa. We got you the full team coverage on the ground, in the crowd, on the press riser, in the studio. Nobody does it like Real America's Voice. And President Trump has got to be in a good mood today. He's going to have a good time on Air Force One flying out to Iowa, because the news of the day, as everybody knows, is the House of Representatives meeting President Trump's deadline of getting the big, beautiful bill passed before July 4th so we can sign it on July 4th. And tomorrow is going to be a historic day for our country as we continue America 250 on what is a very historic year and shaping up to be a historic 4 years in President Trump's second term. Guys, I want to give you a shout out from our friends over at Birch Gold. They have been great sponsors, great partners to us and so many of our viewers. Just text America right now to the number 989898 today to get a free info kit on gold and learn how you can diversify your savings with gold today. Again, text the word America to 989898 and claim your free info kit on gold today. So many great viewers of Real America's Voice have taken advantage of that, and you should too. Let's take it back out to Iowa now, where Ben Bergquam is having a great time with the crowd, and he's still with our friend Bricksuit. And Ben, you know, the crowd is starting to file in. We got a massive audience that I believe is going to be on hand tonight. I've been to the Iowa Fairgrounds. It has a massive capacity. I'm sure it'll be over that capacity tonight. What are you seeing? What are you hearing? What type of crowd is shaking up? And most importantly, did Bricksuit agree to an alligator suit at least one time?
Well, I asked him about that. And by the way, yes, the crowd is filling in. It was hot here today. And guess what? Republicans work. MAGA people work. And so a lot of the people are working right now. I anticipate it's just going to continue to fill in as people get off work and are making their way out here. And this is one of the things, too. Blake, you were saying that earlier. This was given 4 days. Notice was given 4 days ago, right, the day before 4th of July weekend. So a lot of people are traveling. So there are a lot of people that would have been on a Thursday, right, middle of the day, all of that. But the people that are here, they're pumped up. So to answer the question, Blake, Mike asked, are you going to get some alligators on your brick suit? What's your answer?
You know, I don't think so. I mean, I'm happy being Mr. Wall. I don't think I need to add gators to the mix. I mean, let's leave something for somebody else to explore. If they want to be like Gator Gitmo or Alligator Alcatraz, that's all good, but I'll stick to the bricks.
So, you know, that's nice. The humility. You're not taking it all. You're leaving room for somebody else. So if somebody else out there, some enterprising young person that sees this brick suit, you can't do the brick suit. There's only one brick suit. But if you want to be Alligator Alcatraz, you're okay sharing the spotlight.
Like Ice Gator. You know, like with a gator with the ice, you know, shirt. I mean, like, yeah, you could do that.
Have some fun. Okay, let's get back. Serious questions. You're wearing the One Big Beautiful Bill hat.
Yes.
The importance of that today, you know, obviously it's not perfect. Very few things in life are perfect other than Jesus. Where are we at now? How important is this? And then how important are 2026, or what are the things that you think we should be focused on moving forward in this year, the celebration of 250 years?
Okay. Well, President Trump, when he was campaigning, set out a broad slate of things that he wanted to do. One Big Beautiful Bill primes the pump for most of those, if not all of them, to occur. So what we need to do is move forward with that so that come 2026, we've got a year of success record before we even get into the primaries with 6 months out from the election. So, you know, getting it all through as one package, like you said, it's not perfect. There's some things that I wish were still in there. There's some things put in that I wish weren't. But on balance, it's a fantastic bill, and it's just going to set us on the right track going forward for America, which is the important part. Forget about about the right track for the midterms. It's the right track for America. It's the right track for the country. It just so happens to be that we should be rewarded for that when the midterms come around.
I love it. All right, brother. I'm going to keep rolling. We're going to come down the line here. I want to end up with, we got this beautiful row of kids, but they keep disappearing. I think they're looking for ice. Everyone out here wants ice. It's hot, but they want both sides of ice. But look at these beautiful Americans out here. Excuse me. God bless you. I love your 1776 hat.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We're asking the question today. We're celebrating the win of the big,
all right,
beautiful
Ben,
bill.
we just got to butt in super quick. I'm sorry about that, Ben. We're getting right back to Ben Bergquam, but want to bring you live right there. President Trump, the man. A great day for him. He has made it to Joint Base Andrews, out of the motorcade, and getting on Air Force One, headed to Des Moines, Iowa. It is going to be a very exciting, very, very exciting next couple of days for President Trump. Obviously, he said July 4th. He meant it. The House Republicans fell in line. Great job by many of them to, do what they said they would do. A lot of people were on the fence. Trump brought them into the Oval Office for meetings. He worked around the clock to get it done. And you guys see now live footage of President Trump stopping, I believe he's stopping and talking to the press right there, getting on to Air Force One. We're gonna go to President Trump talking right now.
Covered just about everything. Again, it's the biggest bill ever signed of its kind.
Mr. President.
Some House Republicans that were concerned about the bill said that they had conversations with you where you made some comments. What comments did you make? Did you tell Representative Pai that she's got to act on gun rights? What sort of deals did you make with those?
Well, I talked to a lot of different Republicans in doing it, and we had a good time in being there. I did not have much of a problem with any of them. As you know, we had 2 negative votes, but we had whatever it was, the final vote. Yeah, I think a few of them I did, but I think they would have gone yes anyway.
What were the deals?
No deals. What I did is we talked about how good the bill is. I mean, that's a deal, I guess, when you think about it. But obviously convinced them, but it was not hard. This is a great bill. This is going to be a great bill.
Mr. President, Congressman Ryan Fitzpatrick was one of you to vote no for the beautiful bill. Do you want to primary him too?
Well, I was disappointed that he did that. There were 2 of them that voted no, so I was disappointed that he voted no.
Mr. President, what did Vladimir Putin today accomplish?
We had a call. It was a pretty long call. We talked about a lot of things, including Iran, and we also talked about, as you know, the war with Ukraine, and I'm not happy about that.
Mr. President,
No, I didn't make any progress.
Mr. President, how much growth can the country expect from the one
I think we're going to get great growth. I think we'll have growth in record numbers. This is going to be something that's amazing, and everybody was watching all over the world. And I want to congratulate the Speaker and Tom Emmer and Steve Scalise and everybody else. I mean, they worked so hard. This has really been going on for over a year, if you think about it. I think, to be exact, about 14 months. And this was the culmination, and I guess it ended a lot earlier. A lot of people thought it would end up the following afternoon. Well, it ended up late in the evening, but they were great.
What do you think it says?
And by the way, on the Senate side, I thought Senator Sue did a fantastic job.
What do you think it says about the power you've amassed within your party compared to your first term that you were able to get this over the finish line?
I think I have more power now. I could say, oh, gee, I don't know. I think I probably do because we had a great record of success. My first term was very, very successful. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. I think we're going to blow it away this term. But,
Mr. President,
we've proven certain things, and I think probably it's got more gravitas, more power.
Sir, you signed a trade deal with Vietnam yesterday. Great deal, 40% on transshipping. Can we expect any more of that before next week, sir?
So we have a couple of other deals, but my inclination is to send a letter out and say what tariff they're going to be paying. It's just much easier. We have far more than 170 countries. And how many deals can you make? And you can make good deals, but they're very much more complicated. I'd rather, and I've been like this from the beginning, I'd rather send out a letter saying this is what you're going to pay to do business in the United States. And I think it'll be well received. It's just so many countries. And, you know, then they go specific. Let's do this, let's do that, beef, ethanol. And I'd rather just do a simple deal where you can maintain it and control it. You're going to pay a 20% or 25 or 30% tariff.
You brought in a record amount.
We're going to be sending some letters out starting probably tomorrow, maybe 10 a day, to various countries saying what they're going to pay to do business with the U.S.
Mr. President, a Kingsman of a Republican congressman was gunned down last night in Washington, D.C. Do you think it's time for Congress to take back control of the police?
I think that D.C. has to become a very safe place. And we're not going to let anything bad happen to D.C. That's our beautiful D.C. And we're not going to let anything bad. And we'll have something to say about it next week.
Mr. President, why did you pause weapons? Why did you pause weapons?
We haven't. We're giving weapons, but we've given so many weapons. But we are giving weapons, and we're working with them and trying to help them. But we haven't. You know, Biden emptied out our whole country giving them weapons. And we have to make sure that we have enough for ourselves. Who are you with?
Mr. President, there's going to be a lot of symbolism tomorrow when you sign the One Big Beautiful Bill. On Independence Day, at the White House, kicking off the 250 years of American independence. What message should Americans be getting tomorrow when you sign this bill?
Well, I think it's going to be really a message of proudness. You're going to be proud of your country because our country is doing fantastically well. The economy is great. You saw the stock market. We're setting records. In every aspect of our country, we're doing well, despite the fact that we inherited millions of people that shouldn't have been here. And I think we have crime stats that are coming out that are showing the lowest numbers we've had in many years. And that is also despite the fact that a lot of people are here that shouldn't have been let into our country. So they're going to be very proud tomorrow. So we're signing at about 5 o'clock. And at about 5 o'clock, we're going to have B-2s and F-22s and F-35s flying right over the White House. And the Speaker and I and John Thune, we're all there together with most Republican senators and congressmen and women. And it's going to be a great day. So we'll be signing with those beautiful planes flying right over our heads. All right?
What are your expectations for the next round of talks with Steve Waycroft and his Iranian counterpart?
Well, we're going to see. Steve is a great guy. He's a great negotiator. Iran does want to speak, and I think they'd like to speak to me. And it's time that they do. We're not looking to hurt them. We're looking to let them be a country again. They got beat up, and they were both exhausted, frankly. But Iran really got beat up, and I think they want to meet. I mean, I know they want to meet, and if it's necessary, I'll do it. But Steve is involved, and very much involved, and he's done a fantastic job. All right, one more. I want the people of Gaza to be safe. I want to see safety for the people of Gaza. They've gone through hell. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
You in Iowa.
Hey, thank you.
All right, guys, you just heard from President Trump, his first public comments since the House of Representatives had a major victory for the president today, getting the One Big Beautiful Bill passed by the July 4th deadline. You see there the signature wave and bump of the fist in the air. President Trump getting on Air Force One at Joint Base Andrews to depart for Des Moines, Iowa, a place that he knows very well, a place that he won 3 times, and a place that he has now been traveling to, I said earlier, for 10 years. It's amazing how time has flown by. I remember candidate Trump 10 years ago at the Iowa State Fairgrounds, and now he's back holding a giant rally, the same location, with what is going to be probably 50,000 plus folks on hand there. And again, you just heard President Trump talk about the wins and the way that he believes this economy is going to be even bigger and better than the high point of what we had during the first peak of the Trump economy. Before we take it back out to Des Moines, Iowa, I want to tell you guys about XTI Aerospace, a great sponsor who is making all of this possible. Guys, XTI Aerospace is redefining regional air travel with the TriFan 600. It is a revolutionary VTOL airplane that combines the vertical takeoff and landing capabilities of a helicopter with the speed, range, and comfort of a business jet. Designed for point-to-point travel, the TriFan 600 cruises at over 300 miles an hour and covers up to 1,000 miles, eliminating the need for traditional runways. Using 100% sustainable aviation fuel, it reduces carbon CO2 emissions by up to 80%, paving the way for a greener future. Aligned with the recent executive order on unleashing American drone dominance, which accelerates the integration of advanced air mobility technologies into the national aerospace, XTI is actively working toward FAA certification, positioning us at the forefront of this transformative movement. XTI Aerospace is a public company trading on the NASDAQ under the ticker symbol XTIA. You can learn more about XTI Aerospace at xtiaerospace.com. And do not forget to check out their numbers on NASDAQ under the ticker symbol XTIA. And it is a big day for the stock market, so you're going to like everything you see on there. Go check out XTI Aerospace. You guys are seeing President Trump depart on his way to Iowa. Now we are going to take it back to my friend Ben Berquam, who is on the ground in Iowa. He was talking to the crowd when President Trump came over. And Ben, sorry to cut you off there, but President Trump was talking and he was taking a victory lap and setting the tone. He's in a good mood. It's going to be a big night tonight. You've been talking to folks in the crowd. What are they saying? And let's get back to some of that. It looks like it's a party over there.
Yeah, hey, Mike, you can anytime you want, you can cut me off for President Trump. And by the way, there's a big sign out here. I love it. It says George Washington was our founding father. President Trump is our founding daddy.
Right.
All right, so let's go over here.
Yeah.
I love this. 1776.
That's right.
There we go. Talk to me about why this is so important. But first off, the first question.
Yes, ma'am.
You got the left attacking President Trump, attacking ICE. They want to defund ICE. By the way, in this hot day, we need more ICE, in my opinion. But should, in your opinion, as a Latina woman, American,
born and raised
in Texas, should we deport more illegals or less illegals?
We have to get rid of them. We cannot afford taking care of our own people. What are we doing? It's simple math.
Yeah.
We just have to do that. And I'm so glad that the bill finally passed and we can celebrate. They were just trying to detour it so that he wouldn't get the wonderful time to celebrate on the 4th. But it's done and over with, baby.
Yeah, I love
Definitely,
that.
yes.
And you look at that, going for, I'm going to turn this way a little bit, get you better on camera here. You look at the direction our country's heading. What are the most important things to you as a mom, as an American, as a real woman, not one of the fake ones the Democrats created? What are the most important things for you?
Well, first and foremost, I'm a grandmother. I have 9 grandchildren, and all my family lives in Indiana. So to me, the tax bracket, we have to keep it low. We can't keep increasing. We're struggling. We're Americans. Everybody's struggling. And so we can't afford to keep giving money to folks that don't deserve it. They shouldn't be here.
Yeah.
Also, abortion. We get to cut that nonsense, and it's not true medical, health. It's not. So we need to cut that off, and we need to just make sure that we take care of our people first and foremost. Close the border like we're doing.
Yeah.
I grew up in Texas, so I know all about that. It's been going on for decades, and it's time to stop.
Yeah.
So I'm so happy that our president finally was able to cover that through this bill. We're starting. There's just steps that we have to take, small ones. Eventually, we'll cover the rest of the items that I'm sure the Democrats would like to see and other Republicans. But we have to start somewhere, Ben. We have to.
Yeah. Well, there's very few things that the Democrats want that I would want, but I agree. This is the beginning of the start to turn this country around. Yes. God bless you. God bless your 9 grandchildren, too.
Yes, we love you very much, and we love your family. Say hi to your wife.
I will.
All right.
I love you, Billy. I love you, Chloe, Olivia, Lillian. I love you. All right, bring this over here. Speaking of, I was just down at the Gulf of America. By the way, I got to post this. I wanted to break the news. I've never seen anyone post it. Go on your Apple Maps right now if you've got an Apple phone and zoom out. It's actually called Gulf of America on Apple Maps. That's another win. We're winning. It's even on Apple Maps. Okay. I love this. So you've got an incredible story.
Yes.
We met here.
Yes.
And talk to us about your journey from where you started to what you've been doing.
You interviewed me October 9th, 2021, right here at a Trump rally. Since then, we were Missouri canvassers, so we'd canvass voter rolls. Since then, I'm on Mike Lindell's team. I wrote the hand count manual that we used in a real election in Missouri. So it's a proven method. Mike talks about it all the time, Osage County, Missouri. And I'm chair of my Osage County Republican Committee. Forgot that one.
I love that. So this is what it's all about. To everybody out there who's watching, this is not the end of the fight. This victory, what we see going on the southern border, what we see, the fights going on in Congress for the budgets, all that, tax cuts, all that. This is just the beginning of it. But people always ask me, what can I do? How can I get involved? You are a perfect example of that. You start somewhere.
Yep. And you know what? I want everybody to know hand counting is easy. That's so important. Mike Lindell is at the White House today, meeting with the president, talking about election integrity, hopefully maybe another executive order coming out. But we have a website, returntohandcounting.com, all the training materials, everything you need to know, because if the president exposes, as I expect he will, the fraud of 2020 and says, hey, we have to hand count, we don't just need the country to be trained, we need them to believe that hand counting can be done, because going back a couple, 5 decades, they have tried to convince us that we cheat when we hand count and we're not smart enough to do it. And that's false. We've already proven it in a real election. So
those are the two key things. We've got to have secure elections and secure borders, because if we don't have those, we don't have a country. God bless you.
Thank you very much.
Great to see you again.
Care.
All right, I just want to point out another one of these artworks. We've got the Battle of Monmouth. Actually, you probably see it better on that one over there. The lighting's a little better. Battle of Monmouth right there. Again, celebrating George Washington, celebrating America. It's an amazing day. Okay, again, we're continuing the poll down here. Do we want more deportations or less?
We have to have less, because they're robbing this country from the inside out. You don't know who they're working for, what they're doing, and they're also stealing data, computer data, tons of other things, and they're robbing this country.
You misunderstood the question. Do you want more deportations of illegals or less? Okay. Yeah.
I was getting to why we have to have absolutely all of them deported immediately, because they're robbing the country from the inside out, and it's very dangerous to have them.
I agree with all that. You started off by saying we need less, but I think you meant we needed more of deportations. Yes, all of them. Okay, all of them. We got all of them. All right, more or less. We got young kids out here. We got Santa back here. God bless you, sir.
Yes, we need more deportations. It's hurting the taxes. They're not paying taxes. So
that's one of the myths of the Democrats. Always say, they're these hardworking taxpayers. The net is you're spending millions and millions more on illegals than they're putting in the system.
Yeah, and then you got to talk about the crime. The crime, the children, being hurt.
Next generation.
Yep.
Young man, come over here. I know we were talking earlier. Jump in here real quick. What's your message to America? Young men out there, by the way, it's not toxic masculinity. It's masculinity. We need men to be men again.
America needs to realize that this country was founded on Christian principles, that our founding fathers had the best intention for our country, that it be, evident to God and to man that Jesus saved us. And I think America needs that right now. We need to remember the foundations that we built upon, put the Bible back into the culture of America, and everything from there can only go up.
Amen. Amen. That's where it all starts. God, family, country. We're going to keep going down the line. Mike, I'm going to throw it back to you. I want to get over here, though, to this young family. I've been looking at them. Brick soup, brother. I love you, brother. Hey, we got our family from Uganda over here, and we got our gubernatorial candidate, Eddie Andrews, over here. Come over here, Eddie. I love this family. I just talked to them.
Amazing, James.
Hey, by the way, Mike, you were talking about this earlier, but we don't need to just limit property tax. We need to eliminate property tax, because if you pay property tax, you never truly own your property. You're running for governor of Iowa. You're out here dancing in the heat. Why is this day so important?
Okay, so I'm having the time of my life here, because look at that, 250 years. We're starting 249, but we're kicking off the 250th right here in our great state of Iowa. It's going to go all across the nation, and we're so blessed to be in this nation and just celebrate what the Declaration of Independence means.
Amen. And for your platform, what matters to Iowans, and why is this? You look at the future of our country. Why is Iowa so critical in that?
Well, Iowa's critical for so many reasons, including we are the first in the nation caucus. That will be coming up in 2028. I know that sounds like a long way away, but you got to have a good governor in place. And so that's one of the reasons I'm running for 26. But the thing that you mentioned, starting this about property taxes, they got to be gone. I mean, that is the number one issue that I've been running on for the last year. And it's the message is resonating. We need to protect our landowners in the carbon pipeline issue that the Midwestern states are going through. And we need to get education back to number one here in Iowa, where it was a staple that Iowa was the number one in education for years and years and years. And so we need to eliminate Common Core and get Iowa back to number one.
I love it. And people want to get involved in your campaign?
Eddie4Iowa.com, EDDIE, numeral 4, Iowa.com, and just take this ride with us. It is a completely grassroots campaign, and we're just having the time of our life, and I certainly plan to be the next governor of this great state of Iowa.
I love it. Well, God bless you. Good luck, sir. All right, I got one more over here, Mike. I'm not hearing anything in my ear, so I'm just going to keep on going. I got my young man over here. Love this guy. Tell me your name again.
My name is Dawit.
Dawit, and you're originally from?
Ethiopia.
Ethiopia, legal immigrant, came to America, and we're asking the question across here, should we do more deportations or less deportations of illegals?
We need to do all deportations of illegals. Every illegal needs to be deported. Every single last one.
And this is coming from a guy who came from a third world country, Africa, came over here legally. We're not against immigration. We're just against illegal immigration.
Yes, I want Trump to get all these illegals who are committing all these crimes against our country. Actually, come to think of it, why you guys all see these riots in Los Angeles and across the board. You see all these illegal immigrants waving the flag of the country that they're from, burning the flag of their country that they're in, and begging to stay when they came illegally. Make that make sense. Make that make sense to me, and then I will change my vote from Donald to whatever the other option is. When you're able to make that make sense.
You're too smart for that, though.
Yeah, I'm too smart because I know they're never going to be able to explain that to me.
Yeah. No, you can't. I mean, it makes. You're right. It makes no sense. You would never go. I mean, think about this. As American citizens, I cannot imagine, or you and your family when you came over. Right. Imagine coming here, the blessings that this nation has been to you and your family. Right. And then to spit on that and say, I'm going to wave my flag and burn yours. Oh, and by the way, I expect to stay. I mean, that's lunacy.
How much more disrespectful can it get?
I don't understand it. To this young generation, you look at the direction the woke left wants to take our country, all of the DEI, the transgenderism, all of this stuff. Do you think we're seeing a shift where younger people are realizing that that's not the way they want to go? Socialism, communism versus capitalism, or are you concerned about that in our education system?
I am concerned about it, definitely concerned about it in our education system. I see teachers ripping down pride flags, ripping down American flags and putting up pride flags instead. Like, no, our country is not the country of pride. Our country is the country of America, and we are not going to stand up for that stuff.
Thank you for fixing it.
But at the same time, I do see a lot of my friends who are young. They've grown up in the liberal public school system. I was homeschooled personally, but I've seen them change their views. They see, hey, all this LGBTQ stuff, that doesn't make sense. That's all just garbage. There's two genders. There's male and there's female, and every other gender is just brain rot promoted by the left to destroy the minds of our young people. But people are waking up. People are waking up and realizing, nah, I'm not going to be using whatever your preferred pronouns are. They're going to be using instead, no,
reality.
Reality. Yeah. Male, female.
Yeah, I love it, brother. God bless you. God bless legal immigrants, American patriots. This is what it's all about.
Yep, and God bless America.
Amen, amen, amen. All right, let's come down here. Now look at this beautiful crowd here. We've got the young people. You guys okay being on camera? You okay? I love this. Now, did you get, you're on summer break. Is this your family over here? Yeah. You got this whole line. What's your name?
Summer.
Summer, come on now. That's my sister-in-law. I think my wife's sister's name. Sister-in-law, right? Summer, I love that. It's summer, it's hot. Are you staying cool?
Yeah.
Cool enough? Are you excited to be out here?
Yeah.
How many Trump rallies have you done?
I've been to like 5 rallies.
Wow, a lot of people, it's the first time. We've got Summer, who's her 5th rally. I love that. What are you hoping to hear from President Trump?
I don't know.
Yeah, you just like it?
Yeah.
Like, you love America?
Yeah.
Excited for the fireworks?
Yeah.
God bless you, Summer. All right, now is this your brother?
Yep.
Okay, let's come over here. And now, how many siblings do you have out here? We got more. Now, these aren't part. This is other kids, right? I love this. This is so cool. Look at these kids over here. It's just, this is America. You bring your family out. You love America. You fly the American flag. God bless you guys. I'm going to talk to them in a little bit. Okay, we're going to keep talking to Summer. You have how many?
12 counting me.
12! Are you mom? Wow, 12 counting you. Holy moly. I love that. Now, this is how we defeat the left. We have to outbirth them. And if you look at the jihadis in America, they're birthing about 8 kids per family, while most American families are about 1.5. We don't win that way. What's your name?
Tara.
Tara is how we win. 12.
Yep.
Holy.
Yep. 12 kids. Thanks.
Unbelievable. Where are you from?
Here, West Des Moines.
I love that.
Yeah.
What's your name?
Asher.
Asher?
Yep.
I love that. Asher. Are you, now, have you been to 5 rallies too?
Yes.
So you all go as a family together?
Yeah.
This is America. I love that. What's your favorite part of the rally?
Seeing Trump.
Yeah. Is that cool?
Yeah.
You love America?
Yeah.
Now, let me guess. Homeschooled, or they go? Of course. I guess. Now, do you guys do the Pledge of Allegiance at home?
Only if we're getting prepped for something.
Okay.
Like a rally.
Yeah, I love it. But you love America?
Yes.
Does your mom teach you how great America is?
Yes.
Yeah. Sometimes.
Yeah.
What's your favorite subject?
I don't know.
Art, math, reading, PE.
Probably reading.
You a good reader?
Yeah, okay.
I love it. Asher, I love you. What's your brother's name?
Grayson.
Grayson, I love it. What about you? Now, are you? What's the age difference?
He's
9?
He's 11.
Okay, about a couple years. Grayson, are you staying cool out here? You got your hydration pack going in there?
Yep.
You're staying cool enough?
Yeah.
I saw your sister pour some water on you earlier.
Yeah.
Was that you or you? And one of you guys weren't too happy about it, but that's okay.
Probably him.
I love it. Well, Grayson, what's your favorite part about coming out here today?
Drinking the hydrating drinks.
Drinking the drinks? Staying cool. You got to stay cool, by the way. I love it. God bless you. Where's your husband?
He is in the car with 2 kids that are dehydrated.
Okay, we got 2 kids in the car that are dehydrated. You got to be prepared. Oh, we got older. What's that? They're yours too. Come here. You guys okay being on camera?
Sure, why not?
You're brothers. You're all right. All right. Now, let me ask you, what's your names?
Blake.
Parker. I mean, as your parents, I would have a hard time keeping all the names straight. Okay, don't ask me at the end of this, by the way, either. All right, Blake, Parker, you look at the wokeness of our culture, the direction that it's taking, this idea of toxic masculinity and transgenderism and all the LGBT alphabet soup out there. Illegal immigration. What are the issues that matter to you guys?
Honestly, it's more so like our young men are like becoming very, very weak compared to what they used to be. So I personally think we're in the best generation ever, but we're starting to see a comeback. But I would say that is probably protecting kids is like the number one. Yeah.
And it's young girls to become women and girls and boys to become men.
Yeah, 100%. We were on a very bad path, and now we're right back on it. So
I love it.
Yeah.
What about you?
Same, basically, yeah.
What do you guys think about what President Trump's doing with illegal aliens and deportation? Are you guys okay with that?
Yeah, 100%. It's done perfectly.
Yeah.
I wish you could do faster.
Yeah. Faster. So more, not less.
Oh yeah, 100%.
By the way, the poll today is 100% more, not less, and we've got a lot of them that are saying all. So there we go. God bless you guys. I already forgot your names. I know we got 12 kids over here, but God bless you guys.
Thanks.
All right, there we go. An amazing family. They're cooling down. Actually, I think we got 2 more. Are these sisters too? Oh gosh, we got 2 more sisters over here. Look at the American pride. Amazing. Look at this. I love this. Who did the face painting?
I did.
You did. Now wait, who's this?
This is Jay.
Now,
So I run the big Trump team in the nation. I run the biggest one.
And now you're just here cooling people off?
Well, no, this family, 3 of them now work for President Trump. She starts with the SBA, but they all volunteered.
I love it.
The whole family, there's 12 children, and mom and dad,
Amazing.
And they work like crazy for free.
This is what it's all about. What's your name?
Alicia.
Alicia?
Alicia.
Alicia. Yeah. Did I pronounce it right?
Yeah,
She just had a birthday.
How old?
18.
18? Come on now. So you get to vote in the next election.
Oh, yeah?
If you were a Democrat, you would have voted in the previous one. But now we follow the law. I love the face paint. What is your favorite part of America?
My mom.
Your mom?
Yep.
A mom that loves America.
Oh, yeah.
Loves God, that loves country.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
That's awesome.
Yep.
God bless you. And by the way, this is a woman. Will always be a woman. Can't change it. This is what God made her to be. Am I wrong?
Oh, you're right. You're right.
Right. Very simple. No confusion on our side, guys. No confusion. God bless you. Anything, ladies? I already got you, Summer. Big sis. Anything you want to add? While you're out here, God bless America.
Love Trump.
Yeah.
Go Trump.
I love it. And you're going to work for the administration?
Yep.
How cool is that?
It's pretty cool. I'm so blessed.
That's awesome.
It's like awesome. I'm excited about it.
Yeah, very cool. I got Mom already. Yeah, we got Mom. So we got Asher and Grayson. I already forgot half. Yeah, so I already forgot the first 6, but I love it.
Let's give Ben a big shout out.
God bless America. Who's pumped to be out here? All right, guys, this is what America's all about. And by the way, let me get your name. We got it on the shirt.
Jay Debates.
There it
Jay
is.
Debates.
And where can people find out about you and the stuff you guys are doing?
One Trump volunteer at USA.com.
I love it.
That's it. Keep up the good work.
If President Trump is watching this right now, what would you tell him?
I love you. You're doing an excellent job. Don't listen to most of the media. Real American voice is the best. The American people love you. They're behind you. It's the false narrative that you're not doing a good job. 81 million people voted for you and said, you're our man. Keep going.
Amen, amen.
Amen, Ben.
Mike, back to you, brother.
See ya.
Oh, man, that was a who's who of like the most base patriots I've seen in a long time. The kid from Ethiopia, he was just spitting facts. I mean, that guy's going to be the governor one day. And then the guy wants to cut the property taxes completely. It's amazing. What an amazing display. And I love the little girl who said, what's your favorite thing about America? She said her mom. Beautiful. Only at a Trump rally will you get those kinds of sights and sounds. Thank you, Ben. Working hard out there on the hot day. That's awesome. I want to tell you guys about our sponsor that is making this possible. Really amazing scenes out there, by the way. Really amazing. And those are our friends on over at TrumpKnifeSet.com. Guys, America's celebrating 250 years of freedom, and now you can own a historic tribute to the man defending it. That's President Donald J. Trump. I want to introduce you guys to the Trump Knife Collection, available only at TrumpKnifeSet.com. It is not sold in stores. This exclusive set features 8 stunning knives, each one honoring a moment in Trump's legacy. Never surrender, America first, save America again, and more. Each knife is finely crafted with packlewood handles, razor-sharp stainless steel blades, and full-color Trump artwork, making it functional and a beautiful collectible. And when your set is complete, you will unlock the crown jewel, a free $129 custom LED-lit presidential display case, cherrywood, gold medallion, glass front, 8 interior lights. Oh my goodness, it is a showpiece worthy of President Trump's legacy and yours. This offer is extremely limited and it's moving fast during the America 250 rally. Not on Amazon, not in the stores. Guys, this is the only place you can get it. You got to go to TrumpKnifeSet.com to claim yours right now. TrumpKnifeSet.com. All right. We are going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with more sights and sounds from Iowa at the Salute to America celebration. Don't go anywhere.
Yep, your worst nightmare. Your car broke down. Now you're worried if it's going to cost you a fortune in repair bills. Unless you already called CarShield, the legit #1 auto protection company in the country. When you're protected with a plan through CarShield, the process is smooth like ice. and done in as little as 3 steps. 1. First, the tow truck takes your car to the shop. The cost of towing, covered when you got to plan through CarShield. Next, you probably need to get around while your vehicle's being repaired, right? 2. Plans through CarShield have rental car options too. Then comes the best part. 3. When you pick up your vehicle, you don't have a big repair bill to worry about. CarShield administrators get your covered repairs paid directly to the shop, so you're back on the road with no worries. Call now to get an affordable plan through CarShield for your vehicle before it's too late. When you call CarShield, whether you got a small problem like a power window motor that could cost a few $100s, or a big problem like an engine or transmission that could cost you thousands of dollars, you're taken care of. CarShield is the #1 auto protection company in the country, and their administrators have paid out more than $1 billion in auto repairs. That's billion with a B. CarShield is the choice that gives you the CarShield guarantee. Your rate never goes up, and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Look, it's inevitable. As your car or truck ages, the parts and components are gonna fail. It's not worth the risk. Call CarShield now.
Waiting until your car breaks down is too late. Call CarShield for coverage on up to 5,000 parts and get the CarShield guarantee, where your rate never goes up and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Call 800-653-8201. 800-653-8201.
Everybody, welcome back. I am Mike Crispy. You are watching Real America's Voice, and we are live in the studio and on the ground in Des Moines, Iowa, covering the Salute to America celebration, America's 250th anniversary, gearing up. The 4th of July is upon us. President Trump getting the big, beautiful bill through Congress, going to sign it tomorrow. It is a great day of celebration for the MAGA movement and, more broadly, our country. Whether the liberals know it or not, it's going to be good for them, too. Before we get back out to Iowa, let's hear a word from our sponsor who's making this possible. And our friends on over at AMAC are doing an amazing job. Let me tell you guys something. Is there a better way to celebrate America's birthday? Obviously, we eat the hot dogs, we light the fireworks, we grill the burgers. But how about actually doing something to protect her? How great is that? I love all of it. The country needs more than a party. It needs patriots willing to celebrate and stand up for the great country in which we live in. That's why I'm proud to stand with AMAC, guys, the Association of Mature American Citizens. AMAC fights every single day to defend the values that built this nation. That's faith, family, freedom, and common sense. And right now, in the honor of Independence Day, AMAC is offering something incredible. 5 full years of membership for just $35. That is 5 years of standing shoulder to shoulder with millions of freedom-loving Americans. You'll get their top-notch magazine, exclusive discounts, free resources, but most importantly, you'll be part of a movement that will keep America strong. So do more than just wave the flag. Stand up for the flag. Go to amac.us/rally right now and join AMAC today, because America is counting on us. All right, we are going to take it back out to Iowa. We got Brian Glenn and Michelle Backus. And guys, it has been really an amazing news day. We have AOC saying the country is going to go into a debt spiral, and she's devastated about the largest tax cut in history. We have Vladimir Putin saying that he stopped an event midway through. He said, I got to take a phone call from Trump, otherwise he'll be upset. Stops what he's doing to take Trump's call. I mean, are we having a good time this week and these last couple of weeks, or what? Michelle, what's the sense on the ground? How's it going? We haven't talked to you guys in a while. What's going on, Michelle?
Well, I'll tell you what, just about 30 minutes ago, they were playing All I Do Is Win. I'm not sure if you know that song, but it couldn't have been more fitting. Everyone in the crowd here dancing and singing along, kind of laughing. I mean, if you look at the irony of this all, because Brian and I said it earlier, we are not tired of winning. This has been historic. And keep in mind, we haven't even hit year one of the presidency. There's a lot of work to go. Nonetheless, Brian and I were sitting in the car earlier watching those votes come in. The big, beautiful bill. You're already seeing Democrats try to spin this and create the panic. But listen, it's not working. Just looking out in the crowd right now, this is who that bill represents. This is middle-class America, the people that are working hard to put food on the tables. They're not lying around. They're not angrily tweeting and saying all these comments. They're not the woke movement. These are people that want to make the country a better place. These are people that are trying to raise their kids to have a better future than they did. And Brian, I'll tell you what, we were talking about it earlier. You're seeing every single age group here today, every single race. Truly, these rallies don't discriminate, and this is nothing different.
Yeah, this is Trump's America right here. But I tell you what, I have a plan, Mike. Let's have all these Democrats go announce in their district on Monday morning. Let them have a great holiday weekend. Let's not ruin it. But go in Monday morning at 8 o'clock and tell everyone in their district, although the big, beautiful bill passed and you no longer have to pay your tax on tips and you have to tax it overtime, but instead sign your check out to the rep in charge in that district and just send your hard-earned money to them. And let's see what the response is then, because that's exactly what they're saying right now. They know that these policies are benefiting the American people. They know that. They know all of this benefits the American people. They just hate Trump, and that's what it's all about. I've sat on so many oversight meetings, more than I want to admit here on this broadcast, and I can tell you they purely hate the Republican Party. They know that we're winning on every single issue, so that's how you control this stuff. Just force all the Democrats on Monday morning to come together, push out a massive message to all of the people in their base and say, you know what, although President Trump saved you money on your taxes, although President Trump is making you take home more of your Social Security, go ahead and tell your mom and your grandmother to send that difference to the Democratic Party, because that's what they want. Republicans want you to keep your money. Democrats want you to have their money, or they want to have your money. That's how you solve it. We're winning on issues. We're going to continue to win. And you know what? That's why these people are here today. They want to thank President Trump for making America great again.
In fact, at least two people have said that they're celebrating their birthdays here. This is a holiday weekend. It's beautiful out. It's about 90 degrees, I would say. And kids saying that they're celebrating their birthday here at the Trump rally.
But it's really interesting, Mike, that when Ben, and by the way, that's how you do rally coverage right now. I'm going to put on my TV producer hat for a second. Michelle and I, we're just the icing on the cake. Right now, the cake itself is Ben Burkham walking around the crowd, talking to people. But did you notice one thing? The diversity in Trump supporters, it's from all over the place, all over the country. Races, backgrounds, age, economic situations.
I thought Trump supporters were racist.
And I thought for whatever reason that these tax cuts were only going to benefit the millionaires and the billionaires of the world, not the hardworking people of Iowa. I must have missed that broadcast. But anyway, that's what you're seeing here. So shout out to Ben Burkham, getting down on the ground with the people. That's what it's all about. And I agreed. Real America's Voice, no one does it better than we do. And I want to say thank you to everybody in the studio. It's a lot of work. By the way, we've got 14,000 cameras around this facility right now, giving you just about every perspective of the rally that you would ever want. And so our production team sitting out here in the heat, in the hot heat, working behind the camera, thanks to Will here and everybody else, and the Masons over here. What a great job they're doing this afternoon, and we're just really proud to be a part of this historic broadcast in terms of really kicking off not only this 250th anniversary, but throwing a party for the big, beautiful bill.
As we should.
Oh, man, I tell you, it is amazing how AOC saying this is devastating. She said the reason that people were not supposed to celebrate no tax on tips was because that everyone else is going to lose their health care. And Elizabeth Warren, guys, put out this giant tweet of all these numbers. And I said to myself, did she just make up numbers in each state of people that are going to lose health care? Or did she self-report how many illegal aliens are scamming the system on health care? Brian, are people in the crowd worried about losing their health care? Because if you talk to any Democrat, it seems like that's the number one thing they say, both on CNN and in the Democrat congressional chambers, Brian.
Well, this is what I knew was going to happen with the media. I can read the media like a book. When they started the mass deportations, the ICE raids, I said they're going to find the one guy that gets mixed up into the mix, that gets pulled out of here. They're going to take his story, Maryland man, and they're going to run with it and try to make it normal to America and to try to get them to relate to a gangbanger that has not only beat his wife and allegedly beat his wife and all this other stuff, dealing drugs, relations to international cartel members. Forget about all that. They're going to make a Maryland man. So what they're going to do with this is going to find the one person that probably lost their health care because, wait for it, they were getting it fraudulently. They weren't getting it legally. That's all it is about the waste, fraud, and abuse. That's what Doge is about. It's not about ripping your health care from your grandma or your grandkids or anything like that. That's not what it's about. It's about cleaning up the system. And then I remember the Doge team, the first 2 weeks into this administration, when they were really kind of going to the books, Michelle, they found this waste, fraud, and abuse. I reported it from the briefing room, asked Karen and Levin the day it broke about the billions of dollars they found in waste, fraud, and abuse and Medicaid. So this is not old. They know the abuse is there. They know they've been funneling money, which is, by the way, there's a lot of fraudulent activity going on from a lot of NGO organizations within that's been taking government money. That's a completely separate issue. But Michelle, we're going to wait for the story. It's coming. It's going to probably come tomorrow at 9:05 on the morning show on CNN. But they're going to talk about somebody that's concerned about losing their health care and all their benefits.
Well, even more so, let's talk about Alligator Alcatraz, because just about 10 minutes ago, I showed Brian a picture, and I knew this was going to happen. I saw this circulating, ironically, on TikTok, of a girl saying, I heard there were incinerators coming. This is going to be the worst thing to ever happen. This is World War III. You know, we all know the spiel. We've heard it a million times, the Hitler, the Nazi comparisons, right? I'm starting to see people post concentration camps and then a side-by-side of Alligator Alcatraz. So you already know it's coming. It's not like we haven't seen this before. I think the important part here is that we hope the American people are more educated. And if not, I think it's our job to educate them and shine light on this.
I agree. And I was there on the ground with President Trump as he toured that facility, which, by the way, it was a very cool 68, 69 degrees inside that tent. Very air-conditioned conditions, probably better enough than the places they're going to. They'd probably rather stay there. The bedding was adequately spaced. It was nothing out of the ordinary that you would see in a detention center.
Unlike the Obama era, where they were locking kids in cages.
That is correct. Which, by the way, that facility was laid out next to a runway which could hold the landing of Air Force One, which was kind of nice. They'd be able to fly these people out of here. And we have given these illegals enough time to say, look, if you want to self-deport, if you want to voluntarily come forward and say, look, you know what, I'm in this country for whatever reason, I want to self-deport, you have an opportunity to come back. But if you don't do that, you're running the risk of getting caught up by ICE, and we'll self-deport you ourselves, and we'll send you back, and then there's zero chance you can come in. So I actually think this strategy is preventing a lot more people from coming up through the Darien Gap, which Ben Burkham was talking about earlier. That's why you're seeing such a slowdown on border crossings. And get this, would you ever imagine 2-3 years ago we would say, after watching all the video that we've seen, and Bill Malugin of Fox News has done an amazing job, as well as Ben Burkham, the amount of people coming across this border, would you imagine that 3 years from now we'd say zero in May? I mean, zero people. We did not release anybody in our country, and I think the month before that, the only time we did was for a medical emergency that we had to seek attention, which we did, but then we sent them back. So it's amazing what President Trump has done on the border. I don't think this detention center is going to be a standalone. They are going to replicate this model throughout not only the state of Florida, Louisiana. I know Governor Landry very well. He's got swamp. He's got alligators. He's got some land. And guess what? He wants the requirements there. And so no matter how these networks might try to spin this to be inhumane, the fact that there's alligators surrounding this facility, give me a break. Alcatraz had sharks and 59-degree water. Forget about that. It's about detention. It's not about a luxury hotel. This is not a 4-star hotel. This is a detention center for people who broke the law, criminals, and I think it's a good thing, and we need to continue those.
I love that. And as Michelle, she referenced it. Who built the cages, Joe? Remember that? Who built the cages? I do want to go to Jake Novak, who's been patiently standing by. Jake, President Trump, when he was at Alligator Alcatraz, was asked about Alejandro Mayorkas, who obviously was totally at the center of this whole thing, saying that there was not, totally a wide open border, covering up for it. And I always say this, if we're not going to hold these people accountable, how are we ever going to prevent it from happening again? How do you think the Trump administration should approach Mayorkas? President Trump said he'd be open to legal action. He actually said, was he pardoned? And they said, no, he wasn't pardoned. So do you think they're going to take action? And what do you think that would look like, Jake?
Well, Mike, it's all about priorities. There are so many people connected to the Biden administration who should be prosecuted. The question is, are we going to take resources away from prosecuting and finding violent, murderous criminals, which we know are still in this country, so we can do this? It's a difficult choice, and I don't think it's fair to be angry at the Trump administration or Pam Bondi or Kash Patel when there are people who are literally have guns, knives, and other weapons, firebombs, all that kind of stuff. So we have to have patience with that. However, I do think it's smart to start the process, to let these people know that they may become under indictment, maybe start to convene a grand jury, things like that. I couldn't agree more. And when you talk about Alligator Alcatraz, and I know, what Michelle was talking about and how heart-wrenching it is as someone who had members of his family killed in the Holocaust, it is disgusting for me to see Alligator Alcatraz compared to Auschwitz and death camps. Yeah. But let me say something. There's a silver lining in that comparison, as disgusting as it is. The point of something like Alligator Alcatraz is to send a message to the rest of the world that the door is no longer open. For people who think this is too big, too crazy to do stuff like that, that's the whole point. It has to be a spectacle, because the messaging that these people have been getting for years is, hey, the door's open in America. They love having you. Just come in and take what you want. When you open an Alligator Alcatraz, you send the opposite message, and it's worth its weight in gold, even without having, you basically start pre-deporting people because they never come here in the first place.
Well, that's very well said. And, obviously the big, beautiful bill, it provides historic levels of funding for ICE to do their job. Jake, tell us what you think. Obviously, these increased funding measures for ICE is going to lead to a rapid fire succession. You now see them. Oh, okay. So sorry, Jake, I'm gonna cut in, guys. We have the prayer starting live from the ground in Des Moines, Iowa. Let's go to the prayer kicking off the rally. Let's take that.
However, I have a feeling that many of you are just as patriotic as me, right? How many are proud to be an American? Okay, I'm not here to preach, y'all. I'm here to pray, so let's pray. Will you bow your heads? Raise your voices and your hands toward heaven with me. The Bible says, if my people who are called by my name will call on my name in prayer, that God will hear our prayers, forgive our sins, and heal our land. So let's call on God because we need Him, y'all. Let's pray. Our Father in heaven, Abba Father, Jehovah God, Jehovah Elohim, Adonai, Yahweh, Jehovah Rapha, Nisi, Jehovah Shalom. We come to you boldly in the mighty name of Jesus, the name that is above all names, the name that every knee will bow to and every tongue will confess. Jesus, you are still the way, the truth, and the life. And your word says when two or more gather together in your name, that there you are in our midst. And anything we ask in prayer, believing that we shall receive. Well, Father, we have more than a few God-fearing, faith-filled, American-loving patriots gathered here today, calling on your name. And God, we the people, your people, ask that your great glory and that your favor would fall on the great U.S. of A. God, that your favor would flow throughout our great nation once again, from your house, the house of God, through every house in America. God, every schoolhouse, every courthouse, all the way to the White House. God, let it flow from the mountains to the prairies. God, let it flow from New York to LA. God, from Washington, D.C., all the way to the America's heartland, Iowa, and even into Nebraska. God, keep your hand on the heartland, and let there be a great revival that flows and sweeps this land once again. A revival of faith, God. A revival of common sense. God, we pray that faith leaders would rise up again. Men and women of God would stand up again. And God, that pastors and leaders would lead our nation back to you. One nation under God. God, put a hedge of protection about our nation. Your word says that no weapon formed against us will prosper. The greater is he that is in us than he that is in this world. Protect us from all of our enemies, both foreign and domestic. Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. Father, we pray that you would forgive the complacency of the faith leaders for their lack of courage to stand boldly. God, give us the boldness to stand today, to stand on your word, to stand for your truth. Once again, we repent on behalf of our nation for the sins that we've allowed, we've accepted and celebrated as a nation. We repent. God, give us the boldness today to stand up tomorrow and forevermore. Because just like the great prophet Elisha said, they are more with us than they are with them. God, give us the vision to see all of those who are with us, and let us stand in unity once again. God, we pray for unity. Unite us as Americans and as a nation. We pray that you would remove all of this division and replace it with a unified vision. God, because we know united we stand, but divided we fall. God, we pray over our great nation. Put a hedge of protection about it. God, protect our great president, the greatest president of all time. Put a hedge of protection about him. Let him lead our great nation, God, with great strength, but in great humility. God, in wisdom, but in great love. God, with justice, but in mercy. Give our president the strength and the courage of 10 men. And God, give him the wisdom of Solomon. Oh God Almighty, we are still a nation under God who trusts in you still, God. Your word says, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. And we thank you. God, bless this nation once again, the land that we love. In the mighty name of Jesus, everyone shouts, amen. Thank you. God bless.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage former National Director of the American Legion, David Rabine, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
It is my honor to stand in the midst of this group of patriots as we pledge allegiance. Please uncover, fix your gaze on one of the many flags that fly in front of us today, and join me in pledging allegiance to that flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Grammy-nominated recording artist Danny Gokey to sing our national anthem.
Can you help me sing this song? Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fights o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. USA. So I'm going to sing a song, but I have no audio on my monitors, and so if they want to fix that. But while they're trying to fix that, about 2 years ago, I wrote a song for my country. My wife's family fled communism, and you're going to see the words on the screen. But I know what it takes. It takes belief in our country to see our country come back to life and see the things that our forefathers talked about. So is it okay if I share this song? It's called My America. Let's see if the audio works this time. But look at the screens and you can see the words, and hopefully it touches your heart and reminds you how great our country really is. Y'all look good today, by the way. Thank you. I like Iowa. I'm going to tell you. Yes, sir. It's plugged in. All right, take a look at the screens as I sing this song. Still nothing. Well, there's supposed to be music with it. Acapella? Oh man, you want me to do it? Well, if we do it acapella, they'll have to start it over, and I can try. I'll have to read the words because I don't have any timing with music. All right, I'm going to do it a cappella. It looks like I'm going to watch the words with you, all right? I can tell they're working on it. Give a round of applause to the AV team and as they're trying to work this out. I hear them say our country's far too gone. Even claim our fathers got it wrong. But I won't give up on us, and I'll take a stand. 'Cause we can overcome. This is not the end. I still believe in us, oh America. You're still the land I love, though a little bruised up. Stars and stripes still cry liberty over evil, over tyranny. Blood poured out for our freedom. They sacrificed it all for this nation. I still believe in us, my America. Our history is full of bravery. Heroes fought for our equality. Now is the time to make peace and forgive our faults. Because united we stand, or divided we will fall. I still believe in us, oh America. You're still the land I love, though a little bruised up. Stars and stripes still cry liberty over evil, over tyranny. Blood poured out for our freedom. They sacrificed it all for this nation. I still believe in us. America, God. Oh, all right, we got the two songs going on. All right, that's a different song that they just started playing. All right, so what just happened here was two songs collided in that moment. Do we have the last one that we can? You guys, I'm so sorry about this. It's actually a really good song, at least I think. I wrote it. Okay, this is another one. This is another one I wrote. How about this one? I've been staying quiet. I'm not looking for a fight. I don't hate nobody, but nobody seems to like that. I want to live what I believe. I want to keep my right to speak for my family, for my faith, to anyone who feels the same. Be brave. Come on. Stand up for freedom, stand for truth, and don't be afraid. You got a voice that you can use, so go on and speak out. The time is right now. If you want to keep that flame of liberty ablaze, stand up and be brave. We got any brave people here today? Whoa, be brave. We're the generation that has to make a choice. Will we push against this evil? Will we watch while it destroys what so many died to give us, this great country that we live in? There's a heavy price for freedom, and this is how we keep it. Be brave. Come on. Stand up for freedom, stand for truth, and don't be afraid. You got a voice that you can use, so go on and speak out. The time is right now. If you want to keep that flame of liberty ablaze, stand up, be brave. Come on, Iowa, we brave. Oh, be brave. Come on, look at the screens. Let it clear. We are the people, the red, white, and blue. Will you stand for me? I will stand for you. We are the people with different points of view. Will you stand for me? I will stand for you. And be brave. Stand up for freedom, stand for truth. Don't be afraid. You got a voice that you can use, so go on and speak out. The time is right now. If you want to keep that flame of liberty ablaze, oh, stand up, be brave. Come on, are we a brave people? Be brave. Stand up for truth. Be brave for your children. Be brave for your family. Be brave for your future. Be brave for your country. Come on, let's be brave. All right, let's see if they can give us one more try with the other song. To the guys who are running it, if you want to go to the other version, the key up, we can do it in the other key if that audio works. We'll try one more time. You guys, thank you for your patience. These things just happen. I can dance, but I'm not a good dancer, so you don't want to see that. You'd rather hear me sing. Here it is. Oh! I still believe in our great country. Can I get my microphone up on my ears, please? I hear them say our country's far too gone. Even claim our fathers got it wrong. But I won't give up on us, and I'll take a stand, 'cause we can overcome. This is not the end. I still believe in us. Oh, America, you're still the land I love. Though a little bruised up, stars and stripes still cry liberty over evil, over tyranny. Blood poured out for our freedom. They sacrificed it all for this nation. I still believe in us, my America. Our history is full of bravery. Heroes fought for our equality. Now is the time to make peace and forgive our faults, because united we stand, or divided we will fall. I still believe in us, my America. You're still the land I love, though a little bruised up. Stars and stripes still cry liberty over evil, over tyranny. Blood poured out for our freedom. They sacrificed it all for this nation. I still believe in us. America, America, God shed His grace on thee, and crown thy good with blood, from sea to shining sea. Always believe in us, my America, 'cause this is the land I love. But we gotta heal up. Lady Liberty will always be a sign of hope unto the refugee. The immigrant can find escape from oppression to a better place. I still believe in us. I still believe in us. I still believe in us, my America. Our America.
The pride to serve my country knows that I'm doing it not for myself. Every day I put on the uniform, I'm not just representing. The pride to serve my country knows that I'm doing it not for myself. Every day I put on the uniform, I'm not just representing Caroline Robinson. I'm representing my company here at the Academy. I'm representing West Point. I'm representing the United States Army, and ultimately, I'm representing the United States of America.
I really came to West Point because belief in the American dream and giving back to our country.
You're a part of something that is much bigger than yourself. You're a part of a tradition of excellence and a legacy that's connected not only to the Academy, but to the American Army.
I'm surrounded by people who want to make themselves better and serve our country.
Excellence is their baseline, and that to me is what it means to be a West Point cadet.
From the earliest days of our nation,
This supreme tradition of American military service has been passed down from soldier to soldier and generation to generation, and it's a beautiful thing to watch.
My brother preceded me here, and originally I didn't really know what West Point was until he came. But when I saw the mission that they were committed to, of upholding the principles of American democracy and protecting the Constitution, I knew it was somewhere I had to be.
Every time that we lived outside of the United States, I always developed this sense of gratitude and pride of being an American, and I wanted to give back to my country what it gave to me.
And it wasn't until I zipped up the blouse and I put the belt on for the first time that I realized that I was going to be serving my country, and it felt right. West Point was the place that I needed to be, and more importantly, the Army was where I wanted to be.
I just looked to the left and right over basic training and realized that we all had the same American patch on our shoulders, that we're all fighting for the same thing. I mean, there was no better feeling in the world knowing that every single person around you is committed and willing to die for that mission.
You came for excellence, you came for duty, you came to serve your country, and you came to show yourselves that you are among the smartest, toughest, strongest, most lethal warriors ever to walk on this planet.
What excites me the most about my future in the Army is the opportunity that I'm going to have to give back to the American soldiers that I'm going to be leading.
Because ultimately, they don't get to choose. And to me, it's that burden of responsibility to be the best leader.
And as a young officer, that's going to be exactly what I get to do.
I was the cadet basic training first detail for the first 3 weeks. And I got to see the new cadets come in from their families' homes and being in process on their very first day, and watching them grow so quickly.
I would do all the formations, and I looked out at these 1,000 new cadets, people who just come out of high school. They were completely different people.
I don't think there's another institution in the country like West Point where the student body is so committed to furthering the mission of America and ensuring our democracy and freedom for generations to come.
I'm really surrounded by the best of the best, and that's when I realized this is a place that I absolutely want to be.
West Point itself is an amazing institution, but it only provides opportunities. The people here have to choose to take those opportunities and grow and lead and serve. And the people here want to do that. And I'm proud to be a part of that. And I would tell any high schooler who is considering it, you won't regret it.
Well, welcome. Do we have any Iowa State Fair fans out there? We picked the perfect day for you. It's hot. You're on the Midway lot. If you were spinning around, it'd be a great day at the fair. But thank you for being here today, and welcome to the beautiful Iowa State Fairgrounds. I want to thank the great team here at the Iowa State Fair who has been working hard with America 250 to put on this event for you. I'm blessed to work with some of the best staff and board that there are anywhere in the United States. And we also brought some of your favorite fair foods here today as well. So hopefully you grab a corn dog or a cup of cookies or some ice cream today for sure. When our nation was less than 100 years old and the state of Iowa was less than 10 years old, a dedicated group of Iowans decided that we should have a state fair. And in 1854, they did just that, held the very first Iowa State Fair. That very first Iowa State Fair was meant to be a celebration, a place where neighbors could gather, a place where blue ribbons could be won, a place where new technology could be viewed, a place where families could be entertained, and a place where agriculture, our state's #1 industry, could be honored. And 171 years later, the Iowa State Fair is still here, and we are still celebrating as big as we ever have, despite all of the changes in our world since that first fair. The fair is a platform for all that is good about our state and our nation. It's a place where youth learn, a place where families safely gather, and a place where our state and our great nation is celebrated every single year. But the Iowa State Fair is not unique. In fact, across our great country, there are more than 2,000 state, county, and regional fairs that attract millions of visitors and generate billions of dollars in economic impact. But our fairs are more than economic engines. They are even more than annual events that you go to with your family. They are traditions rooted in community and connection. They are patriotic. They are all about America. Quite frankly, fairs represent the very best of our nation, and I think that's why you're here today. You also want the very best for our nation. We at the Iowa State Fair are so humbled that you are here with us when we realize that an event of this magnitude, the event that is going to kick off a year-long celebration of our nation's 250th birthday, featuring remarks by President Trump, that event could have been held anywhere in the United States. But we are blessed to have the opportunity to host it here, and we thank President Trump for that honor. So, if you're looking for something to do August 7th through the 17th, come back and celebrate Fair Sweet Fair with us. I guarantee it'll probably be about as hot, so you're already prepared for that. We would love to have you visit. And if you're not from Iowa, I know you've got a state fair in your state that you should go visit as well. Thank you again for being here tonight for this once-in-a-lifetime event here at the Iowa State Fairgrounds. Stay safe, stay hydrated, enjoy the evening. What a beautiful night to kick off a really big party, a year-long celebration of our great nation. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Iowa GOP Chairman Jeff Kaufman.
I just had a little bit of a news flash for you. I'm usually known to be pretty bombastic and excitable, so I'm going to try to be calm today, but just in case you haven't heard, America's going to celebrate our 250th, and Donald Trump picked Iowa to start it all. He picked us, folks. Through the years, a lot of presidents have said, I'm the president of the heartland. I'm the president of small town and rural America. Guess what? We've got a man that practices exactly what he preaches in the White House, and he's all ours. And of course, you've all heard about the big, beautiful bill. That is passed. That is in law. And the Democrats that opposed it can go pound sand. And just a little clarification in case the media is hearing. Listen to this very carefully, folks. Do not cede an inch when you're talking to your neighbors and friends. And it's this. If you work and if you're legal, you're not going to get kicked off Medicaid. That's a lie. It's a lie from desperate people. So, I want to talk about a few other things today that are also beautiful besides the big, beautiful bill. How about giving the money, the dollars, the hard-earned resources back to the people? That's beautiful. How about trying to erase trade and tariff deficits that have been around for decades and decades under both Republicans and Democrats? That's also beautiful. How about reducing the temperature so that we don't run into a nuclear holocaust? That's also beautiful. How about protecting every single young woman's right to compete fairly? That's beautiful. And not only is it beautiful, it's the right thing to do. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Governor Reynolds, and thank you to the Iowa legislature. You all met together to make that happen. And one other thing that's beautiful, how about that delegation, that congressional delegation from Iowa, all all 6 of them voted yes to the big, beautiful bill. Now, let me tell you a couple things that are, well, ugly, not beautiful. How about the left-wing nuts that are infesting our dialogue and our universities? That sure isn't beautiful. How about the pro-Palestinian rioters that have lost their way and on tax dollars protesting and acting like complete moronic idiots? How about opening up the border like the last 4 years and allowing danger to infest our country? That sure isn't beautiful. And this might be old-fashioned, folks, but let me tell you something else that's ugly, that's not beautiful. Yes, you have a right to do it, but it sure isn't beautiful. When we play the anthem, stand the hell up! So I just want to end, other than that, I don't have any strong opinions today. I just want to end with a true story. This is going to sound like I made it up, but last night I was on my four-wheeler. I was taking my grandson Oliver for a drive out by the creek. He's 4 years old. Heart and soul, of course, I've spoiled him absolutely, completely, utterly rotten, which is what we're supposed to do. And when we were sitting there by the creek, I was telling him that I'm going to see President Trump tomorrow. So he had all kinds of questions about that. And there's an eagle's nest where we go down. That's why we go down and watch the creek at that point. Honest to goodness, it was like a Hollywood show. The eagle took off and was in flight and flying around. And Oliver said, look, Papa, there's an eagle. I'm truly not making this up. So I finally looked at him. I said, Oliver, do you want me to say anything to President Trump? How telling this was, honestly. He looked at me. He says, Papa, tell President Trump that I love eagles. You know what? We love eagles. We love Iowa. We love this country. And here's a message that starts right now, and this can be a unifying message. And that is, and I want everybody to hear you, folks. I want them to hear you back there. We also love President Trump, period. Thank you.
Made me see my potential, and I feel like it's molded me into a better person.
I grew up in a very patriotic household. My grandfather, he served in World War II, and his brother, my uncle, served in Vietnam. I can do this. If they can do this, I can do this.
When I was born, my dad was still serving in the military, and him coming home in his uniform, I'm like, yeah, I want to do that.
Ready for Kickoff. My motivation, I think it follows in line, I think, with what my family's done is kind of a sense of duty to serve our country and give back since it's given us so much.
I'm a very, let's say, timid person, but definitely helped me become a more confident person.
Working with a group and my peers, it really shows how much working with a team can strengthen you.
All right, ready to go? Ready to go. I derive a lot of purpose from serving others. I think serving something bigger than myself gets me out of bed every day. Thank you, Carl.
I definitely pushed myself further than I ever thought I could go.
I joined the military service because I want to deploy. That's my main goal, is deploy.
If we get the call, we have to go somewhere, we'll do what needs to be done. That's just the way we operate here.
This is one of the few jobs in the nation where we all take an oath to say, I'm willing to put my life on the line for you, and they're willing to put their life on the line for me.
This is what we train for. This is what we're going to do. My team leaders and squad leaders know exactly what to do. Check equipment, check weapons, check ammo.
We're always ready to deploy within 18 hours and handle the mission at task. so frequently so that our jump masters and the paratroopers are ready to deploy.
I'm very passionate about being a jump master. The paratroopers, they see you and, you know, they believe in you. I love to instill that confidence with my passion into those paratroopers. It's a rush. It's great.
Drop and clear for personnel drop.
This week we honor 250 years of valor and glory and triumph by the greatest fighting force ever to walk the face of the earth, the United States Army. For 2.5 centuries, our soldiers have marched into the raging fires of battle and obliterated America's enemies.
I love the Army. It is a great place to set yourself up for success, to prepare yourself for the future.
God bless you, God bless our soldiers, and God bless the U.S. Army.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Senator Joni Ernst.
Hey, Uncle Sam, put your name at the top of his list, and the Statue of Liberty started shaking her fist, and the eagle will fly, and it's gonna be hell when you hear Mother Freedom start ringing her bell, and it'll feel like the whole wide world is raining down.
That's right! Thank you all. God bless you. Thank you for being here to celebrate the kickoff to America's 250. What do you think? Oh, God bless our men and women in uniform. Thanks so much. I hope you're enjoying these videos. It is a great day to be an American. Thank you, Iowa, so much. And we are just hours from kicking off the year-long celebration leading up to our nation's 250th year as the greatest country on earth. So, folks, join me in thanking President Trump for choosing Iowa to kick it off. Hey, Iowa has always had President Trump's back because he has always had ours. Whether it's protecting Iowa's first in the nation caucus status, championing our farmers, or revitalizing our economy and small businesses, Donald Trump is making Iowa great again. He has taken action to secure our border and keep our communities safe. And under his leadership, border crossings have dropped to a historic low. So we're not immune, of course, to the chaos that was created by our southern border. Over 9 years ago, a young Iowan, and you all remember her, Sarah Root, of Council Bluffs, Iowa, was killed by an illegal immigrant drunk driving. This tragedy never should have happened, but because of a loophole in the law, Sarah's killer was released. He disappeared. He posted bail and he fled the country. He escaped justice, at least for the past 9 years. After the Biden administration removed him from ICE's most wanted list, we needed a White House that would take action on behalf of American citizens. Yeah, who was it? Donald Trump. So after his inauguration as our 47th president, President Trump wasted no time in getting to work. In fact, he made My Sarah's Law the law of the land at his first official bill signing in 2025, so that this tragedy never happens again. And folks, thanks to President Trump and the tireless efforts of his administration, guess what? Sarah's killer was located and extradited back to the United States in March. He is now facing justice, something that Sarah's parents never thought that they would have. But we finally have justice for Sarah Root. President Trump does not stop working and delivering for Iowans. Abroad, his strategy of peace through strength is keeping us safe. And here at home, he is getting the government back to work for you and eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse. Right, folks? Make them squeal. So, as your senator, I've been committed to saving your hard-earned tax dollars and making Washington squeal. I've been leading the Senate Doge Caucus, and I've been working hand in hand with President Trump to drain the swamp. We are really making them squeal now. So what we're doing, we're castrating wasteful spending, we're halting taxpayer-funded risky research at Wuhan and China, and we're slapping for sale signs in front of empty Washington office spaces. That's because you folks deserve to keep your hard-earned taxpayer dollars in your own pockets. So, no wonder Hawkeye State Patriots overwhelmingly voted to send President Trump back to the White House. Your voices in November were heard loud and clear. We want him to continue his mandate because his agenda is getting our country right back on track. And that's why this week, the Senate did our job to pass his one big, beautiful bill. So we are lowering taxes, cutting red tape, prioritizing rural America, and growing our economy. And with this bill, we've made his 2017 tax cuts permanent, and again, keeping your hard-earned tax dollars. So we are on the path to unleashing the golden age, not just for America, but for Iowa and every other state. With President Donald J. Trump leading the charge, we're going to accomplish so much more. So God bless you. Thanks to all of you patriots for coming out today to celebrate this kickoff. God bless the great state of Iowa. And, of course, God bless these great United States of America. Thanks for turning out, Iowa.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Senator Chuck Grassley.
God bless all of you for coming. It's nice to have hot weather, better than cold, but thank you for honoring our president, but more importantly, thank you for honoring the United States of America as we join this opportunity to be with President Trump to kick off America 250. We're once again first in the nation, just like every 4 years we're first in the nation. You know, tomorrow will be 249 years since 56 Americans signed the Declaration of Independence. By signing that document, they were traitors to King George III but they're what you and I would honor as freedom fighters. They knew at that time that King George III was going to restrict their freedoms. Couldn't do in the colonies what every other British person could do in London and the British Isles. He was restricting their freedoms, and that's why they said in the Declaration of Independence, we're endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights, among them life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. By saying we're endowed by our Creator, we get our rights and freedoms from God. We don't get them. We don't get them from the government. And we know that 13 years later, they wrote the Constitution. The Constitution doesn't say what our rights are except in the Bill of Rights, but that's just a few of the rights that were guaranteed by God. What it said was that we write this Constitution to protect the American people from their government, and it still serves that purpose. And I hope that we appreciate that in America. You know, people of the left get irritated when we talk about the United States being an exceptional nation. It doesn't mean that we're better than any people anyplace else, but it does mean we're an exception nation from the fact that we get our rights from God. We don't get our rights from the government, and it's the only society in 6,000 years of humankind that has ever had that relationship between the government and the American people. And what we're honoring for the next year is the preservation of that statement in the Declaration of Independence. We're endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights. And we're going to emphasize that for the next year and honor it as we traditionally do. I would like to comment just a short period of time about the one big, beautiful bill. I was happy to stay up 27 hours to see that through to its finality. It's a bill that makes sure we don't get the biggest tax increase in the history of the country. And for all the Democrats that voted against it, they were voting to have the biggest tax increase in the history of the country. It strengthens our national defense tremendously. It fights waste, fraud, and abuse. Now, you get tired of us using those terms, but I think we've proven through many studies that that's just exactly what happens when government isn't proceeding the way it should. And I thought I would take just a minute to tell you what my contribution to the big, beautiful bill, because I'm chairman of the Judiciary Committee, and immigration comes under our responsibilities, so we're going to finish the wall. We're going to add tremendously to the number of people patrolling that border, but more importantly, the number of people that are going to enforce the immigration laws interior, not just at the border. And then we're going to build tremendous number of detention facilities so we can keep people that have come here on the terrorist watch list, come here with criminal records, come here as human traffickers, sex traffickers, and peddling fentanyl to our young people. We're going to make sure that they aren't walking the street. We're also going to make sure that sanctuary cities are not a haven for those types of people. So if I had to sum up what the Judiciary Committee did that I have the pleasure of chairing, it's going to make America safe again. I leave you with one last point that I don't think gets the attention it should, and it doesn't have to have any attention. But I'm going to make sure, as chairman of this committee, by listening to whistleblowers, getting documents that are been kept from Congress of the United States, I'm going to make sure that everybody is exposed and the documents prove it. For the 8 years that the opposition was trying to put President Trump in prison. What we're doing, whether we had Republican or Democrat administrations over my years in the United States Congress, this president and his appointees to the Department of Justice and the FBI has given us the first real cooperation that we should have had under both Republican and Democratic presidents before, but it was just obfuscate and cover up and not let the truth out because it's going to be embarrassing. So we're getting some whistleblowers their jobs back. We are releasing documents because I want everybody who had anything to do since President Trump went down that golden elevator in 2015 have been trying to get him out of the presidency, or when he was out of the presidency, getting into prison. We don't have to put up with that in America. President Trump hasn't put it in America, and I want to thank President Trump and his administration for helping me make this stuff more transparent and never see that it happens again. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Iowa Attorney General Brena Bird.
Well, Iowa, are we ready to celebrate or what? You know, isn't it great that President Trump chose Iowa to celebrate America's big, beautiful birthday? And there is no better place than Iowa to kick off America's 250th birthday celebration than our state fair. Iowa, we have always come through for President Trump, haven't we? And today, it's America's state fair. You know, Iowa as a state did not exist back in 1776 when the Declaration of Independence was signed. It was 170 years later that Iowa was admitted to statehood. And President Trump, he could have picked our nation's capital in Washington, D.C. He could have picked Philadelphia at Independence Hall. Thank you, President Trump, for picking Iowa and bringing our celebration to the heart of the heartland. I'm Brena Bird, and I'm so glad to get to work for you as your Attorney General, get to uphold our laws and Constitution, work every day to protect Iowans, and as a mom and a prosecutor, I will always protect our children and keep them safe. I stand up for law enforcement, and we all back the blue, don't we? Under the last 2 years of Biden, I was pretty busy defending your constitutional rights from that nonstop assault, whether it was the EPA, taking on farmers, or they're taking away our Second Amendment rights, or even what we saw where they were going to force boys to be allowed in girls' bathrooms and sports. But we held the forces at bay, didn't we? We held the radicals at bay and upheld our Constitution, and a new day has come. What a difference since January 20th. You know, President Trump, he loves farmers, he protects our rights, he keeps America safe, and he loves our great country. And our great country is about 250 years old, one more year to celebrate. You know, another great president, Abraham Lincoln, he called our Declaration of Independence an apple of gold, our founding principles. That is what America is. And he said that it's an apple of gold in a frame of silver, the Constitution that enshrines our Republican form of government. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, and that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. That is our Declaration of Independence, and I am proud to be an American. I'm also a proud Iowan because we've got a lot to brag about as a state. You know, Iowa sent more soldiers per capita than any other state in the Union to fight in the Civil War. And that was when we were just in our infancy. And I'm proud, too, both as an Iowan and as an American, because in Iowa, we love our veterans, don't we? We love them, we respect them. And I'm glad my favorite veteran is here tonight with us, Bob, my husband, who served in Iraq in the Iraq War in the Army. Combat engineer. Thanks, Bob. And in World War II, I am proud that one of the flag raisers at Iwo Jima was Marine Corporal, then Private First Class, Harold Pye Keller from Brooklyn, Iowa. And here in Iowa, I think we just might be the best thing since sliced bread, because the first bread slicing machine, it was invented right here in Iowa, in Davenport. The computer was invented at Iowa State, and we are proud of our agriculture here, and we want the whole country to know it. I was born and raised on a farm, and I am proud. Iowa farmers feed and fuel the world. I'm also proud of this one. The first woman ever admitted to practice law, Arabella Mansfield from right here in Iowa. And another good Iowa record. You ready for this one? Get ready. I think we're pretty good at electing presidents, aren't we? President Trump is a Triple Crown winner of Iowa. Last year, he broke records in our caucuses with a massive win. And thanks to you, he is back in the White House. Freedom is not free. We are the land of the free because of the brave. And we are so thankful that we have President Trump, where he has pledged his life, his fortune, and his sacred honor in sacrifice for our country to the principles of freedom, to make America great again. God bless you. God bless our President Trump. And God bless the United States of America.
Before we even had a country, we had an army.
They started as a small, unorganized group of shop owners and farmers, but they fought the most powerful army in the entire world to a standstill in Concord, Lexington, and Bunker Hill.
Then our Continental Congress chose George Washington as general of our Continental Army.
But it wasn't until 1 year later, on July 4th, 1776, that news arrived of the signing of our Declaration of Independence.
Now we had a new army and a new nation.
With little gunpowder, no shoes, bloody feet, few cannons, little training, and even less food.
Valley Forge started in December. They went into winter camp in December of 1777. Approximately 2,000 Americans died that winter of disease.
They lived through hell, but they never ever gave up. Not this army, not this first American army.
Finally, Washington and his army arrived here at Yorktown, where they had General Cornwallis and his powerful British army trapped in this city against the sea.
All of the preparation that Washington has learned through the course of those 6.5 years meets its full force here at Yorktown, and he employs it brilliantly.
Sailing from the Caribbean, the French Navy arrived and took on the British fleet.
Washington decided to make his move. Our men began digging to get closer and closer to the fort, finally getting within rifle and cannon range. Naturally, George Washington chose to set off our first cannon shot.
The British had two small forts in front of the main fort. They were called redoubts 9 and 10.
Then, on the moonless night of October 14th, the American and French forces attacked the redoubts. The hand-to-hand combat with bayonets, knives, and fists was bloody, to say the least. But within an hour, we were victorious.
And as the sun came up the next day, Cornwallis looked out and realized he was in serious trouble. So he prepared an all-out, desperate counterattack.
It didn't work, and the British were forced to surrender.
We were supposed to lose to the best army and the largest and most professional navy in the world.
But our young army had won the war and our freedom, the freedom we hold so dear. And 250 years later, for what started as a ragtag group of shop owners, has now become the most powerful army in the world.
Today, many things are very different from that army here at Yorktown. But one thing remains the same. An undying passion, guts, and love for our country remains deep in the heart of today's army. When I look into their faces, you can see it. That will never change. God bless the United States Army, and God bless the United States of America.
And we appreciate you all for sticking with us here for a historic day for the United States of America and a historic evening shaping up in Des Moines, Iowa. President Trump en route, going to be taking the stage in about an hour and change, taking the stage to proudly begin the kickoff celebration for the Big Beautiful Bill and, of course, America's 250th anniversary. So many great things all culminating into this amazing night. And I want to tell you guys about a sponsor making it possible that we're going to take you back out to Iowa. And our sponsor are our friends at Birch Coal. Just want to shout them out. They have been a great supporter of our network, and they've been great for our viewers. So, guys, text America to the number 989898 today to get a free info kit on gold and learn how to diversify your savings with gold today. Again, text the word America to 989898 and claim your free info kit today so you can learn how to protect your financial future. I want to take it back to the ground in Iowa. We have Brian Glenn and Michelle Backus who are there on the scene. And Brian, Michelle, it's been an amazing couple of first speakers. We had the singers, and it seems like we're going to have a couple of more coming up right before President Trump speaks. But President Trump right now on Truth Social taking the victory lap, talking about how great the big, beautiful signing, the big, beautiful bill signing will be, is now scheduled tomorrow at 4:00 p.m. Eastern. Brian and Michelle, what is the latest? Michelle, we'll start with you. What's the latest from on the ground in Iowa?
Well, I mentioned it earlier, but I want you to take a listen to the song playing right now, Mike. All across the state grounds, you can hear it. All I do is win. How fitting is that given the past few weeks? Because I'll tell you what, Brian and I said it, we're not tired of winning yet. And that's exactly what's happening with the Trump administration, especially as we look this morning at the big, beautiful bill. Brian and I were waiting in the car watching those votes come in. A lot of people filing in here this morning, asking questions if we had updates in anticipation. I'll tell you what, this is what I voted for, Brian. I don't know about you, but I know this is what all of them out in the crowd voted for as well. This is the largest tax cut for the middle class in the nation's history. These are hardworking Americans trying to put food on the table and support their families. This is a campaign promise that was kept.
Yeah, the campaign promise also, Michelle, was to come back here to Iowa and kick off this 250 celebration, and that's just what President Trump has done today. Now, the crowd is remaining to come inside. It is technically a work day, so you got a lot of people that just got off work that have fouled their way to the fairgrounds. But to your point, with a big, beautiful bill, the impact that will have for all Americans, despite your political background, despite if you voted for President Trump or not, you probably will next time. You see the effects of a Republican policy, but the American people are celebrating today. The ones that depend on tips for income, the ones that depend on the overtime for their additional income. Well, this is a good day for them because that finally got signed in, voted in, will be signed into law tomorrow out there on the South Lawn. But just what a great day for America. And what a great way, Michelle, to kick off July 4th.
Yeah, first in the nation state right here. We've seen people pile in all day. And it's funny because last time we were in Iowa, there were record-breaking temperatures, but they were in the negatives. It was freezing. And if you remember, during that time, President Trump won by a historic amount of pretty large margins there fast into the night, actually. Same thing now. You're looking at all those people that have supported President Trump through the years. And although now we're seeing record-breaking temperatures the other way, it's 92 degrees. I believe that was the high today. It hasn't stopped anyone. People coming after work, people still piling in here behind us, really filling out, Brian.
If you look at Liberation Day, which we had, feels like forever, but it was just a couple months ago, and what we've done on the global stage for international trade and the tariffs, and of course, it seems like the trade deals, Michelle, come in almost every other day. So he is taking care of that. But if you look at the bigger picture of the peacemaker, President Trump has become the peacemaker. I asked that in the Oval Office, and I know that's a part of what he wants his legacy to go down to. So yes, he is for the American people. He has absolutely put us first on the global stage to remain what he would call the hottest country in the world, and others call us the hottest country in the world. But he will go down as the peacemaker as we see continually wars around the country, around the world, I should say, that he's putting an end to. So, economically speaking, he's brilliant. Foreign policy, he's brilliant. And domestically, I keep saying, Michelle, the month of May, we had 0 border crossings. That is an absolute historical record. And it's all because of the policies and the administration under Donald J. Trump and the people over at ICE and Tom Homan and Kristi Noem and the whole really group of people that have made this happen.
And the stock market closed a little early today, but record highs. So when Brian says economically, I mean, the economics are off the chart. President Trump, again, he's been active on Truth Social from the plane. Jake, and I want to get your take on this because Trump has also put some praise on Tom Emmer, and the majority whip, and Congressman Steve Scalise. Obviously, Trump is happy right now with how the House GOP held together and got this done. What do you think some of the priorities are looking forward? Because now that we have this done, as has been mentioned on this broadcast, there's going to be several other opportunities to get more things done. What do you think they're going to have their eye on the ball on as we set the stage here for, again, what Trump just called a couple of minutes ago, the new golden age? What do you think is coming next, Jake?
Well, I think the first priority is to take a look at some of the things that weren't great in the big, beautiful bill, some of the spending, and see if they can't make up for that by cutting spending elsewhere. So the President Trump can look at not only his fellow Republicans, but all the American people and say, hey, we know we still have to do more to cut the deficit and cut the debt. And so in addition to the bill which just passed, we're going to do some other things to do that. I think that has to be priority one, because that will it's one thing when you're just listening to people who are criticizing you, but this was a criticism not of Trump necessarily, but of our deficit situation and our debt situation. So I think that's going to be a big thing. Also, President Trump is going to, I think, in the next year, really look more head on at our real estate situation in this country. There's a lot of young people. Ben's been interviewing them in those fairgrounds. It doesn't matter whether you're in Iowa or in New York. It's too expensive right now to buy a home. Mortgage rates are too high. Jerome Powell's not cooperating. And so what's the answer when things cost too much? Supply and demand. The supply needs to be increased. And the federal government under President Trump has an opportunity to get rid of some of those barriers and get more homes built and more housing built by private industry in this country. I think that's got to be, I think it will be a big priority for him. Listen, we know President Trump at his core is a real estate guy, and you know it's bothering him that deals aren't being made, that families can't buy homes because the prices and the mortgage rates are too high. So I would not be surprised if that isn't a major part of what comes on after maybe the summer. We're already in the middle of the summer, so just a few more months where I think President Trump's going to tell the American people that by the midterms, you're going to see a real difference in the cost to own a home. That I think is going to be a big priority for him.
And you know, you bring up a great point, is the Jerome Powell situation. You know, President Trump has talked about how hot our country is right now. And by the way, as you're looking right here live, you are seeing Air Force One, got to be Air Force One, flying overhead, looking to land in Iowa. President Trump, obviously, with some members of his cabinet on the plane. We're going to be landing and speaking shortly, but President Trump about to land wheels down in Iowa. We got that amazing aerial shot and about It's Real America's Voice in its totality today. This production just all over the place, all the different cameras, and no other network talking to the people like we're talking to the people. And that's all led by Ben Berquam right now. So let's bring Ben back in. Ben, how's the crowd shaping up? The Iowa Fairgrounds, I've been there. Trump, I believe, has had a rally there before. How is the Iowa Fairgrounds? Oh, I think we have a speaker coming on stage right now. So we got Brooke Rollins coming on. We're going to take Brooke Rollins coming on live.
Trump is in the air and on his way to the beautiful state of Iowa. Well, listen, y'all, there is no better place to kick off the new era of American greatness than right here, right now on the Iowa State Fairgrounds. Let's go. Iowa is the backbone of America, and there is a reason for that. It is the small towns, it is the hearts of the people who live here who power our nation. Iowa feeds America. Iowa, you fuel America. And Iowa will always be the beating heart of America. Our American Revolution was fought for many causes, all under the banner of liberty. But central among them was this: the preservation of a people who work the land, who love their families, who take pride in our country and our flag, and place their trust not in the government, but in our Almighty God. This is the foundation of our greatness, a greatness that is being restored by a leader we love and who loves you, President Donald J. Trump. President Trump never forgets that it is this state, that it is all of you, that it is Iowans who helped send him back to the White House for this, the most historic second term of our lifetimes. And this is why he fought for Iowa farmers in the one big, beautiful bill, which unleashes economic rural prosperity by providing the largest working and middle-class tax cut in history and saving your family farms from the crippling death tax. Listen, y'all, I am not from the great state of Iowa. I am a daughter of Texas's farms and small towns. Got a few Texans here. I was just a small-town FFA kid growing up baling hay and racing barrels in the tiny town of 1200 in Glen Rose, Texas. But it is there where I learned the virtues that run deep through America's heartland. And that American way of life of hard work and self-sufficiency, of grit and of grace, of faith and of family is not some creation that came about by accident. It is the deliberate consequence of the great American founding itself. It is the creation of the founders and the expression of liberty and of freedom. The founders knew that the culture of entrepreneurship, of independence, of self-reliance, of risk, and of community that characterized the farming life and our farmers was indispensable to the new American Republic. No agriculture, no farms meant no liberty. It was simple then, and it is that simple now. Iowa and the whole agriculture way of life is therefore both part of the American experiment and a signal of its true success. The men who sacrificed themselves upon the altar of freedom at Lexington and Concord 250 years ago did so that this nation could exist now. If they could see it, and I believe they do still see it, they would say it was all worth it. That connection with history and purpose is important now more than ever because we have, for the first time in a generation, a president of the United States who understands it and embodies it. President Donald Trump is American in ways the founders would immediately understand and in ways that the pioneers who tamed this former wilderness would have instantly recognized. He is American in ways that Iowans absolutely understand, so much that he won the hearts and minds of Iowans and Americans not once, not twice, but 3 times. And now that you have brought him back to the White House again, he is delivering on his promises. Inflation, the cost of goods, is down. Our border is secure. Our partners across the world are negotiating again for great trade deals for our farmers and our ranchers. And the world is returning to peace once again. And by the way, did y'all hear that the cost of eggs is a little bit down? President Trump's Americanness expresses itself in his agenda. As his Secretary of Agriculture, I can tell you firsthand that his passion for American farmers, for American ranchers, for our rural America is unmatched. And we have the joy of keeping up with him in that respect. And everyone knows that he is explicit and unashamed in putting America first, in defending American jobs, in defending the American border, in defending the American heartland, in defending the American farmer, and in defending the American dream. It's been almost exactly 1 year since that fateful day in Butler, Pennsylvania, when the world stood still. It is the most uncommon thing in the world to be shot and then to rise and to tell the shocked and terrified crowd to fight, to fight, to fight, to fight, to fight, to never give up for this country. But it is also the most American thing. I mentioned Lexington and Concord, and there's something in that record of the American Revolution we commemorate now, today, that we must never forget. Lexington was an American loss. Concord was an American victory. But the battle records soon after were more losses than wins for a very long time. The revolution didn't end because of it, because those Americans knew the important thing was to fight. President Trump knows it too. And when you fight, sometimes you win, sometimes you don't. But if you keep fighting and God is on your side, you always win. Tomorrow is the anniversary of our formal independence, the final 4th of July before the grand celebration of America's 250th anniversary, just 1 year from tomorrow. It's worth the celebration, but never forget that for independence to be declared, the people themselves had to embrace liberty and had to see themselves as masters of the new continent. John Adams said the revolution was not won on the battlefield alone. It was also won in the hearts and the minds of our people. And it is those hearts and minds to which this president fights and appeals, and which this great state of Iowa and our farmers and our ranchers embody so well. Your lives, your homes, your families, your faith is the true testament to American independence. Independence, after all, is not a one-time act. It must be won again. It must be won again and again, and it must be won again. And every generation proving itself deserving of the heritage that it receives. Y'all, we will have a celebration worthy of the anniversary across this entire next year. We are pulling out all the stops to celebrate 250 years of American greatness, and President Trump's very special announcement that is coming very, very quickly here to you tonight in Iowa will let you know exactly what we're doing. Just this morning, I announced that we will have in August the biggest, most amazing American farmers market in the history of our country in Washington on the National Mall. And tonight, I want to invite all of you, every farmer, every rancher, every producer from every state who sell their beautiful crops and their products and their pork and their beef, to join us in Washington 1 month from today during National Farmers Market Week. But let me finish with this. We are honored to call the greatest country in the history of the world our home. President Trump would be the first to tell you, love your country. He would be the first to tell you that love America first. When you look around and all of you patriots that are here, you can feel the love. You can feel the spirit of patriotism in the air. It is that same spirit that won our independence, and it is that same spirit that moved the first farmer to sink the first plow into Iowa's beautiful, rich earth. Tonight, I'm reminded of another great Iowan, 24-year-old Martin Treptow. He worked as a barber in northwest Iowa before deploying to France during World War I. Before he gave his life for his country during that war, he wrote in his diary that America must win this war. Therefore, I will work, I will save, I will sacrifice, I will endure, I will fight cheerfully and do my utmost as if the issue of the whole struggle depended on me alone. Just as that brave young soldier who did give the ultimate sacrifice in World War I, we will work, we will save, we will sacrifice, we will endure, and we will fight cheerfully and do our utmost as if the issue of the whole struggle depended on us alone. Thank you, Iowa. I will be back in a month for your Iowa State Fair. I will proudly be showing in your steer show against your Governor Kim Reynolds, your Attorney General, and others. So those of you at the State Fair, come say hello. What an honor. What a joy. Never forget to fight, to fight, to fight, to fight for America, for freedom, for liberty. God bless you all. God bless President Trump, and God bless the United States of America. God bless you all. Thank you so much.
Today we commemorate an event that did not just change American history, but changed the history of the entire world with the creation of America's Army on June 14th, 1775. Liberty got its shield and freedom got its sword. From Bunker Hill to San Juan Hill, from Gettysburg to Guadalcanal, and from the trenches of the Argonne to the mountains of Afghanistan, the Army has forged a legacy of unmatched courage, untold sacrifice, and unequaled glory. Their motto is victory or death. Over the past 2.5 centuries, our warriors have shown unrivaled valor. Down through history, we've been blessed beyond words by this valiant legion of Army warriors and patriots, heroes and legends. Thanks to their extraordinary service and devotion, 250 years later, America stands tall, America stands proud, and America stands free.
All right, you have been watching Real America's Voice coverage of America 250. Isn't it amazing we have President Trump for this incredible year that's kicking off? A lot in store. Our coverage continues from Des Moines, Iowa. We're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. I am Mike Crispy. You are watching Real America's Voice, and this is the Salute to America celebration. What you're seeing on the screen right now is the live shot of Air Force One wheels down in Iowa. President Trump coming from Joint Base Andrews, and he's on a run. He's having himself a day. He's doing congratulatory Truth Social posts. He's about to deplane, about to go speak to a raucous crowd of incredible patriots who are excited not only to celebrate the 250th anniversary of American greatness, but also the big, beautiful bill, which even has Trump's critics today saying, wow, the guy is pulling off everything he's wanted to pull off. As you can see, we are live on the ground in Iowa. Real America's Voice has been giving you all-day coverage, and I want to bring back into the conversation our team that we have. And we were about to go to Ben Berquam before we had to take a break for the last speaker. So, Ben, crowd, it's heating up. How big would you say the crowd is? Obviously, people have come in after work. The Iowa State Fairgrounds, where I've been before, you've been there, you're there now. It has a really big capacity. Is this the biggest crowd there? How's it looking? How's the energy? And what else are you seeing from the ground in Iowa?
Well, so it actually started off pretty small when we first got here. I was a little concerned, but again, that's because Trump voters actually work for a living. It's midweek, it's a Thursday. It's filling in now. People are getting off work, they're coming in. Several thousand people out here right now. I couldn't really tell you the number, but if you look at the gates behind us, people continue to pile in. So I have no doubt that they're going to fill up this area that we're standing in now. And the people are pumped. It's hot. A lot of people have been standing out here for hours. Thank God President Trump and the team provided ice cold water, not just water. They brought ice buckets out and put the water in. So there have been a few people that have passed out and they've had emergency response to them. But in general, people are still uplifted. They're pumped up. They're ready to see President Trump. They're definitely excited for that sun to go down and for the fireworks afterwards. But it's just a beautiful day of patriots who love this country, who understand the stakes of what our country has gone through. And I think in a minute we're going to play some more of those. In particular, the immigrants, legal immigrants that escaped communism to come here. Those stories, they don't mind sitting out in the sun if it means protecting their liberty for future generations.
Amazing. And yes, there have been some incredible interviews today. I think some of the best interviews that I've ever seen from being involved with Trump rallies for a long time from Ben Berquam with great patriots on the ground. Let's head over to Michelle and Brian. Michelle and Brian, we got Trump wheels down, and we also have Brooke Rollins, who kind of teased Trump making an announcement tonight, I guess kicking off America 250. It's going to be a year of celebration. Is there any insight into what Brooke Rollins was talking about? Obviously, Trump has announced his plans tomorrow at the White House, but she teased something, and the crowd was kind of on edge there. Oh, we're going to cut right now, sorry guys, to President Trump deplaning, getting off the plane on the ground in Iowa. You guys see it on your screen. This is live. President Trump getting off of Air Force One onto the tarmac in Iowa, set to take the stage in about an hour, and he's feeling good today. He changed hats. He was wearing a white hat when he got on the plane, and now he's wearing a red hat getting off the plane. So President Trump there greeting members of the military on the tarmac. I'm trying to look and see who he's with. That could be Doug Burgum, perhaps. I think it might be Doug Burgum. But with members of his team, deplaning and talking to folks right now, posing for some pictures. And like I said earlier in the broadcast, when he left to go to Washington, D.C., doesn't seem like Trump has slept very much in the last couple of days. That's because all we've heard over the last 72 hours is President Trump bringing in people to the White House to get them over the finish line on supporting the big, beautiful bill. So President Trump has been working exceptionally hard, and he set this deadline because he wanted today not only to be a celebration of America 250, but be a celebration of what we have now known this to be, and that is the golden age of America. This is the golden age of America, and that kicks off not just with President Trump's executive orders, but the one big, beautiful bill, which will be signed into law tomorrow. I'm sure President Trump will be talking a lot about that and more tonight. Let's go back. We were just about to talk to Michelle Backus and Brian Glenn. Let's go back to them right now. So, Michelle, you've seen some of the speakers, and the crowd has seen some of it. And we were talking a little bit about Brooke Rollins teasing something that Trump is going to announce tonight. Is there any insights, guys, into what President Trump will be unveiling to the public tonight? Go to you, Michelle.
to the 250th anniversary celebration. So we're going to have to hear more about what exactly that's going to be, but I think it's all going to relate and definitely be an exciting moment. It was actually kind of cool as we were standing here just about 15, 20 minutes ago. Everyone started looking up into the crowd, pointing into the sky and cheering. Air Force One was right in the distance. So it was a cool shot for everyone here to see as it flew over, getting ready to land. Of course, President Trump headed here to the state fairgrounds shortly.
It's always great to see Air Force One fly over, especially when he's president. We've seen Trump Force One fly over several times during the campaign season, but it's nice to see Air Force One fly over. Now, what I think he's going to focus on, obviously, he's going to mention the accomplishment of the one big, beautiful bill and all the aspects of who it benefits all Americans. But I also think he's going to recap what it's been like in the White House since January 20th. They took over, and all the wins that he's had, historical wins, the peacemaking, the economic, the deal making, the tariffs, and all of that, the lowers the crime. People may not know, but President Trump right now, this country is on a course to have the lowest crime rate, you ready for this, in history. We are on historical lows on crime, and that I think has largely to do with the shutdown of the border. So if you stop a lot of the violent criminals coming in this country and doing petty theft and crime, obviously you can cut that down. But it's just really kind of getting law and order. He's back the blue. He always has been one of the biggest supporters of men and women that serve our country in law enforcement and our military. So if you take our police to the street and they know they can do their jobs with any type of retribution, I think you're going to get better law enforcement. And so clearly that has happened. So Mike, I think we're going to have a total recap of what the last 6 months or so has been in this country.
Yeah, and that would make sense, Brian, now that you mention it, because this is his first stop. This is kicking off a year-long celebration. It makes sense that he's celebrating in Iowa. He said it's one of his favorite places. And to your point, look at what's happened with the big, beautiful bill as well. We now have the full funding for the border wall. ICE agents are going to be fully funded as well, able to fully do what they need to do to protect this country. So I believe those crime rates are going to go down even more.
And I asked them the other day, Mike, in the Oval Office about funding the airline industry, the air traffic controllers, and getting the money and upgrading the technology. Because if you've been on a plane the last 4 years, it's a horrible experience. Just coming here for us yesterday, we had some ground complications at DCA.
How long was your delay?
Oh, well, it probably took me, I could have drove from DC to here quicker than it took me to fly, basically. And God bless Harry in the studio right now. We had a team that did drive from New York to Iowa, and I wouldn't want to be them because I would imagine it gets very uncomfortable in that car. I don't know how many stops they'd have to stop at a Buc-ee's to go to the bathroom. But my point is, he's going to reinvest in our airline industry and make sure that our airports, our technology is up to speed. And also to hire. We have a major shortage of people in this country to work in the air traffic controllers, and that a lot of it got pushed out for COVID. But he is investing in the infrastructure of America, and that affects everyone here.
Every single person.
Yep.
That is a great point. And it wasn't too long ago where you could easily get direct flights into Des Moines, Iowa, and then all of a sudden you couldn't get the flights anymore because there were cutbacks because of more regulation and red tape. So Brian, who's on an airplane a lot, understands and is telling you guys the full scope of it, is that just the basic infrastructure of this country over the last number of years under Biden has totally been deteriorated. And Trump is the one who said, why do we have to live with third world airports? And Biden mocked Trump for that. But it's like, wait a minute, we are the richest country in the world. Where are the tax dollars going exactly, if not for the services of the American people? So that is a great point. Jake, I want to go to you and get you in the conversation here. The Democrats, the Democrats have had a tough day. They were serenading Hakeem Jeffries for talking a really long time about nothing. That was, I guess, their accomplishment today, is that he broke the record for the longest speech on the House floor. I don't know what happened, but it seems like they're patting themselves on the back over a whole lot of nothing. And today, now, they're having a spontaneous meltdown about how these ICE agents are going to rip families apart and basically repeating all the propaganda that we've heard over the last 10 years that the American public has grown totally tone deaf to. Jake, where do you think the Democrat Party goes from here? Because even CNN tonight, as I'm watching what's going on, even some of the CNN reporters are acknowledging Trump right now is having his way. He knows how to work the D.C. system in better ways than he ever has. So how do the Democrats respond to that or try to respond to that in the midterms? What do you think they're going to try to do to combat all this?
Well, the first thing they need to find is a leader. I mean, it might seem like it's a long time until 2028, but they don't have a leader or anything close to it right now in the party. And they were doing presidency by committee when Joe Biden was in the White House. We really don't know how much he was part of even that committee. That doesn't work when you're trying to win over new voters. You need to have an individual, a personality, and they don't have one right now. I mean, I just looked at the latest polls, and Pete Buttigieg, with like 15% of support, is at the top of all the potential Democrats to run for president in 2028. People like Gavin Newsom are a percentage point below. These people they just don't have a leader. That's got to be their first priority. But, you know, to get a leader who the people like, you have to have democracy. And it's been a really long time since the Democrats have allowed even their own voters to choose their candidates. 2016, they inserted Hillary in there. 2020, Biden. 2024, Kamala Harris. They don't even know how to go to the people. I mean, this is why a rally like you're seeing tonight, an event like you're seeing tonight, is just so foreign to Democrats right now. The idea that you have basically a grassroots event, people coming on their own volition to hear the president speak. They could be doing anything else they want to right now. They're coming and they're packing the House. He's been doing this since 2015. Anyone who doesn't see that as a unique movement in American history is really missing it and not understanding it. So they need first to get a leader. Then they need to find an issue that isn't incredibly unpopular. The American people overwhelmingly support the deportation of criminal illegal aliens. It's a crazy hill for them to die on, to not only oppose it, but then to go visit them in prisons in El Salvador. They're also dying on the hill of men and boys and girls sports, which only 13% of the American public supports. So they need to find a leader, A, and B, they need to find an issue which isn't suicidal. They got a lot of work to do. The first thing they might want to do is stop taking the money and the influence from, I think, foreign enemies of the United States who are indirectly donating to their campaigns, and then figure out an issue that people really, really support. Right now, I don't think they could even, I think they're blindfolded right now. They don't even know how to find a leader or an issue.
You know, President Trump said maybe they should put up Jasmine Crockett as the presidential nominee and then AOC as the vice president. They seem to be getting all the press. That'll go great. Put them up. All right. We are going to take a short break right now, and we will be back with so much more coverage of the Salute to America celebration on Real America's Voice, coming to you live from Iowa. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. I am Mike Crispy, and you are tuned in to Real America's Voice. We are live on the ground in Des Moines, Iowa, as President Trump is wheels down in Iowa and will soon be taking the stage at the America 250 celebration. Obviously, the America 250 celebration is a big deal, and it now just became a bigger deal as President Trump notched his biggest legislative win in his political career, getting the One Big Beautiful Bill passed through Congress. He will be signing that bill tomorrow at 4:00 p.m. Eastern. I'm also hearing out of the control room that President Trump, in commemoration of the anniversary of the Butler shooting, will be having a interview with Laura Trump. So he will be doing an interview to commemorate the one-year anniversary. We heard Brooke Rollins mention that as well. And now we're going to go to Ben Berquam, who is on the ground, and he is talking to folks who are there and have been taking in the sights and sounds. Ben, what is the latest? How are the people doing? You mentioned that people are off work. They're flowing in. The crowd is buzzing. President Trump's on the ground. What's the latest, Ben?
Yeah, hey, thanks, Mike. I just want to come over here to some of these folks. Now, I heard you. I was eavesdropping on what you were saying. You got off work. You tried to get off early.
Yeah.
You said your boss said it wasn't going to fly. We don't want to blow where you work, but why was it so important for you to come out here today?
Because I want to show my support for the greatest president in the history of presidents. This dude is phenomenal. He loves Iowa. He loves the country. He's America first 100%. I think it's been a long time since we've seen a president like that.
Now, I'm not going to say the company you work for, but are you in tech?
Yeah, I am.
So you're in tech. You're a tech bro out here.
Yeah.
How you look at the big beautiful bill that just passed, but you have Doge and some of those things that aren't that Elon are saying isn't enough. What are the priority things for a young guy like you, a guy that's in technology? What are the priority things that you think we still need to do going forward?
Well, one thing that I was very excited about, I just came back from a work trip, so I was kind of upset about not having no tax on overtime, but I'm definitely going back and working all the overtime, no taxes, dude, and then no tax on tips, too. I don't get tips, but, servers, that's how they make a living, dude. It's okay, for the future, we're doing a really good job as a government, making sure that the AI infrastructure is, number one for the U.S. So, we are staying way ahead of, China with DeepSeek, with ChatGPT. It's the United States has given these companies lots and lots of money to make sure that we're the number one in the world, because that's where it's headed. It's going to be, game changing when AI gets implemented the way that these big companies want to.
That's a great point. By the way, I worked my way through college on tips. Had I not had to pay taxes on it, that would have been amazing.
You'd be a millionaire.
Yeah, I know. Man, what about you? What are the issues that matter most to you? By the way, they keep saying Hakeem Jeffries was on the House floor saying how everyone's going to lose their health care. He was ignoring the fact that he was talking about illegal aliens. Are you concerned about losing your health care because of this big, beautiful bill?
Absolutely not. Hakeem Jeffries is blinded like a lot of liberals been. They just don't tell the truth. They try to do scare tactics. And like he said, President Trump loves us. He loves America, the United States. He's looking out for us. He's the only president that really cares about us. The rest of them are warmongers, and we know they're not honest. Yeah. And you're amazing. I follow you, and I love what you do. I love watching your videos. So
it's an absolute honor.
It's an honor to
46. Let's go.
Yeah, it's an honor to meet you.
God bless you. Thank you. All right, coming down the line, guys. All right, question. We're continuing the poll down here. We're talking about ice. It's hot, right? We want ice. More ice in Iowa.
Ice in the water things.
Ice in the water things too, and then ice in our cities. Ice everywhere. The question is, do we want to deport more illegals or less illegals?
Well, I would say more if they're illegal.
Yeah.
Right? I mean,
that's it. Not legal. No, illegal immigrant, you come through the right way. But if you're here illegally, the liberals are out there screaming about, protecting illegals. What's your message?
Well, I'd say I follow the rules and the laws. I mean, I teach my kids to follow rules and laws. I mean, let's just do things the right way. I think we do need to improve our legal immigration and speed that up, because I have friends that have been through the system. They've been going through it for a long, long time. So there needs to be some improvement.
Yeah.
But let's do it legally. Yeah. It's not that difficult.
It's pretty simple. I saw you wanting to jump in here. So, so increase?
Yes, increase. Definitely.
And what's your message? In particular, either that issue, what are the top issues for you going forward?
Immigration?
All of it. America, what we're facing.
I mean, for me, immigration is just about the cost to Americans in terms of, when people come here legally and we're housing them and we're paying for their health care, and we've got homeless people that are on the streets, or we've got people struggling to pay their bills, single moms that can't pay their rent or buy milk, there's a problem. Yeah. And that's what I want fixed. Yeah. I mean, we shouldn't be supporting people coming here illegally.
Is it crazy to you or to me? You look at what the left stands for in America now, and you compare that to what the right. It used to be where there would be some common ground, and I look at it, I'm like, man, they just hate America. Like, where did that come from?
The best clip I've seen lately is Bill Clinton back when I think he was already in the presidency, or he was campaigning. His whole message was about deporting illegals. That was the Democratic Party just in the Clinton area. So what changed? Like, what's the purpose? I don't know what their end game is. I really don't. Yeah. Other than just building a voter base.
Yeah, that's right.
TDS.
And Trump derangement syndrome, the census, so they get more congressional representation. I don't know. Unbelievable. Mike, we're going to continue down the line here. The line is continuing to grow. It's continuing to come in. We got some more young people over here. Thank you. Just let me know when you want to jump in, though, Mike. Young folks out here, God bless you. Where are you guys from?
Ohio.
Yeah, Ohio.
How did you come just for this?
No, we were visiting family.
Okay, and it just happened to work out?
Yep.
I love it. How many Trump rallies have you been to?
This one.
First one?
Yeah.
I love that. Excited to see him in person?
Yeah.
Do you think your generation is waking up to is your generation against the wokeness and all of the LGBT and all the craziness that's going on, transgenderism?
Yeah, I think so. I think everybody's changing. They're seeing what's wrong and they're changing their opinions.
Is it cool to think for yourself now? Because I know for a long time it was like, do everything we tell you to do or we'll cancel you.
Yeah.
I mean, in general, it's cooler now to be somebody who actually goes against what the average person tells you to do than it used to be. It's weird that this has become the counterculture now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's great. Everybody's seeing everything and changing their minds and being standing up for what's right.
Yeah, and I love that you're waving an American flag and not burning it. That's a good thing. Guys, you want to jump in at all too?
No. I don't have anything.
Just from Ohio, just came out. Are you guys?
No, I'm actually from Des Moines.
Okay.
Yeah. I think it's really nice that Trump is at the top of his game. We're here for it. It's great to see. He goes in, he destroys Iranians' nuclear facilities. He's best friends with Israel, which is amazing. And I know Bibi's coming to town, and they're going to have a great time together. But they're doing amazing things for the world, really, they are. It's a whole different light. It's they're winning. That's what it's about. And the people have an independent thought, and he's speaking up for we the people. It's a beautiful thing. So it's amazing.
I'm going to throw back to you in just a second, Mike. Look at these awesome young guys over here, the next generation. This is what it's all about. You guys, no pressure, but the future of our country's on your shoulders. Are you up for it?
Oh yeah, hopefully.
Yeah, where are you from? Are you brothers?
Oh yeah, we're from Minnesota.
Okay.
Minnesota.
And you?
Yeah, sister.
Yeah, sister. All right, we got the whole family. We got parents here. You came in by yourself?
Yeah.
From Minnesota, did you drive?
No, actually, our parents are over here.
Okay, they're here with you. Okay, this is it. So the question is this the counterculture now? Is it cool to be MAGA? Because it used to be you had to be one of these weirdo, pink-haired, hate America. And I look at it now and it's like, it's almost cool to be the patriotic one, to actually think for yourself. Am I wrong?
Yeah, like a couple of years ago, 2021, 2022, like there's this thing called toxic masculinity. If you were a man, you were ashamed for it. But nowadays, it's seemed to have flipped like in less than 3 years, and it's really nice to see.
Yeah, so you guys are both men. You'll always be men. You're a woman. You'll always be a woman. There's nothing they can change. How the heck did we get to this place where there is confusion about that? Is it
sin?
Sin. There it is.
Yeah.
Very true. I agree, yeah.
The key is getting God back into our country. All of it. The foundation is the key. You got it right there, buddy.
That's right.
Winner of the day answered the question, one word, sin. We got to cast it out of our country. What's that?
Fries?
You got half drinking bottle of water. It's pretty cool. All right, Mike, I'm going to throw it back to you, brother.
Oh, man, I tell you, if there wasn't Ben Bergquam and Real America's Voice, how would we ever know what the overwhelming majority of Americans think? You won't see that on the fake news on CNN. Thank you very much, Ben, for that. We are going to go to a quick break right now and stay with us because President Trump taking the stage soon. Wheels down in Iowa. America 250. Quick break. Don't go anywhere.
Lightweight, durable, and powerful enough to inflate this massive monster truck tire. Plus, it has 4 ultra-bright LED lights to safely inflate at night. Bullseye Pro comes with 3 custom air nozzles on board, so you can easily inflate pool toys, exercise balls, and more. Forget driving to the gas station. Bullseye Pro is your anywhere, anytime inflation station. Call or go online now and get the complete Bullseye Pro inflation system, all for the factory direct price of just $79.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free. That's right, free shipping. But to really inflate this offer, we'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. You get it all. An incredible value for one low price. Call or go online to order now.
To order, call 1-800-976-9718 or go to getbullseyepro.com. So call 1-800-976-9718. That's 1-800-976-9718 or order online at getbullseyepro.com. Order now.
Live from Des Moines, Iowa, Real America's Voice brings you front and center for a moment that marks a new era of American greatness. This is America 250's kickoff celebration.
After 250 years, we still proudly declare that we are free because you are strong. You are so strong.
From coast to coast, patriots gather with renewed hope and unwavering spirit. And at the heart of it all, the President of the United States.
Give me liberty or give me death.
Join us as we take you live inside this powerful celebration of faith, freedom, and the American dream. A new era of American greatness starts right now.
You will fight, 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 and you will win, win, win.
Back, everybody. I am Mike Crispy. You are watching A Real America's Voice, and this is the Salute to America celebration. We are live on the ground in Iowa where President Trump will be taking the stage very soon. Real America's Voice has been on the ground all day long, talking to great patriots who are in an especially good mood today, because not only is it the 250th celebration of America, but the big, beautiful bill getting through the House of Representatives today. We have Brian Glenn and Michelle Backus front and center at the rally. Brian, President Trump put on Truth Social just about 20 minutes ago. Great job by Secretary of the Treasury Scott Bessent in explaining the complexities, but the beauty of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. What are you hearing? And talk a little bit about to the people out there about the economic impact, some of the highlights that folks in the crowd that are watching and in attendance today should be excited about.
Well, overall, Mike, you're going to see the extension of the Trump tax code. The tax code was set to sunset. That will be renewed. So the bottom line, you're going to save taxes. If this thing would have not been approved, it would have defaulted on the old tax. You're looking at about a 60+% tax increase for everybody. That's not good for anyone. But when you look at inflation and what he's able to do, I know Brick Rollins just left here just a few minutes ago talking about even the cost of eggs. President Trump likes to say when he took office, they said, what about the price of eggs, Mr. President? It's so high. He has really brought inflation down across the board. And I like to remind everyone at home and a lot of the ones in the media, when inflation was going double digits on absolutely every consumable good or service in the marketplace, the media was silent. Nobody was criticizing Joe Biden. Nobody was criticizing anybody at the time. They just allowed it to happen. President Trump inherited a disaster, and he brought all of it down. So the economic relief that these people are having right now is huge. It's in everyday life. And I will say this, Mike, before the election last year, I would ask people, are you planning to take a summer vacation? Oh, wait. Well, we got some speakers coming on stage here. Ambassador Protocol. There we go. Monica Crowley coming on stage right now. Stand by.
To be back in our heartland as the Trump administration's representative for America 250 and as America's ambassador. Today we kick off our year-long 250th birthday party for America. This majestic celebration is about our exceptional history and the start of a new era of American greatness. Today we launch the next 250 years of American freedom, strength, dynamism, leadership, and pride. And what an absolute gift it is to have President Trump in the White House during this epic moment in our history. 249 years ago tomorrow, a ragtag band of young patriots came together in a small hall in Philadelphia to approve a document that would change the world forever. The Declaration of Independence was more than an airing of grievances against the crown. It heralded a new nation, announced in defiance of tyranny, built on individual rights and freedom. The Declaration was and remains the most eloquent battle cry of all time. The founders knew that when they put their names to it, they were risking it all. As Benjamin Franklin reportedly said, quote, "We must hang together, or most assuredly, we shall all hang separately." And yet, they did it anyway. That is true courage. And that is true faith in the absolute moral necessity to fight for God's gift of freedom. The hand of God was upon our founding fathers and upon our new upstart country. But America requires, in Abraham Lincoln's immortal words, a new birth of freedom in every generation. And over the next year, we will honor and celebrate all that the incredible generations before us accomplished, from creating this republic to saving it more than once. A new birth of freedom is exactly what we are experiencing right now, because our current president is a direct inheritor of the founders' heroic character. A profoundly brave man, driven by the noble fight for American freedom, guided by the hand of God. From Washington, Adams, Jefferson, and Hamilton to Trump, the through lines of history are clear. President Trump is the heir to those greats who 250 years ago risked their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor for America. We are now in a moment in our history when, thanks to President Trump, we are turning the tide again, just as the revolutionary generation did. It is our time to take big risks to save our country. And it is our duty to honor our past generations and their staggering sacrifices, for which we owe them a huge debt of gratitude. We are the natural successors to the Revolutionary War generation, fiercely independent, ruggedly individualist, faithful to God and country, with a white-hot love of liberty and the unique, enduring American spirit. It's been said, and I've studied history, so I know this argument well, it's been said that great civilizations tend not to last more than about 250 years. We have made it to year 249 with our big 250 coming up next year. This is an inflection point for the United States. We really do stand at a crossroads in history. As a nation, we could continue to slide into steady decline, or we could choose a restoration of American vigor, patriotism, and purpose. It is our responsibility to carry that spirit forward, and we have chosen to make America great again. But as our forefathers discovered, that mission requires forever vigilance. President Trump is rekindling our founder spirit and reclaiming the American Republic for the American people. He is launching us into the next 250 years of American greatness, as he did in his first term, by delivering a strong economy, which the big, beautiful bill which was passed today and the president is going to sign tomorrow, that is going to add rocket fuel to an already strong Trump economy. President Trump had to bring the economy back not once but twice. First, after 8 long years of Obama-Biden, and then after the COVID pandemic, when we reopened the country. And guess what? He's going to do it a third time. He is also delivering major trade deals, an enforced border, and record low illegal immigration, a government being rid of waste, fraud, and corruption, and world peace. He is literally delivering peace and prosperity. America first. I don't know what more people expect or want from an American president. He is literally fulfilling the entire job description and so much more. He is fulfilling America's very destiny. This is the new golden age, and with God's help, we will make America even greater over the next 250 years. Thanks to the genius cluster known as the Founding Fathers and their unfathomable courage, we will celebrate starting today 2.5 centuries of magnificent American exceptionalism. America is a great country, of course. It is also a good country because of the spirit of the American people. One nation truly under God, a beacon of hope, a citadel of liberty, a light in the darkness. This is why we're all here today. This is why we fight. Or to quote a great man, this is why we fight, fight, fight. Thank you so much. God bless you. God bless President Trump, and may God continue to bless the United States of America. Thank you.
All right. That is Monica Crowley, Ambassador Monica Crowley, and we appreciate everybody who has been with us as we've provided all-day coverage from on the ground live in Iowa. Our coverage continues ahead of President Trump taking the stage. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with so much more. Don't go anywhere. All right, everybody, welcome back. I am Mike Crispy. You are watching Real America's Voice, and we're getting close to President Trump taking the stage in Des Moines, Iowa. The Salute to America celebration kicks off shortly. President Trump going to take the stage and outline what the next year is going to look like. We have a year-long celebration from the 249th to 250th year of this country. We have talked about and have seen President Trump throughout the day departing the White House, arriving in Iowa in a particularly good mood because he notched his biggest legislative win, probably of his entire political career. It was nothing short of historic. And joining me all day is my incredible RAV panel. And let's go out to Jake, who is with us, Jake Novak. Jake, so Republicans continue to win today, and Democrats, and we were talking about this earlier in the broadcast, their new favorite son, Zohran Mamdani, in your city of New York, it's come out today that he forged his college application where he lied about being African American. Another disingenuous Democrat who pretends like he's one of the people, a socialist, what have you, but in reality is nothing more than a faker. And I think the reason people love Trump so much is because he's so authentic. What do you make of that new news, Jake? And how do you think things are going to go down in New York with these recent developments and Trump saying that he's going to push back on the socialist takeover of New York and not let it happen? What's the latest on that?
Well, full disclosure, I am a Columbia University graduate of the college, undergraduate. So if those hackers who got to his application got to mine back in 1987 when I applied, I have to openly admit, on that application, I kind of sort of claim to have created the West Coast offense. So I may have fudged my application too. I guess we're all guilty. But all kidding aside, I am seeing some momentum going against him right now.
Yeah, guys, we're sorry, Jake. We're going to go to Lee Greenwood, who is here performing. Take it away.
Tomorrow, all the things were gone. I'd worked for all my life, and I had to start again with just my children and my wife. Thank my lucky stars to be living here today, 'cause our flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. Ladies and gentlemen, our president. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA. There's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land.
What a crowd. Well, I just want to say a very special hello to Iowa. We have had a good time together. We won so much here, we didn't know what to do. There was so much winning here. But we love Iowa, and we won all 3 times. So that's pretty good. And won by a lot, but I'm thrilled to be back in a state that I love, and I really do love it too, with thousands of proud, hardworking patriots at the world-famous Iowa State Fairgrounds. Thank you. Thank you. 18 months ago, the people of Iowa braved sub-zero temperatures. You remember that night? Oh, that was cold. It was cold, but we were warm inside because we won by a landslide to turn out the first in the nation caucuses, and you delivered 98 out of 99 counties. What the hell county didn't? What's the name of that county? Let's get them out of here. 98 out of 99, that's not bad, Susie, I guess, right? We'll take that. But for President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, thank you very much, everybody. Then in November, we won Iowa by a landslide, 13 points, and it was the single largest presidential victory in your state's history. That's not bad. And now we're back where it all started to celebrate 5 months of incredible success for our nation and wish the Iowans and all Americans a very happy 4th of July. It's an honor to be with you. It's an honor. You know, a lot of people wanted us. When you're president, they want you. And if you're not president, they don't want you so much. But they really wanted us. And I said, nope, I'm going to Iowa because I promised I would go to Iowa. Sorry. I said, no way. There could be no better birthday present for America than the phenomenal victory we achieved just hours ago when Congress passed the one big, beautiful bill to make America great again. Right? And in the last election, the people gave us a historic mandate to cut taxes, raise take-home pay, bring back jobs, stop the invasion, that horrible invasion. Who would do that? Who would do that? That horrible. Who would do that to us? Who would do that to us? Deport the illegals and slash hundreds of billions of dollars of waste and fraud, and that's what we're doing. With this bill, every major promise I made to the people of Iowa in 2024 became a promise kept. You know, they had a report today on some crazy fake station, but it wasn't fake in this regard. They said, you know, this guy actually did more than he promised. I did. And I have another hat back there. It says, Donald Trump was right about everything. And I said, no, that sounds a little too conceited, but it happens to be true, I must tell you. This bill includes the largest tax cut in American history, the largest spending cut in American history, the largest border security investment in American history, although I must tell you, if you saw last month, they had 0 people coming through our border, 0. I'm not sure that's even possible. You know, I'll take it, but somebody must have got to. The other character had hundreds of thousands of people every time. Sometimes in a day they'd have over 100,000. We had 0, I don't know, for the month. So it must be a little wrong. Maybe they had 2 or 3 or something, but I'll take the 0. And the group that makes up those stats, you know, they're radical left Democrats, so it's probably true. We did a great job on the border. The largest welfare reforms and military upgrades in modern times, that's what we're doing. We rebuilt our military in 2016 in their first term. We rebuilt it. They gave some of it away to Afghanistan in the most embarrassing day in the history of our country. You remember that? We remember that? We don't have days like that. We have days like we just had in Iran. That's the kind of days we have. Complete obliteration. It turned out that was complete obliteration. Think of these guys flying way up in the air on a dark night, no moon, no nothing, and they hit every single target. It's the size of 1/2 a refrigerator door, a little size. 2x2. But this is a declaration of independence from a really national decline. We had a national decline. We were a laughing stock all over the world. We had a man as president who shouldn't have been there. You know that. He shouldn't have been there. But we really had independence now over the, if you look at it, the overtaxation, where we were being taxed out of our lives. Independence from overregulation. We have independence now from radical left bureaucrats, and independence from the largest alien invasion that I think any country has ever seen. We've never had anything like that. These people were fools. They allowed it to happen. You know, we've already cured inflation. Your gas prices are way down. Everything I said is that. But the one thing, it's hard. It's hard. Think of the time we spent on having murderers and gang members and prisoners from all over the world come into our country. We're getting them out fast, but it's a terrible thing what they've done to our country, and I hope you remember it, what they've done to our country, our beautiful country. 11,888 murderers came into our country, and some we've already gotten out, but it's terrible. Many of them, more than 50%, murdered more than one person. Can you believe it? And they let them come into our beautiful country. Just as I promised, we're making the Trump tax cuts permanent and delivering no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors, right? Front row Joe. We got a lot of front row Joes here. That's very nice. Thank you. Thank you. And we have Mr. Wall. Someday I'm buying that suit, I'm telling you. I like that suit. I'll walk up one day, I'll be dressed like a Wall, just like you. I think he's come to about 200 rallies, and that means you like us. And I think he's a very successful guy, too, believe it or not. He's a top accountant. Can you believe this? And he comes to rallies, he likes the rallies. Front row Joes, they're all successful. But this is what they do for entertainment. But now it's not entertainment. We've saved our country. We've got the hottest country anywhere in the world, as said by many, many leaders of other countries. And we will ignite trillions of dollars in economic growth, increase take-home pay for the typical family by more than $10,000 a year. And very importantly for Iowa, this bill rescues over 2 million family farms from the so-called estate tax or the death tax. In other words, before Trump, you were losing farms to the banks. Before Trump, you were losing the farms like nobody's ever seen before. You love your children. You don't feel so well. You pass away. You leave everything to your children, and they have to pay a big estate tax or a death tax, as we call it. And they couldn't do it. They go out and borrow money, and all of a sudden the bank is foreclosing on the farm. Not going to happen. You have no more estate tax. You have no more death tax to pay. Now, that's if you love your children. If you don't love your children, it doesn't matter. Just forget about what I said. It's not going to help you. But if you love them, or if you love somebody that you're leaving it to, think of that. No death tax, no estate tax, no going to the banks and borrowing from, in some cases, a fine banker, and in some cases, Shylocks and bad people. But they took away a lot of family. They destroyed a lot of families. But we did the opposite. So just remember, to me, it's so important. And it was mostly important for places like we're at right now. It's really, I'm so proud of it. At the same time, this bill cuts $1.5 trillion in spending. So wasteful spending is being cut by $1.5 trillion. And I got to tell you, I want to thank Republican congressmen and women, because what they did is incredible last night. And the Senate, the Republican Senate, we got, not with all of the things we did with the tax cuts and rebuilding our military, not one Democrat voted for us. And I think we use it in the campaign that's coming up, the midterms, because we got to beat them. But all of the things that we've given, and they wouldn't vote only because they hate Trump. But I hate them too, you know that? So it's sort of, I really do, I hate them. I cannot stand them because I really believe they hate our country. You want to know the truth? But it kicks illegal aliens off of Medicaid and food stamps and allows us to hire 3,000 new Border Patrol agents and 10,000 new ICE agents, and they are great patriots, the Border Patrol and ICE. to carry out the largest deportation operation in the history of our country. And I don't like saying that. I don't like saying that. But we have a country. We have a country to run. And we have so many people coming in that shouldn't be here. And they did. They came in from prisons, and they came in from drugs and gangs and drug lords, the worst in the world. They came in from mental institutions. They emptied mental institutions into our wonderful country. And I know exactly what's going on in Iowa. You had some horrible crime in Iowa caused by illegal aliens, but we're getting them the hell out of here. We have no choice. And our great, big, beautiful bill, it will build the Golden Dome Missile Defense Shield. We're going to have the best shield. And you saw that just the other day where the missiles are being shot down one after another. You know, they called me to tell me they have to take a shot at us. This was Iran, very respectful. That means they respect us. Because we dropped 14 bombs, they said, we'd like to take 14 shots at you. I said, go ahead, I understand. They said, where they'd do it, I said, good. We emptied out the fort. It was a beautiful military base in Qatar who treated us really fantastically well. And they said, sir, 1 o'clock, okay? I said, it was fine. We could make it later. And we had nobody but 4 gunners. We had 4, they call them gunners, and they shoot the Patriots. They shoot the missiles up. It's hard to believe. So all of a sudden, they said, we're ready. And they were a little nervous about doing it, I want to tell you. Can you imagine? They were nice enough. This is Iran, to call me and tell me that they would like to shoot me at 14 times. So they want to shoot us, and I said, go ahead, and they shot 14 high-grade, very fast missiles. Every single one of them was shot down routinely by these 4 unbelievable gunmen. And they did their job, and that was the end of that. But the big thing was the attack on their nuclear facilities, what those people did. And you know they're going to be in Washington tomorrow at the White House. We're going to be celebrating. We took not only the pilots, but the people that flew the other planes, but also the mechanics that had these planes going for 37 hours without a stop. You know, we had it was so far away. We had 52 tankers. Think of that, 52 that's loaded up with oil. I wouldn't want to fly one of those suckers over random. I say, what happens if they're shot at? Well, sir, that's a tough situation. It's not a pretty sight, but they were unbelievable. 52 tankers to load them up. They followed the planes in, and they never had to stop for fuel. They went 37 hours, actually. And how incredible. What equipment. What equipment. And, you know, China, Russia, they were all watching. Everybody was watching. We have the greatest equipment anywhere in the world. We have the greatest people anywhere in the world. And we have the strongest military anywhere in the world. But we're going to fully modernize our air traffic control system and expand school choice and really so much more. By the way, the air traffic control, you probably don't have that problem here. You know, you have planes land like they... But in some congested areas, you saw what happened with the helicopter and the plane and a lot of other things. If we had great equipment, and we should have had, it was all set up to go, and then Biden canceled the order when he came in. But he canceled a lot of orders because he didn't know what the hell he was doing. There's a case would have never happened. Bells would have gone off. Whistles would have gone off. Everything would have gone off. It would have never happened. Very simply, the one big, beautiful bill will deliver the strongest border on earth, the strongest economy on earth, the strongest military on earth, and ensure the United States of America will remain the strongest country anywhere on this beautiful planet of ours. 165 days into the Trump administration, America is on a winning streak like, frankly, nobody's ever seen before in the history of the presidency. I said, they said, you know, sir, you're going to go down as one of the greatest presidents ever. I said, really? No, I said, really? I said, better than Washington? They said, yes, sir. I said, better than Honest Abe Lincoln? They said, yes, sir. I said, I like this guy that said that. That's a smart guy. He's up for a big promotion right now. But just a few months ago, our country was cold as ice. We were laughed at all over the world. We were laughed at. Think of it, a year ago, we were laughed at. We were a bunch of clowns. They were laughing at our president. They were laughing at everything having to do with our country. I was in Saudi Arabia, I was in Qatar, I was in UAE, great leaders, strong, powerful, very rich leaders too, by the way, but great leaders, very smart people. And they said to me, the king of Saudi Arabia, but the three said the same thing essentially. They said, you know, a year ago we thought your country was finished. We thought it was dead. Dead. Horrible word, dead. And they were right. The country was close to death. And he said, and you know what? You've been in there. At that time, it was 4.5 months. It was a couple of months ago. He said, right now, you're in the hottest country anywhere in the world. There's no country in the world. You talked about all over the world. You got the hottest, smartest, sharpest country. And by the way, look at our stock market. We're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars on tariffs with no inflation. And today we just set another record, the highest stock market in history. No inflation. And one of the great economists from the Wharton School of Finance, where I happen to go, he apologized. He says, you know, I think Trump outsmarted us all. And yesterday was the poll, and out of 77 economists, I came in second. I want to find the guy that came in first. Somebody came in first. Can you believe it? But we said what was going to happen, and it's happening. And I'll tell you what, we had the greatest economy in the history of my first term. This is going to blow it away. You watch. This is going to blow it away. For the first time in years, this 4th of July, the economy is roaring, incomes are soaring, wages are up, prices are down. Gasoline, you see what's going on with gasoline? It's way down. See what's going on with eggs? Eggs are way down, eggs. Remember, I came in my first week, the fake news, those guys right there, look at all of them. Wow, that's a... Wow. No, a lot of fake. No, but we like them. It just shows you, when you can get every story, 100% of the stories, no matter what you do that's good, they make it as bad as possible, and then you win in a landslide. There's something wrong. But the fake news hit me with eggs. Remember, first week, 4 days. Eggs are through the roof. I said, I just got here. What's going on with eggs? Tell me. I didn't hear about it. They're up 5 times higher than they should be. They were going through the roof, but they were blaming me. I said, I just got here. And within 2 months, our great Secretary of Agriculture, who I think is with us tonight, Brooke, where's Brooke? Oh, look at you. Look, she is here. She flew all the way she comes from Texas, but I think she likes Iowa maybe even better. Look at her. You did a good job with groceries and with eggs. We'll tell you, it's true. They said, we have them this time, finally. It took an egg to get me, but that didn't happen either. Now they're down to a normal price, and people are ordering like crazy. But inflation is dead. 401ks and retirement accounts just hit an all-time record high. Did I hear what I think I heard? But we've achieved the lowest level of illegal border crossings in U.S. history, 0 illegals. Think of it, we had 0. And as I said, and I'll say it again, I love it because I have never seen any country suffer. No country has ever. There's never, don't worry, it's only fireworks, I hope. Famous last words. My famous last words. Trump said, don't worry, it's only fireworks. And you always have to think positive. I didn't like that sound either, you know? But last month, American-born workers gained 830,000 new jobs, a record. That's American-born. While the illegal aliens lost 340,000. And we don't want bad for them, but look, we have a country to run, and we want to have them come in, and we want to have them help our farmers. You know, you probably saw I got myself into a little trouble because I said, I don't want to take people away from the farmers. And we're going to do something I think that's going to be good because we want all the criminals out. Everybody agrees that we're finding the criminals, the murderers, the drug dealers. We're getting them the hell out of here. But the farmers, some of the farmers, many of you sitting right here, I have 4 friends right in the 5th row. But some of the farmers, you know, they've had people working for them for years. And we're going to do something. We're working with Christie. And we're going to do something that we're going to sort of put the farmers in charge. And if a farmer's been with one of these people that work so hard, they bend over all day. We don't have too many people can do that. but they work very hard, and they know them very well. And some of the farmers are literally, they cry when they see this happen. If a farmer is willing to vouch for these people, in some way, Christy, I think we're going to have to just say that's going to be good, right? We're going to be good with it, because we don't want to do it where we take all of the workers off the farms. We want the farms to do great, like they're doing right now. So, Christy Noem has done a fantastic job, and Tom Homan, and we're working on legislation right now. Susie, right? We're working on legislation right now where farmers, look, they know better. They work with them for years. You had cases where, not here, but just even over the years, where people have worked for on a farm for 14, 15 years, and they get thrown out pretty viciously, and we can't do it. We got to work with the farmers and people that have hotels and leisure properties too. We're going to work with them, and we're going to work very strong and smart, and we're going to put you in charge. We're going to make you responsible, and I think that that's going to make a lot of people happy. Now, serious radical right people, who I also happen to like a lot, they may not be quite as happy, but they'll understand, won't they? Do you think so? Madam Secretary, look at you with a white hat on. Do you think they'll understand that? You're the one that brought this whole situation up. Brooke Rollins brought it up, and she said, so we have a little problem. The farmers are losing a lot of people. And we figured it out, and we have some great stuff being written, and let the farmers be responsible. And then if the farmers don't do a good job, we'll throw them the hell out of the country. We'll let the illegals stay, and we'll throw the farmer the hell out, okay? Get ready, farmer, I'm telling you. But so the fake news will write that. Donald Trump will throw farmers out of our country. They will write it, because whenever I'm sarcastic, when you can't be sarcastic as a politician. Well, if you're me, you can be if you're So I want to say I was only kidding. No, the fake news will write it. Donald Trump wants all farmers thrown the hell out of our country. The audience booed the hell out of him. There was no boo. No, they're fake news. That's why nobody watches them anymore. Violent crime is plummeting, and we're on track to reach the lowest murder rate ever recorded by the end of this year. It looks like we're doing way good. And that's knowing that we have a lot of people in the country that we didn't have in the country 4 or 5 years ago. I mean, we have a lot of people that they allowed into the country that are serious criminals. A lot of them are on their way out, however. Iran's nuclear enrichment has been obliterated. Remember when CNN said, it wasn't obliterated. It was maybe damaged or damaged badly, but obliterated is too strong a word. No, it was obliterated. That's now been proven. The Atomic Energy Commissions, everything that's been obliterated. And they were trying to demean me by saying that, but they were really demeaning those great pilots and people and mechanics that got those planes over there and were able to shoot from high up in the air going very, very fast with potentially a lot of things being shot at them and hit every single one, They're trying to demean me, but to me they were demeaning them. And they got out of the plane and they said, what the hell? We hit every single target. They know better than anybody. But now that's been proven. It's CNN fake news and scammers that work for them. Scam writers that work for them. But we understand it, and we fight it back. And a lot of people say, sir, don't criticize it because they're beneath you. No, they're not beneath me. Nobody's beneath. You got to put it. Otherwise, people don't understand. If you don't say something about it, you got to say it. These people did one of the greatest military hits and maneuvers in the history of our country, and I want them to be appreciated for it. So they're coming to the White House tomorrow night, and I'm signing the bill with the Speaker of the House. And by the way, Mike Johnson did a great job. John Thune did a great job. To everybody. This whole 2 weeks has been incredible, hasn't it? When you think of all of the victories, we stopped 5 nations from going to war, and somebody else will get the Nobel Peace Prize for their writing about Donald Trump. A professor at some school that you've never heard of has received the Nobel Prize for his writing about Donald Trump and what Donald Trump did. I'll say, what about me? I don't get it, but that's one of those things. But think of it, we stopped India and Pakistan. We stopped Kosovo and Serbia. They've been fighting for a long time. And a lot of it was trade. I said, you're not going to trade with us if you're going to go to war. And India-Pakistan was big, very big, for a different reason. I mean, they have little things called nuclear weapons. You would have had pretty soon a nuclear war. We stopped that. In Africa, you look at what was going on in the Congo with Rwanda. That war was going on for 30 years. 30 years, and we stopped it, and it was vicious. 6 million people killed, and it was a bad one. It was killed and killed badly. Machetes. A machete. You know what a machete is? You don't want to know. And we just did a really great job. And then, of course, you cap it off with the hit, the perfect hit in Iran, where they were talking awfully badly. You know, death to America, death to Israel. They were talking awfully badly, and they're not talking badly anymore, to be honest with you. And we might even meet with them and see if they want to meet. They want to meet, and we'll see if we can do something. But they want to meet. I think they want to meet very badly. But our allies have agreed to pay over $1 trillion a year for our defense. You saw what happened in NATO. In fact, we have our ambassador to NATO here. Where's our ambassador? You know that guy? In Iowa, they know him. Big Matt Whitaker. We have Matt Whitaker from Iowa. I wasn't going to hire him, and then I said, Matt, you come from Iowa, don't you? Yes, sir, I do. Okay, you're hired. Anybody comes from Iowa, I hire. And every branch of the U.S. military is setting records for new enlistments. You know, remember a year ago, it was embarrassing. They couldn't get anybody to go into the military. They couldn't get anybody to go into the police or fire departments. They couldn't get anybody to go into government. And now we just set a record, a new record of enlistments in every single branch of the military and in all police forces. 1 year. 1 year ago, I remember saying to our great First Lady, I said, you know, First Lady, I call her First Lady because it makes me feel good. First Lady, isn't it terrible? You're saying good night, First Lady, my darling. Because it reminds me that I'm president. That's why. Now, I said, First Lady, it's terrible. Nobody wants to join our military force. And you know, that was very demeaning to the people that are in there, that have been in there for a long time doing a good job. And then all of a sudden, like, we get elected and there's a spirit in the country and we start doing well. We have victory after victory in so many different things, especially economically. We're doing so good. We have hundreds of billions of dollars flowing in from other countries. We have plants being built all over. I mean, a little less here because you have enough with your farm. Oh, by the way, but I did get beef and I got ethanol into Europe. You saw that. You saw that. United Kingdom, they didn't want to do it. You know, they never took our beef and they never took our ethanol, and we said, got to do it, and they did, and they were great. We made a wonderful trade deal with them, but we're doing that all over. Is ethanol very important still for Iowa? Is it so? Yes? Anyway, so they're taking it in the United Kingdom, and beef, they never took it because they want to do their own. You know, they have a lot of farms and a lot of farmers, and they want to do their own, but they took it, and it's going to be great. You're going to do, I'll tell you what, the farmers here are going to do incredibly. Plus, we have tariffs on a lot of this stuff that was coming in and absolutely killing you, where they have different forms of vegetation coming in at prices that were very, very bad for you. And a lot of it comes in because they want to put you out of business, and then they want to raise the prices. And we're not letting that happen to the farmers and to Iowa, to Nebraska and Wisconsin and all these other places that have been so great. And in breaking news just yesterday, we reached a historic trade agreement with Vietnam to open their markets to American exports with zero tariffs. They get zero tariffs. And you're going to be giving them vast amounts of farm product, including beef, pork, poultry, dairy, and pure Iowa ethanol. You're going to be given all of those products. And the fact is, I could go on, but the fact is really strong, and it's stronger than it's ever been, and stronger than I've ever seen. The golden age of America is upon us. This is a golden age. This is such a beautiful term, the golden age. And I couldn't have even said it in my first term. I'm telling you, this is going to blow the first term away, and we did great. We got great marks in the first term, and this is going to blow it away. This incredible national resurgence is happening just in time for one of the biggest events in the history of our country. Exactly 1 year From tomorrow, we will celebrate the 250th anniversary of America's founding with a birthday party, the likes of which you have never seen before. 2 years ago, I came to Iowa and promised that the festivities would begin right here at the Iowa State Fairgrounds. And tonight, here I am. Okay? Promises kept. Promises kept. It's an honor, too. It's an honor because you've been with me from the beginning. Thank you. Thank you very much. No, it is an honor. You've been with me from the beginning. It was without doubt. In fact, I had some moments when I said maybe they might not, fake stories were put out there like, I don't like corn. I don't like corn. I love corn. I just love, but they give you fake news. I said, do you think that's going to hurt me? And I went, my numbers went up. No, I don't know. I can't figure you people out. This evening, we're officially launching America 250, an enormous year-long nationwide celebration of our heritage. It's really also a celebration of our flag, our great American flag, and our glorious American freedom. Did anybody see the beautiful flag I put up in front of the White House? Right? Everyone's liking it. Everyone's liking it. I actually put two up. I put one in the front and one in the back. I didn't want to go too crazy. I thought that would be enough. They're big. They're about as big as you can get. We're proud of it. We will be announcing many more details in the weeks to come, but there are just some of the things that we have planned. And I have to say, first, in honor of the wonderful tradition of fairgrounds like this one, this is a great fairground. As you know, I've been here before. We will be orchestrating what we're calling the Great American State Fair, and it will start right here in Iowa. Right? So we're starting it off in Iowa. Now we're starting it off at your great fairgrounds, and we're going to have a big crowd just like we do tonight. That's a big crowd. I can't even see the end of it. So thank you back there. I'd like to move the press back so they could see better. But the Great American State Fair will bring America 250 programming to fairgrounds across the country, culminating in a giant patriotic festival next summer on the National Mall, featuring exhibits from all 50 states, and all 50 states are excited, and I was excited. You know, when I did the 250, there was nothing I could do. It was 250 was 250, so I can't say that was my baby. The country happened to be 250 years old, but what I did do is during my first term, I got the Olympics and I got the great soccer, you know, that whole deal, right? We call it soccer, they call it football. I got them both. I got the Olympics. First I got the Olympics and I got it. I was president and I said, you know, it's a shame. It's a shame. I got the World Cup and I have the Olympics. And I did it, and you have no idea. President Obama didn't want to make a call to the Olympics. You know why? Because he went to Switzerland or wherever, and he said, you know, if a president goes to get the Olympics, you have to have a deal. You have to be chosen. He went there, and he came in fourth, so he hated them, I guess. And he was unwilling to make a call, and they called me up. Democrats called me up, actually, from Los Angeles, and I said, I'll do it. I made the call, and I couldn't get the people off the phone because they were so starved for love. Because nobody would call him from. Anyway, we made a deal. I got the Olympics. Then we got the World Cup with Joni. We got the World Cup, and I got them both. And I looked at my people. I said, isn't it a shame? I got these two, but it wasn't in the next 4 years. It was right after that and the one after that. And I got the Olympics. I got the World Cup, and we also have 250, so it's a pretty wild term. But I got these two things that are incredible. Nobody else could have done it. I'm telling you, everybody wanted it. Nobody could have done it. And I said, and I won't be president because I'll be president for 4 more years, but it won't be. And then they cheated and rigged the election. They rigged. You know, they don't even turn off the cameras when I say that now because now they know it's true, too. But they knew it was true before. Remember, the cameras used to immediately turn off. You see all those beautiful red lights go off. Now I can say whatever I want because they know it's true. But they knew it was true before. It's fake news. That's why they call it. But you know what? This term is much more consequential than if I had done it the more traditional way This was slightly harder, believe me. It's slightly more dangerous because there are criminals on the other side that tried to put your president in jail and went after him, just like they do in third world countries. And we all beat him together. We beat him because our level of popularity was so high. And it was high because I explained the situation. When these thugs came around, I explained it to the people. And fortunately, I was able to be on a lot of television, I did whatever you had to do. I had to explain it. Then they say, wow, that's fake stuff. It was fake. They're a bunch of bad people, but we kicked their ass and we're going to continue to do well. And I appreciate it. And there was nobody more loyal than Mr. Kaufman, who's fantastic, and Iowa, and his son, who's maybe more fan. Where the hell is he? Stand up. Where's your boy? His son is better than him, I'm telling you. And he doesn't mind. I have a lot of fathers who would be very insulted if I said that, but they're bad people. He's a good guy. He's got a son who's fantastic. You know that. I think he's probably here someplace. Where is he? Oh, he's better looking than you, too. Good. Thank you. Great job. Nobody more loyal than the people of Iowa during that period of time when we had to show our stuff. But we just celebrated the 250th anniversary of the Army at Fort Bragg. You know, they changed the name, and we changed it back to Fort Bragg. The people of North Carolina came up. They said, sir, we want to really have the name of Fort Bragg back. Everybody was saying that. They kept calling it Fort Bragg. I changed it back. You know, these radical left lunatics changed the name of Fort Bragg. So we won World War II. We won World War I. We won other wars. We won everything from Fort Bragg and other places. So we were also changing many of them back. And then we decided to change the name. Now, I tell people, you know, it's incredible. We're the only people. We win 2 world wars from a place, and then we say, let's change the name. So we changed it back, and the people are very happy in North Carolina right now. And we just celebrated because the 250 was for the Army, was 1 year earlier than which makes sense. You know, we had a little Army. We did well, and now we have a nation. So it was 1 year earlier than the nation itself. And we had a beautiful parade in Washington, D.C. the other day. It was fantastic. You know, it was amazing because the weather was so overcast and it looked so bad. And a week before they said, oh, it's going to rain. I said, oh, man, we're bringing all these Army tanks. We're bringing all these people, these men and women. They're going to march down Fifth Avenue or wherever. This is terrible. It's going to rain. And then on the day we woke up, rain is projected all night long, heavy. Oh, I'm saying I'll get my hair soaking wet. My hair's going to be soaking wet. I'll be crazy. I'll say, you know, this is terrible. It's going to rain 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The thing was at 8 in the evening, 1 o'clock. Rain is forecast at levels you haven't seen before. I said, oh, this is, and so the generals called me, sir, we could change it, but this is the Army. We're sort of used to bad weather. I said, no, don't change it. I'll wear a raincoat and I'll wear a big fat hat so I don't get totally drenched. I'll be okay. I'm such a tough cookie. And then what happens? We get there and there's no rain. And we go 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours of watching these great guys marching down Fifth Avenue. It never rained. And then I thought to myself, global warming, they're telling us what's going to happen in 250 years to our planet, but they can't tell us it's going to rain 3 hours before the event. In 250 years from now, the planet's going to burn up or freeze up. And, you know, remember when they said they called it global warming, then global cooling? They had all different things. Now they just changed it to climate change because climate change you can't miss. How's it doing? Climate change every time. If it's cold, if it's hot, if it's rainy, if it's sunny, if it's too crazy, we have climate change. But think of it. They're telling you what's going to happen in 100 years. The oceans are going to rise 1/4 of an inch and everyone's going to be wiped out. No, you're going to have more oceanfront property if that happens. It's okay. Not the worst. And think of it with all of the nuclear weapons. Remember Biden had always used to say, it's an existential threat. He loves the word existential. It's an existential threat. What is? I don't know, climate change. Remember that? Always, that's dangerous too, because they're going to take that sentence and they're going to say, he couldn't say existential. So you can't imitate people either. Remember I used to imitate Biden, couldn't get off the stage, and I'd walk into walls? And I called my wife, because it's always on television, and I said, how was it, baby? How good was that? We had 44,000 people. Nobody else could do it. I have to brag a little bit, because what the hell? There's a little truth to that. But I brag a little bit. I say, how good was I? You were really good, but, what happened? You couldn't find this. You couldn't get off the stage. I said, no, I was imitating Biden. No, well, that's not the way it showed up. They showed you hitting walls, bunking your head on walls. So even like the word existential, when I imitate him saying it, tonight it's going to be on CNN. He couldn't speak. He couldn't say the word. These are seriously sick people. But now, this fall, we're also going to be celebrating 250 birthdays of the United States Navy and the United States Marines. They're all good. And I'm a little prejudiced, and one of them is going to be really great. It's called Space Force, because that was my baby. Remember, they wanted to terminate it. First year of Biden's administration, they wanted to terminate Space Force, and the military wouldn't let them. And it's turned out to be one of the most important there is. I was very proud of that Space Force, and they're doing great. In addition, just as I promised 5 years ago tonight in my speech at Mount Rushmore, where a certain governor at that time, who's now our Homeland Security Chief, Kristi Noem, stand up, Kristi. Now I don't have to introduce you later. I hired Tom Homan for the border, and I said, Tom, I want you to give me who'd be the best to be the Secretary of Homeland Security, which is essentially his boss. He said, Kristi Noem, sir. I said, Kristi Noem? You got to be kidding. She's a great person. She's smart, but, is she tough enough? Sir, she's the toughest person around. I said, and she is. She's tough as hell. I've learned. I'll tell you, a lot of bad people have learned, and she's done a fantastic job. Thank you. Thank you. But we're going to be officially opening the National Garden of American Heroes, a vast outdoor park featuring statues of the greatest Americans who ever lived. They took down a lot of our statues. They took down statues of some of the greatest people that we've ever had living. I stopped them from taking down Thomas Jefferson. They wanted to take the Thomas Jefferson Memorial. They wanted to rip the hell out of the statue inside. You can imagine who they were going to put up. Let's get rid of Thomas Jefferson. So we stopped them. We signed a law. Do you remember that night? It was crazy. And they were marching toward the Jefferson Memorial, and I took out an old bill from 1909, and it was a bill that if you so much as touched, old, because today they don't do these things. They don't do it like they used to. Today you could never get it passed. It said if you so much as touch a monument or a statue, you go to jail for a 10-year period. No anything. So they were marching down there, and in the middle of their march, I gave a news conference. I said, anybody that touches, and I'm signing, immediately goes to jail for a 10-year period. That march broke up so quickly you've never seen. They said, it's a miracle. What happened? I signed a little bill that said you go to jail for a 10-year period. It was a great thing. It was an old bill that wasn't used. In fact, I don't know. I hope we don't have to use it again. But they're learning that, we saved Los Angeles. If we didn't send in the National Guard, I would have sent in the military if they needed it. But if we didn't send in the National Guard, Los Angeles would have been burned down to the ground just like half of their houses were burned down to the ground because they didn't give water that they had plenty of. I'm pleased to report that the One Big Beautiful Bill includes full funding for those statues, and we're going to do statues to our greatest Americans, and we're going to let the people choose who they are. You better choose me. No, I'm only kidding. I should take myself out. I think I should take myself out, Susie. Our great chief of staff, the first woman chief of staff. Can you believe it? Susie Wiles, stand up, Susie. And that beautiful exterior, don't let it fool you. She's rough and tough. She got rated the most powerful woman anywhere in the world. She can take out a country with a mere phone call, which is true. Actually, it's very true in her case. And she's done a great job. We're doing okay, Susie? Looking good. We had a good 2 weeks, right? This had to be the best 2 weeks. Has anybody ever had a better 2 weeks than that? Next, to bring back our people together through the power of sports, America 250 will also host a brand new, first of its kind, youth athletes It's a competition known as the Patriot Games, and it features top high school athletes from all 50 states. It's going to be great. And this phenomenal patriotic sporting event will be nationally televised, and it will be led by our great Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who's really doing it good. He's great, and he's a little different, right? We needed somebody different. You know, autism. You go back, I guess, 18 years, 10,000, think of this, out of 10,000 people, okay? 10,000 people, and I'll go in a little different way. Right now, out of 10,000 people, 18 people they're safe. 18 people. We have a statistic on autism that's the worst I've ever seen, and he's going to change it. He's going to change it. It used to be 20 years ago, you just didn't have it. And now it's numbers that are unbelievable, where the numbers are so bad, it's got to be artificially induced, and we're going to find out what it is and when. We're going to find it out as soon as possible. I mean, you think about it, the numbers have increased by 200-fold, and that's really something, and we're going to get to the bottom of it. That's a terrible situation. Likewise, under the leadership of Secretary Burgum, who's here right now, he was a great governor of North Carolina. Great governor of North Dakota. Where is he? Where is he? Mr. Secretary. And he's in charge of energy plus a lot of land. He's the biggest landlord, I guess, in the world. But he was a great governor of North Dakota, and he was very special in so many ways. He became an energy expert, and he came to me, and I said, I want you to be the head of energy. He said, no, we have one man that's better than me, and that was Chris, right? And put him in charge, and we merged the two, and he's got all the land with all the oil, and the other one has all the expertise to get the oil out of the land. And Chris is doing great, and you're doing great, Doug, and I appreciate it. And say hello to Catherine and everybody. You're doing a great job. We have a great cabinet. So every one of our national park, battlefields, and historic sites are going to have special events in honor of America 250. And I even think we're going to have a UFC fight. We're going to have. Does anybody watch UFC, the Great Day in the World? We're going to have a UFC fight. We're going to have a UFC fight, think of this, on the grounds of the White House. We have a lot of land there. We're going to build a little, we're not, Dana's going to do it. Dana's great, one of a kind. We're going to have a UFC fight, championship fight, full fight, like 20, 25,000 people. And we're going to do that as part of 250 also. We're going to have some incredible events, some professional events, some amateur events, but the UFC fight's going to be a big deal too. And to fund improvements and enhanced experiences across the park system. For this anniversary, I've just signed an executive order to raise entrance fees for foreign tourists while keeping prices low for Americans, and we're going to do that. The national parks will be about America first. We're going to take it America first for the national parks. And these are just a few of the many programs, initiatives, celebrations that will renew for our national pride. We're going to have great pride. I think we do have great pride. I think we have more pride and more spirit in our country right now than we've had in 50 years. And together we're going to ensure that America's 250th anniversary is the single greatest year in the history of our country. We want to have a lot of great things. A lot of the things that Bobby and Health and Human Services are doing are going to come up during that period of time. And we're going to come up with a lot of tremendous things for health and safety. And economically, we're going to have the strongest country anywhere in the world. And the bill that we just got approved today was, think of that, all of those votes. 2 negative votes, but we had no Democrats, 2 negative votes in the Republicans out of all that. So I want to thank those great Republicans that voted to get it in. You know, we could only lose 3. If we lost 3, trouble. Now, we didn't lose 3. We lost 2, and I'm sure if I needed the 2, I could have gotten them 2. But we're pleased to be joined tonight by many friends who will help make that possible, including, and I introduced Doug Burgum already from North Dakota, and just a great. He was really one of the best. Was he a better governor than you? Would you say, Christy? Was he better than you? I don't know. Because they were neighbors, you know. You had North Dakota, you had South Dakota. Brooke Rollins, thank you, Brooke. Great job. She's now the agricultural secretary. Christy Noem, great governor also, but she's doing I don't know, this. Do you like this better than being governor? Don't say. Don't say. They love you in the state. Don't say. Maybe the most important guy in this whole place. You know, a lot of projects have stopped using environmental stuff. A lot of projects have stopped. They use it as a weapon. The radical left and others, they use it as a weapon. This man is the greatest. He's doing a job that's incredible. Doug would tell you that. Everybody will tell you that. Lee Zeldin. He's the head of the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency. He's the head of it. Great guy. He was a great politician, a tremendous congressman. He ran for governor of New York, which is tough. And he almost won. I'm glad he didn't win, actually. I wouldn't have you right now. And I said, Lee, a nuclear power plant, we give you 1 week to get me the approval. So, but he's been done great. And we have factories and we have plants all over the world right now, and they're being built and they're going up. Also, Governor Kim Reynolds from Iowa. Thank you, Kim. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. And Lieutenant Governor Chris Corner. Where's Chris? Chris Corner. Thank you, Chris, very much. Great job. You have Senator Chuck Grassley and Joni Ernst. Chuck! Hi, Chuck. Wow. That's great. He's doing great, too. He's got more energy than all of us. And where's Joni? Is Joni here? Hi, Joni. Very good. Good job. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Joni. And you have members of Congress, Ashley Hinson, Marionette Miller Meeks, Zach Nunn, Randy Feenstra. Good group. We flew in together, and boy, they were nice. They were so happy at that victory today, weren't you? Randy, thank you very much. Thank you very much. That was great. We had a good flight. We have an ambassador who's been my friend for a long time, Monica Crowley. I heard her speak. I thought she did really well. Thank you, Monica. And you know Matt Whitaker, a man from Iowa, ambassador to NATO. We also had a person, I have to give her credit, Brena Bird, Attorney General. She came out and she endorsed me very early, and I appreciate it. Where's Brena? Hi, Brena. She came out, she endorsed me. I said, thank you very much. Who the hell is that? She's great. Former State Senator Brad Zahn. Oh, my man, there he is. I haven't seen you. He was the first man in the entire country that endorsed me, right? Not just from Iowa. He endorsed me 3 months before I ran. He said, that guy from New York should run. So I want to thank you. Really great. You're looking good, too. He's like the Marlboro Man, you know? He looks like the Marlboro Man. Handsome guy. Iowa Speaker Pat Grassley. Pat, thank you very much, Pat. Good. Nice to see you, Pat. Iowa Senate Majority Leader Jack Whitver. Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Jack. Iowa House Majority Leader-elect Bobby Kaufman. Thank you, Bobby. Great future. Great future. A friend of mine, Dan Newland, who's the most generous human being. He gives away. He hears somebody's in trouble. He hears somebody's in trouble, and he goes wild, and he's just a very good guy. And Jeff Kaufman, the head of your party here. So come on, stand up, Jeff. You can stand up. Thank you, Jeff. Great job. And Jeff was with me right from the beginning. When I was complaining about things, I'd call him. He'd do it sometimes. He was better as I started winning, right? But Jeff has been great. He's a great leader. Thank you very much, Jeff, for being here. And I have to say that Lee Greenwood has been unbelievable. That song, where is Lee? Is he around here? That song, it's the hottest song of its kind. #1 of its kind. You know, it's a certain genre. But thank you, Lee, very much. Real great song and great talent. This Independence Day, let's also give a very special thanks to every veteran and military service member here tonight for their outstanding devotion to our country. And I also want to thank you, fellas. Stand up, fella. Look at them. They're in good shape. Thank you very much. Wow. That's a lot of veterans. Thank you very much. What an honor. I also want to thank the large group of Iowa pastors and faith leaders for their beautiful prayers, including Pastors Joshua Kent, Tammy Hall, Joseph Hall, Corrine Sturtz, Maureen Prakash, Aji Prakash, Dan McCoy, Rose Kessler, Michael DeJong, Jose Rodriguez, and ministry leaders Virginia Calligary, Sarah Kent, and thanks also to Bob Vanderplatz. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Stand up. You're the people we want to listen to. Stand up. Thank you. There they are. Look at that group. I want to be with them. They have the real power. They have more power than all of us. Thank you. You've been so good and so supportive. We were supported with the evangelicals, 89%. And we're looking for the other 11%. We don't believe it. As we prepare to celebrate 2.5 centuries of freedom, I'm inviting America's great religious communities to pray for our nation and for our people. From the beginning, this has always been a country sustained and strengthened by prayer. So important. If we bring religion back stronger, you're going to see everything get better and better and better. You're going to see it get better and better. So as we chart our course toward the next 250 years, let us rededicate ourselves to one nation under God. Right? And as you know, recently we've seen some of our political system attempting to overthrow the timeless American principles and other pillars of our liberty and replace them with some of the most noxious ideas in human history, ideas that have been proven false. Members of Congress and even former presidents have been openly embracing vile creeds such as socialism, Marxism, and straight-up communism. In New York, they're trying to elect a communist, Zoran Mamdani, the guy who wants to defund the police, take over the stores and run the stores, and have the people hand out goods. And when everything falls apart, it always does. It always works that way. It never has worked any other way. Anarchy and dictatorships prevail. This guy is a communist at the highest level, and he wants to destroy New York. I love New York, and we're not going to let him do that. Generations of Americans before us did not shed their blood only so that we could surrender our country to Marxist lunatics on the eve of our 250th year. As President of the United States, I'm proclaiming here and now that America is never going to be communist in any way, shape, form, and that includes New York City. And under my administration, we're bringing back freedom and liberty, law and order, and above all, we're bringing back common sense, right? Common sense. On day one, I stopped the weaponization of government against people of faith, and we created the Department of Justice Task Force combating anti-Christian bias. And I have to tell you, Pam Bondi is doing a great job. Pam Bondi is doing a great job. Attorney General. I ended the Green New Scam and terminated the insane, the electric vehicle mandate where everybody had to have a car that happened to be all electric in the next few short years. The mandate. Some people want to have gasoline powered. Some people want to have hybrids. Maybe even someday hydrogen. Right now I don't like it because when they blow up, they don't ever find the body. They find the body about 5 blocks away. That does not sound promising to me. They said, no, it's getting better. I said, that's okay. Let somebody else use it. But we're not going to have all electric. We're going to have electric if people want it. Electric is great, but gasoline people like better in many cases. But you can have whatever you want. But it's ridiculous to mandate that everybody's going to be driving an electric car in 5 years from now. So I ended it. I signed an order to begin eliminating the Federal Department of Education and send education back to the states. That means Iowa's going to run their own education. You're going to have to run your own education. Iowa, well, I use you in my thoughts. Whenever I always say Iowa and Indiana, and I'd mention certain states, but you want to run your own education because you don't want the bureaucrats in Washington doing it. And I made English the official language of our country. You would think that would be an easy one. It was not as easy as you think. I directed the reinstatement of all patriots expelled from our military by the Biden vaccine mandate, returning them to their former rank with full back pay. And I signed executive orders to abolish critical race theory and transgender insanity from our schools and from our military. And I made it official policy of the United States that there are only two genders, male and female. And if it's okay with Iowa, we are keeping men out of women's sports. Is that okay? I also renamed the Gulf of Mexico. I renamed it to the Gulf of America. And we're restoring the name of the greatest president, one of the truly great presidents, somebody that made our country very rich, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley in Alaska. So in conclusion, in everything we do, we're once again defending the values, traditions, and beliefs that made every generation before us so very proud to be American. You know that better than anybody in Iowa. And here in Iowa and across this land, we believe that America is an exceptional nation, blessed by God. It's really destined to be the freest, strongest, the greatest country ever to exist on the face of the earth. And we're going to make it that way much more so than it's ever been. We believe in the wisdom of our founders who declared that our rights do not come from bureaucrats in Washington. Our rights come from our Creator in heaven. That's where our rights come from. And we reject government discrimination and so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion mandates. They're just about washed out the window, actually. They're just about over with. We're just about finished. In this country, we believe in hard work and we believe in merit. And by the way, we're allowed to have merit. We're now back to being a merit-based system. We had a decision in the United States Supreme Court. Our country is now a country based on merit. We oppose censorship, price controls, open borders, and sex changes for children. We support our troops, respect our police, and salute the heroes of ICE and Border Patrol. We cherish our Constitution, and we defend free speech, free assembly, religious liberty, and the right to keep and bear arms, our Second Amendment. We take our pride in our heritage, and we want it in a beautiful heritage that we have, and we teach our children to love our country, honor our history, and always respect our great American flag. You have to respect our flag. From Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Gettysburg to the Golden Gate Bridge, and from factories of Detroit to the fairgrounds of Des Moines, we stand on the shoulders of heroes and legends who crossed the oceans, blazed the trails, tamed the wilderness, settled the continent, raised up those beautiful skyscrapers, and stood tall and defiant in the face of tyranny and death. From 1776 all the way through today, American patriots have won triumph after triumph. We've had victory after victory, and let nothing stand in the way of the USA, which we love so much. It was hardworking citizens like you who won our independence, secured our liberty, and built this country with courage, grit, and skill. And starting right here in Iowa, it's such a great place, and I hope you love it, but it's such a great place. You should love it. You should love it. You know, sometimes you take things for granted. This is one of the really great places, but I've been all over. It was hardworking citizens like you who saved our country in November 2024. Think of that, November 25th. Who would have thought there'd be this much of a change this fast? I didn't even think it would happen this fast. Happened at a level that nobody even thought possible. Again, we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. Today, with your help, America is free, America is proud, and America is sovereign once more. And this 4th of July, our magnificent destiny is closer than ever before. We are one people, one family, and one united American nation. We will never give in. We will never give up. We will never back down. And we will never, ever, ever surrender. We will fight, fight, fight. We will win, 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 because we are Americans and our hearts bleed red, white, and blue. And together, as we look forward to the 250th year of American independence, we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, Iowa. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Iowa.
From President Donald J. Trump. We have been live all day on the ground in Des Moines, Iowa, as President Trump just wrapped up an incredible America 250 celebration rally, the energy, the crowd. It was amazing. And we've been at it all day with our amazing panel. Let's go out to Brian Glenn and Michelle Backus, who had a front row seat to the historic event today. Good to have you guys back in with us. Michelle, what was the main takeaway that you felt was drive today from the rally and President Trump? How was the energy? What was the most important messages that President Trump delivered? What do you say, Michelle?
Well, I'd say that the overall takeaway is that we keep winning, Mike, and he touted some of those successes here today, talking about what happened in Iran. Brian and I were actually just joking about it. He said, so there's going to be a UFC fight, essentially, and Brian was pretty excited for that one. You know, it's funny because we predicted some of the things that he would mention, even coming down to the price of eggs. You see his typical sense of humor coming in as he entered office, and he said, I inherited this problem of inflation with the high price of eggs, and then you look at the costs today. These are small things that are making big waves within the country. Ultimately, though, I think Brian's still excited over the UFC fight.
I am, Mike, but you know what? My biggest takeaway here tonight is this president loves this country through and through. Think about this. Not once did he mention celebrating another country tonight. Not once did he celebrate funding another country tonight. Not once did he celebrate bringing people together at another country tonight. He celebrates bringing people together in this country, funding this country, helping these people in this country. So he perfect song for this, by the way. He's genuine. He's like no other president we've ever had. He's like a president we've never seen in this country. And I think that he stands for so many people. When you look about, I was watching people file out of here. It's people from all walks of life. Young, old, black, white, Hispanic, Asian, all across the spectrum. He is America's president. When you look at what we've had the last 4 years with Joe Biden, and then before that with Barack Obama, any kind of Democrat president, they have not stood for the American people. They've stood for everyone outside this country. And tonight, we heard from a president that stands for Americans, and that's my biggest takeaway.
I love that, and it really is good. You pointed out, Brian, President Trump has the signature humor. He's having a good time up there. Okay, he enjoys these moments the most when he can connect and be with the American people. We got Ben Berquam. Let's go over to Ben. Ben, you've been there all day long, talking to the folks, saying goodbye to the folks. Your takeaways, sir.
Well, look, this is my biggest takeaway, and I want to bring the camera over here. I had a lot of people after President Trump won the third time, you know, he won 2016, 2020, and 2024. They were saying, man, we're bummed we're not going to have Trump rallies. And to me, the kickoff for the 250th year of America, the fact that we're going into another year of Trump rallies, and you've got some folks here. I want to start here with this young lady, pumped up to be out here. How big of a deal is this? What was your favorite part of the night?
I can't even tell you, I was like so wanting to come to this. If this is the only thing I do for July 4th, it meant so much. And when he did his checklist of all the things that he's done in just 6 months, it is amazing. The guy is in history.
I love that. And this
incredible. No, good. Oh, he's incredible. Yeah. And one nation under God, America first.
Hey, and by the way, so I want to come over here, Mary. When we prayed for Mary when we started the show. Mary's made it back in. This is Mary's first Trump rally. Went to the inauguration, and now you're here, Mary. How much did this mean to you?
Everything. I love that man. I love you. I pray for you all the time. Watching you out there during the time the border was so bad. Just pray for you and your family. We just love you so much. Appreciate.
And as we're speaking, the fireworks are going off. It's a little funny because it's not dark yet, but the fireworks are going off right behind us. Nobody can do fireworks like President Trump can do fireworks. Now, they look a little better when it's dark, but they didn't want to have everybody leave before all the fireworks went off, so we're getting those too. God bless you, Mary. Hey, and our friends from
Great seeing you.
Great to see you too. Mary, just so you know, your daughter came up and told us that you weren't feeling well, and so we prayed you beforehand. I'm so glad you were able to come back out here. So, was it worth it?
It was well worth it.
Amen.
Yes.
And what's your message to the American people?
Pardon?
What's your message to the American people?
Watch Rab.
Watch Rab. God bless you. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Well, there you go, Mike. So that's it to me. It's about Mary. It's about the American people. There's no excuse. This is Mary's first rally. Came out, tried to go to the inauguration. There's no excuse. If you love America, it's time to stand up for America.
Amen. Amen. And from start to finish, we here at Real America's Voice have given you guys the crowd, the real feeling, the real American people, unified. They say, it was earlier, we talked about it, these fake poll numbers from the fake news who says, oh, Trump's support is dwindling and there's buyer's remorse. Trump is on a unprecedented winning streak right now that puts him in place as one of the greatest presidents in the history of this country, certainly at least top three, okay, with Lincoln and Washington. So loving what we're seeing here today and loving the crowd reactions. Jake Novak, let's get you in here. Your main takeaways from President Trump tonight at this amazing America 250 rally.
Well, I want to echo and expand on what Brian said. This was an incredibly domestic policy centered speech. Of course, he mentioned the strike on Iran, but he mentioned that strike in the context of the American pilots, the American support staff on the ground, et cetera, and the American military heroes who carried it out. He didn't talk about nation building. He didn't really talk about foreign policy much at all. And I think that that's appropriate on July 4th and also appropriate in Iowa, of all places. This is where you want to really talk about your domestic agenda. And even though he kept it to those parameters, he still had a lot to say. That speech went on for an hour and 7 minutes. You know, the president's incredible stamina, able to go off on these speeches. He's talked longer than that in the past, but this one kept up the energy. It kept up the pace. I think that was really important. And I think also something that was really interesting about the speech was he continued to bring it back to Iowa. You know, this is a national station here at RAB. This is a national audience, an international audience. And he never forgot where he was. You know, this is interesting. We had the big, beautiful bill passed today. He could have arranged for a signing ceremony this evening and stayed in D.C., but he kept that promise to Iowa to come there. And the last thing I'll say is that, again, it's so unusual. I'm old enough to remember, so is Brian, the bicentennial celebrations in this country, which were fantastic, by the way. They were great. But you know what we didn't have in 1976? We didn't have a very, very popular president. Gerald Ford was a nice guy. He was a smart man, actually, too. But he wasn't very popular, and he went on to lose the election that year to Jimmy Carter. The country wasn't feeling good about itself in any way whatsoever. We were coming out of Vietnam, out of Watergate. And now, not only do you have a more popular president in a state where he's extremely popular, but he's coming off of a major winning streak just these last 2 weeks, but not just the last 2 weeks. Really, he's already had two major peaks in just the 5 months and change he's been president for this second term. And that is really incredible. So those are the things. And you see he's taking this lap and thanking the people who put him there. So it was really important that he came to Iowa, spoke an Iowa language. We all understood it. But to me, this was a very Iowa-centered speech, and that is a wonderful thing when you have a president speaking to a national audience who doesn't forget the people standing in front of him and where he is at that moment.
100%. You know, I think that was, sounds like it from the panel, the overarching theme tonight was that President Trump made this speech tonight about putting the American people first. There's a lot of presidents who are out there, and when you look at their body of work, it doesn't so easily line up with putting the country first. But as Brian Glenn said, and then everybody else realized, that President Trump made his message tonight very, very clear, and that it is about the American people who built this country and have made this country great. And Iowa, such a fitting place to do it. Let's go back to Michelle and Brian. Are the fireworks still going on? Are they still launching them off? I mean, are they waving the American flag? Is the crowd dissipated? What's the scene like as things wind down here tonight, guys?
Well, Michelle and I were looking around as the fireworks were going off. People were making their way out, but they stopped. They stopped behind our cameras and not necessarily in the seated area, but people were very aware of what was going on. Very impressive fireworks show. I got to say, it's not quite completely pitch dark, obviously, but visually they're beautiful. And the auto, I mean, just to hear the explosions, it's very fitting for a July 4th. Let me just tell you something real quickly, and I'll go back to the 200th anniversary, the bicentennial. I remember, and I often think about this, and I don't really share this thought a lot to a lot of people, but I remember at that age that I was so in love with this country. That's where I really fell in love with this country as such a young boy in 1975, celebrating this country. Flags, I just remember flags were everywhere. That was my takeaway as a young kid, and I hope that the young people here tonight that got to experience not only the speech but the fireworks take that love of country with them at such a young age, so when they get to be an old guy like all of us here, not you, then they can maybe reflect on where they were when they celebrated 4th of July and this great 250th anniversary. It's just a very touching moment for me to think about just where I was 50 years ago as a kid compared to where I'm at now. And I still love the country, never went away, and which is a beautiful night.
And it really did turn into a beautiful night here in Iowa, despite the fact it was pretty hot earlier. There were a ton of kids here. What a great way to kick off the holiday weekend in the summertime. A beautiful weekend in Iowa. As we know, Iowa can get extremely cold. But what was interesting about this crowd is you saw the first steady wave come in when the doors opened, but all night you saw people fluttering in. There was never a time in which I didn't see people coming through those doors. It was a steady pace, as Ben Bergquam said. A lot of Republicans are working, so they had to get off work. But what a phenomenal way to kick off the holiday weekend, to say happy birthday to America, celebrate the successes, and get ready for a future of more winning.
And the fact that he's going back to the White House tonight and tomorrow around 4 or 5 o'clock, I've been told, he'll sign that big, beautiful bill right there on the South Lawn with the military for the military picnic. What a perfect setting for that. It's going to be beautiful. You might even get a couple flyovers as well to celebrate that signing. But, you know, America is back. And I know that all of our viewers watching us right now, and everybody in the studio that was punching the shots, the camera guys, the audio team, everybody, to be here in Iowa tonight celebrating 250 years of our country, it's a pretty special moment in time. So yes, it's a long day, it's a hot day, for all of us working. We're tired. Of course, we all had our travel stories coming in here, but let me tell you something, nothing beats being in Iowa right now celebrating this anniversary of this country, God's greatest country he's ever created on earth, and it's here tonight, and it came in front of you, and I hope our audience has enjoyed it as much as we have. I know that we really, Real America's Voice, and I was walking while Trump was speaking. I went and got me one of those big lemonades, by the way, over there.
You went without me.
I was super thirsty. I should have brought you back home, but I talked to Margot.
It's hot out there, guys.
For a while, and I just realized how. Yeah, it was hot, and
we're a team, Mike.
I know. I let you down. I let you down. But what a special moment that we had thinking about what we're covering right now as a network, and I just can't. Very proud of what we all went through. Parker Sig, Rob Sig, the whole team back in there. Rob Sterling, everyone back punching the show, pulling up the camera shots. I mean, if you're a viewer at home and you're like, my goodness, how many cameras do they have on the ground there tonight? They're covering this thing from every angle. Yes, we're happy to do it. It's our honor to do it. Mike, you've been a great guy in the captain's chair there, kind of quarterback in the show. That is a very unique position to be in tonight. A lot of stuff going on. Ben Bergquam, and I said this earlier, he's the icing on the cake. We're just, we're the icing on. He's the cake. He's the actual function. His interaction with the crowd tonight, he's the cake. That takes the interaction of the people, and that's what this is all about. These rallies are not for President Trump. They're for the people. And I will say this, my parting shot on this as well. When I watched people walk out of here, when I saw the look of admiration on their face for President Trump, the big smiles, their eyes glazing at the president, we get to see him a lot. These people don't. Majority of the Americans don't get to see him on a daily basis. And
once in a lifetime.
It's once in a lifetime. It makes me so happy. Almost brings tears to me to see people so in love love with this president, and I think that none of us should take it for granted, especially coming up on 1 anniversary of Butler. So that's my biggest takeaway tonight.
Well, I love that. And Ben, you know, President Trump giving the speech tonight, and the crowd there, totally there from start to finish. It was a hot day. It was hot weather. President Trump was up there. He was talking about, you know, obviously what's to come. But what about for a minute, just reflecting on what we've been through? Obviously, we talked about how they stole the election from him in 2020, but what an amazing story. This is for the history books, that for the 250th anniversary of the country, for the Olympics, for all these things that President Trump tonight was talking about, really excited that he gets to take part in, that this all kind of happened in such a way where he can be at the helm of the country during these incredible moments. I think it's just so fitting and so incredible and just divine intervention that he is the president during this time. And he told that story tonight about how he set it all up and he was doing some of the groundwork in his first term. And then he said, I won't be able to be the president for the 250th anniversary or the Olympics. That's too bad. And then now he's back stronger than ever, and he's at the helm for it. Your thoughts, Ben?
Yeah, well, I had to grab Brick Suit. I saw him walking by, and I'm like, man, what a fitting question to bring him on as well. You know, you think about this, Blake, the president, what he's been through, the first term, the attacks, the Russia collusion hoax, all the impeachments. You had COVID unleashed on the world by China to steal the elections. Yeah. They steal the elections. All of the indictments, they find him guilty. He's a felon. All of this, and now he's back in the presidency, and we're seeing more winning. We're heading into the Olympics, all these things that he actually set up, being able to celebrate the 250th anniversary. To me, it's beyond poetic. It's almost biblical. Like God's hand is so clearly on this.
This way, if Hollywood made a movie and this were the script, no one would believe it.
Yeah,
no one would believe it. I mean, it's more than just random chance. It's providence, man.
Yeah. Well, and one thing I didn't even add in there was the assassination attempts.
Correct.
I mean, think about everything that our nation has been through. And you also think about that. I mean, if you haven't read the historical accounts of the assassination attempts on George Washington's life and the fact that God's hand of providence was over him, you read those accounts, his accounts, as well as not just his accounts, some of the guys that wanted to commit the assassinations and why they couldn't do it when they had him in their crosshairs and they couldn't pull the trigger. All of these things, how God used that in the founding of this nation, and where we're back at this 250 years later, with a president that really the only guy I can think of in America that could stand for such a time as this in our country. My big concern, Mike, and not even concern, my prayer is who's coming after President Trump? What's this next generation? What are the leaders that are raising up that could withstand the arrows that he's taken?
Well, one thing is really apparent is that he is completely redefining the scope and the power of the presidency to shape the future of the country. He's not just your typical, uniparty candidate who's just kind of a placeholder for a couple of years, for a term or two. He's really changing the fabric of American politics. And I don't think we know who's going to emerge, but I feel strongly that someone will. President Trump his legacy, his real most lasting legacy, will be the America First movement continuing on after he is out of office. I believe that's going to happen because it's going to be a great 3.5 years. We're going to roll into the next presidential election with a history and a track record of success. And everything that Democrats said that was going to happen, that made Trump the boogeyman, none of it's going to happen. We're going to have peace. We're going to have prosperity. We're going to have economic success. We are going to have success at our borders. It's going to be the golden era. That's what it's going to be. He's already given us the name for it. It's America's golden era.
I love it. I love it. Well, one thing I would just challenge everyone again: wake up. Pray up in the morning, be thankful for what you have, but everybody has to stand up because the dark forces aren't going to go away. They're going to continue to fight. You saw what they did in his first term. I mean, I'll just give this to you, and not to pour any water on what you're saying, because I absolutely pray that is true. But I was in both impeachment hearings. I was in the House. I sat through those. I was there with my buddy Will Johnson, and we sat through them. And I remember walking out of the second one thinking, What are they going to do next? None of that's worked. No. The Russia collusion, all of this crap, the 2 impeachments, none of it works. And a week later, they unleashed COVID on the world. And one of those things, what we're battling is pure evil. We have to understand that. But it's time for this nation, for this generation to stand up, the righteous to rise up. And I believe if that happens, then exactly what you're saying will come true.
Hey, one other thing I just want to add. I got a lot of people texting me today saying, is he safe on an outdoor rally? I just want to let everybody know here, I saw so many things that were increased levels of security at this rally versus other ones that I've been at, which I'm not going to tell you about. Safest rally.
But it was pretty funny when the boom went off behind that. Right. Everyone's like, whoa, what's that?
What's going on?
A little testing of the fireworks.
But, he didn't even flinch.
I know.
He didn't even flinch. I mean, but honestly, completely safe facility here. They're not taking any chances. It's ramped up to the 9s.
Yeah. All right. Well, God bless you, Blake.
All right. We'll be seeing you on the road,
keep rocking the wall until it's fully built. Yeah, we'll see you on the road, brother.
A big, beautiful Bill.
I love it. And again, that's the big takeaway from tonight. Yep, absolutely. Well, come up here real quick. Oh, you don't want to talk? Okay, we'll do a picture afterwards. We'll do a picture. What's your name?
Adelma.
Adelma, where are you from?
All over.
all over.
If it goes a
you
minute
love the
over
rally?
or whatever, is it a hard
Nebraska
stop
right now.
or how's that work?
Yes, I loved it. Yeah.
God bless you. What was your favorite part of the night?
Just seeing Trump.
Was it your first one?
No, I came the last time, but they canceled it because there was a storm.
Yeah.
So then I made it back now.
So this is the first time you've seen him in live?
No. Okay, then I saw him in East Nebraska. Yeah.
God bless you.
But I'm nervous.
Yeah. No stress. No worries. Okay, we're going to do a picture. I got to finish up here. Hang tight real quick. Mike, just an amazing, beautiful night. Again, the energy of the people. Brian says it best. This is not about President Trump. This is about the people. And people always ask me, what is it about President Trump? It's not about President Trump. It's about what President Trump inspires in the people that love him and the people that love America. That's the key to all of this. And my prayer is that we can find another generation of leaders behind President Trump that will inspire that same love for God, family, and country that we see in President Trump.
So well said. And I love when the people like Brick Suit and like the people who we see at all these rallies, I love when they recognize Ben Berquam or Brian Glenn or Michelle Backus or anybody out there and they come back. And it was amazing, Ben, because somebody came up to you earlier in the coverage tonight and said, you interviewed me on October 15th, 2021. And that wasn't the date, but they just had it so specific. And I just think that is something incredible. It's something bigger than politics. It is a political movement that will withstand the test of time. And it is the greatest legacy. Part of President Trump's legacy, rather, is that he started this movement that will carry on into the next 50, 100 years. We have our 500th celebration of America, God willing. This movement was started, and it was more than just, a political time where he came in and won 2 terms of the presidency. He started something that woke up millions of people in this country and around the world. Your final thoughts, Jake Novak, your final thoughts on everything we're hearing tonight, sir?
Well, a number of you have been talking about who will come after President Trump. Obviously, we're not trying to rush him out of office. He still has more than 3.5 years to go. For a second-term president, it's unbelievable how much influence and strength he still has going through. Usually, even by this time, a second-term president is already considered something of a lame duck. That's not the situation here with Donald Trump. So I think that is something that, again, let's not rush him out of office. But whoever is looking to succeed him, obviously starting with the Republican Party, they're going to have to understand a little bit better about the American people, all the things that Donald Trump understands. All the people that we see at these rallies. I'm telling you right now, Ben will probably agree with me, and Brian and Michelle, these are people who I think if Donald Trump hadn't come around, I'm not so sure they would be voters. I'm not so sure they would be so engaged in the process. For years, they told us that Americans were apathetic, and that's why they weren't voting. That's not true. They were alienated. There's a big difference between alienated and apathetic. Apathetic means you don't care. Alienated means you did care once, and you were really, really abused, and you were basically abandoned. President Trump brought these people back in, and whoever succeeds him whether it's going to be J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio or Kristi Noem or someone else, had better learn about what really is the support group for President Trump. It's not the old school people who are interested in politics. It's people who were once alienated and were brought back into the fold by President Trump. They have to remember that and make sure they don't make the same mistakes that the people before President Trump made.
That is so well said, is that this coalition, the base is totally different. Let's go to Michelle and Brian. Your final thoughts on the night. Put a bow in it. We got about a minute left. Go ahead, guys. Go ahead.
I would say this is a great start to the celebration of America. Let's get back to loving our country. Let's tell people why this is the best place in the world. Out with the woke, out with all of the stuff we've dealt with over the past 8 years. We're coming back, and we're going to be stronger than ever. This really is the golden era.
Yeah, my final thoughts. I'll second that. The gentleman from Texas would like to say this as well. Congress was just giving a week off next week. They're supposed to go back to session. Speaker Johnson says, nope, take the week off. We're going to get back the following week. I hope that Congress, and I guess talking to folks in the Senate as well, I want them to go back, reflect on how much they love this country and what a mandate the American people sent to our government on November 5th of the past election and what they need to do. I want us to come back together collectively, come back stronger, agree on more things, get stuff done. If we get stuff done and we collectively come together for what's best for the American people, not the special interest groups, not the lobbyists, not all the other subculture that runs the government. I'm talking about the people. There's nothing we can't do.
Amen. I love it. What a great day. What historic coverage. What an amazing bow on top of the whole thing with the bill getting passed on the day of the rally. President Trump tomorrow on July 4th, signing it into law, coming back after the 2020 election was stolen to do all these things in America 250. As Bricksuit said, you couldn't write a better story if this was a movie script. I want to thank everybody for tuning in today and joining us. I want to thank all of my fellow RAV panelists and reporters out there and in the studios, the RAV producers who made this possible with all the different camera angles all over the place in graphics and display and clips. They were amazing. And most importantly, the RAV audience, you guys who have been the main driving force to the success of this incredible network. I'm Mike Crispy. Guys, thank you so much for a great night. Happy 4th of July. God bless America.
Gotta admire what you've been able to do, not to weaponize, but to organize on these college campuses.
At Turning Point USA, we've spent 13 years building the machine, and last year we saw it pay off. Our grassroots army is making a real difference. Help